1. Vol 1ch 1. Volume 1 asterisk. After being defeated and captured, Leon the Dragon Slayer became a captive of the Silver Dragon Queen. With the consciousness of death, Leon hit the right one and let the queen get pregnant before he died. Thought that this would allow the queen to live with shame for the rest of her life, and it could be regarded as a mission to live in vain as a dragon slayer. But 2 years later, when Leon opened his eyes, next to him was a little dragon girl with a tail. "Daddy, you're finally awake." Not only did Leon not die, but he also succeeded in becoming a father and became the father of this little dragon girl. After that, the Silver Dragon Queen also launched a crazy revenge on him. He will rule his body in the way of others, but Leon is only a human body. Where can he withstand the impact of the dragon day and night? Leon decided to run away. But every time he escaped, he failed. In the end, under the coercion and temptation of the queen, he started to be a father with a baby with peace of mind. "Well, good performance, reward you for having a second child with me," so said the queen. "I, Leon, am dead, dead outside, jumping from your silver dragon temple. I won't have a second child with you." "Well, the second child is a daughter again. It's so cute, hee hee tilde." In the dim and damp dungeon, Leon was tightly bound by enchanted chains, unable to move. His worn-out armor hung loosely on him, and the fresh red marks on his wrists signified his desperate struggles. But all efforts were in vain. 3 days ago, he led the Empire's dragon-slaying army to the Silver Dragon Temple, determined to eliminate the evil dragon causing havoc. Unexpectedly, Leon fell victim to treachery. Not only was he stabbed in the back, but he also exposed the army's location to the Silver Dragon clan. Without Leon's leadership, the dragon-slaying army quickly fell into disarray and scattered in retreat. Meanwhile, Leon was captured alive by the Silver Dragon clan and imprisoned in this dungeon. For 3 days, Leon hadn't had a drop of water and only wished for death. Rather than being tormented and humiliated by these evil dragons, he would prefer a quicker death. However, locked in enchanted chains, he could not even manage to take his own life. In a daze, he heard a commotion nearby. It was the celebration feast of the Dragon clan. Leon heard it from the jailer guarding him. It was a week-long celebration held to commemorate the defeat of him, the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, Leon Kazmode. What an excessively extravagant race, Leon thought. But he had no mood or energy to criticize others now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of water leaked into the dungeon, falling one by one onto the chains. The monotonous, repetitive sound of dripping water, as if counting down the moments of Leon's life. After an unknown amount of time, the dungeon door opened. "You all can leave. I want to chat privately with our great hero, the Dragon Slayer." "Yes, Your Majesty." The door creaked shut. The door to the cell closed. Then came the sound of high heels gently tapping on the stone floor. This sound echoed in the vast dungeon, getting closer to Leon. Suddenly, the footsteps come to a sudden halt. Someone stood in front of his cell. Leon struggled to lift his head and saw a stunning sight, a dazzling silver mane, like the Milky Way, hanging upside down in the sky. However, the tail beneath the person's skirt made Leon wary. "Silver hair, a dragon tail, Your Majesty." Leon realized the identity of the person, Queen of the Silver Dragons, Risvitha. Risvitha opened the cell door, strode in, and leisurely stood in front of Leon. She carried a hint of alcohol, and her delicate face was slightly flushed. Indeed, she must have enjoyed herself a bit too much at the celebration, unintentionally overindulging. They were in close proximity. Unfortunately, one was in a miserable state, with tattered clothes, even the once majestic armor now gleaming with a dim and lonely light. While the other was adorned in luxury, wearing an exquisite gown, with immaculate silver hair and upturned pupils filled with disdain and amusement. Backlight streamed in from the dungeon's solitary window, casting light on Leon's back and illuminating the queen's face. Rather than that of a defeated dragon slayer and a proud dragon queen, this scene resembled more the plea for forgiveness from a fallen devotee to a saintly figure. Rustling. The silver dragon tail beneath her skirt slowly moved, and Risvitha gently lifted Leon's chin with the tip of her tail. You are indeed a tough and handsome man. The scars are the perfect addition to this face, the queen said. The queen rarely praised people, unless the person's appearance was genuinely remarkable, but Leon dismissed it, shaking off Hrisvitha's tail. Hrisvitha frowned, and her tail immediately extended, tightly wrapping around Leon's neck. "How dare you be disrespectful to me?" she coldly stated. Her voice was cold, but carried the authority of a queen. At the same time, the tail's grip around Leon's neck tightened steadily. Leon's face turned red from the lack of oxygen to his already weakened body, and death was imminent. Yet he continued to stare defiantly at Hrisvitha, showing no sign of backing down. The two remained in a deadlock, and just as Leon was about to lose consciousness, Hrisvitha retracted her tail. "You're a tough one, but it doesn't matter, you'll be dead soon," she said. "Whether to kill or mutilate, do as you wish. Just make it quick," Leon retorted. HMPH, is this cliché last words all the mighty dragon slayer can muster on his deathbed? The Silver Dragon Queen sneered. Hrisvitha sneered contemptuously. "So, great dragon slayer, do you have a wife? Children? If not, dying here means the end of your family line, doesn't it?" She used words to provoke this once highly celebrated hero of the human race. This was the victor's mockery of the vanquished, rightfully so. The fall of a dragon slayer often heralds the rise of a new generation of heroes. But in your case, it seems there's no one to carry on him. Hrisvitha extended her hand, and the delicate fingertips gently traced over the wounds on Leon's face, her tone filled with hypocritical pity. "It's a shame. If not betrayed by petty individuals, a powerful human like you could have achieved even more miracles and glory, don't you think? Your descendants will also enjoy wealth and prosperity, and one day the dragon race will be eradicated by your kind. You will become a revered hero for generations, cherished and praised by countless people. Unfortunately, you're about to die here, Tilda." Click. Hrisvitha's fingers abruptly scratched, adding another small wound to Leon's face. Her fingertips had a bit of blood, but instead of hastily wiping it away, she leisurely brought them to her lips, using her tongue to lick Leon's blood clean gently. Leon slowly lifted his head, gazing at Hrisvitha's triumphant smile, and then glancing at the traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a vengeful thought popped into his mind. Leon recalled a magic he had learned a long time ago. That kind of magic, usable only once in a lifetime, is known as the blood enchantment, and there's no better time for its effect than now. "Your Majesty," Leon spoke with a raspy voice. "Oh, ready to plead for mercy. I won't spare you easily, brave dragon slayer," she said. "Your Majesty, you asked me about descendants earlier, right?" Leon asked. Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow flirtatiously and asked, "What, could it be that you really do?" "Not before, but soon there will be," he replied. What do you mean?" she continued. Before the words were finished, Leon suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Hrisvitha. In that moment, she felt her body went weak and her consciousness gradually blurred. In the dragon slayer's eyes, there seemed to be a ripple manipulating her brain. Uncontrollably, she walked towards Leon, lifted her hands and embraced him tightly. But this was just the appetizer. She lifted Leon's face and kissed him directly. Despite his intense aversion to the dragon race, Leon endured it to retaliate against the Silver Dragon Queen before his impending death. The kiss continued for several seconds, and the queen's already slightly intoxicated face became even more flushed, her breathing quickening. Leon knew that the time had come. An hour later, Hrisvitha slowly opened her eyes. As awareness returned, she immediately felt utterly exhausted. Lowering her gaze, she saw her disheveled attire, a partly exposed bosom, and faint traces of blood on her fair and smooth skin. "You're awake, Your Majesty, or should I say, Queen Mom now," Leon, not far away, said with a smile. Hrisvitha looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the enchanted chains binding Leon's hands and feet had been undone, yet he hadn't attempted to escape. Perhaps knowing that his dying body wouldn't be useful even if he escaped, he chose to wait here for Hrisvitha to wake up. Hrisvitha bit her lip, hastily got up, adjusted her clothing and walked over, grabbing his collar, angrily asking, "You want to impregnate me? What method did you use?" Your Majesty, since a moment ago, you've made two mistakes. Leon responded without directly answering Risvitha, speaking calmly. Leon didn't directly answer Risvitha, but continued in a composed manner. First, as a dragon, you shouldn't be alone with a rigorously trained dragon slayer. Second, I don't know your preferences, nor am I interested, but you absolutely should not have, under any circumstances, tasted a drop of my blood. Risvitha's eyes showed panic, and the normally vertical pupils of her dragon eyes displayed a rare moment of confusion. What the hell did this damned human do to her while she was in a state of hypnosis just now? The enchantment magic used only once in a lifetime, the blood enchantment. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen has ever heard of it. The principle is straightforward. Once the other person drinks a drop of your blood, magical ripples dissolve their will, making them willingly engage with you. I was initially disdainful of using such underhanded methods against you. But I have to admit, your verbal skills are impressive. You messed with my mindset, so I retaliated this way, my dear queen. In a sense, Leon's plan succeeded, and he did manage to disgust Risvitha before his imminent death truly. But he wasn't as pleased. As a dragon slayer, he found himself entangled with a mother dragon. This, undoubtedly, was a disgrace for him. But to thoroughly make Risvitha feel this humiliation, Leon forced himself to continue. So now I can answer your earlier question. Yes, I have a child, and they are currently in your belly. Seeing Leon's triumphant expression after the successful retaliation, Risvitha was both anxious and enraged. How could she, the majestic Silver Dragon Queen, be played by this dying man? For a moment, Risvitha was uncertain about how to handle the situation. Anything she said or did at this moment seemed somewhat feeble and powerless. Just as she mocked Leon from a position of superiority earlier, now it was Leon's turn to strike a blow to her heart. Your Majesty, I believe you can now clearly feel the changes in your body. At the same time, you understand that I have become the sole object for your future reproduction. This is the reproduction rule of your dragon race, isn't it? Leon spoke eloquently. Just a few days ago, his dragon slayer army was in disarray, but now he seemed like a triumphant speaker. Now, my child is rooting and sprouting in your womb. If you plan to kill them directly after birth, that's fine. But you should consider that by then, I, the first person to mate with you, will have been dead for 10 months. You won't be able to mate with anyone else. What did you just say? Queen O, you mentioned that my family might become extinct. Now, do you understand my feelings a bit? Leon's words were cutting, each sentence like a dagger, ruthlessly stabbing into Risvitha's heart. However, despite the cutting words, Leon's body was rapidly deteriorating. His consciousness began to blur, eyelids heavy as if carrying 1,000 pounds. He could even feel his body temperature slowly slipping away. The end was approaching, but that was just how it was. Leon's breathing became increasingly difficult, exhaling more than inhaling. Your Majesty probably wants to kill this scoundrel who has defiled your purity, right? Well, you don't have to do it personally. Your Majesty, I. His lungs began to stop contracting, and after a few violent heartbeats, the heart gradually weakened. With these words, the dragon slayer, a hero of his generation, breathed his last. The last piece of broken armor on his shoulder fell off, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. This sound echoed in the vast dungeon, repeatedly pounding on Risvitha's heart. After a long silence, the Silver Dragon Queen slowly regained her composure. She raised her gaze, and in her vertical dragon pupils, a flame of undying determination ignited, and she murmured, "You want to die? It's not that easy. Leon Casmode, our child can't be without a father." 2. Vol 1ch, 2. Reflecting on the life of Leon Casmode, the Empire's most formidable dragon slayer, it was indeed a brief yet illustrious journey. Of course, there might be an amusing abstraction within the brilliance. Leon barehandedly vanquished a neighbor's ferocious dog at age 5, saving a young girl. This act caught the attention of a passing master dragon slayer, leading Leon to become his apprentice. By age 6, Leon's remarkable bone structure marked him as a dragon-slaying prodigy. His master, in turn, introduced him to the challenging art of supposedly indestructible body techniques. Leon was recognized as a prodigy at 10 and entered the Empire's premier Dragon Slayer Academy. What did Leon do between the ages of 7 and 9? He was laid up in the hospital. During the demonstration of the supposedly indestructible body technique, he got a bit carried away and ended up shattering his chest with a large stone. They would have re-rolled a new character 2 years after recovery if it were anyone else. Post-recovery, with his master's careful rehabilitation, Leon's body regained its former robustness. So, on Leon's 10th birthday, his master sent him off to the Dragon Slayer Academy. At that moment, Leon thought that leaving his master might not be bad. At least, the Academy's formal curriculum presumably lacked subjects like smashing a stone against your chest, right? And thus, Leon graduated from the Dragon Slayer Academy at the youngest age and with the highest praise in history. At 15, he took up arms and entered the dragon-slaying battlefield. His team swept through enemies, achieving numerous victories and reclaiming lost territories for the Empire. Leon's reputation spread throughout the Empire. They hailed him as a dragon-slaying hero, a once-in-a-century prodigy, the Empire's only hope to lead them to victory and end the war. However, an orphan without background or support shouldn't have such a deep public foundation. His status shouldn't have ascended any further. At the peak of Leon's fame, the imperial family exiled him to the harshest dragon-slaying battlefield. And it was here, the battlefield against the Silver Dragon clan. The battle continued for several years, with countless casualties on both sides. In the final battle, just as Leon was about to breach the Silver Dragon Temple, he was betrayed by someone and captured by Rosvitha. He didn't know who that person was, and he probably wouldn't have the chance to find out. Fortunately, in the last moments before his death, Leon inflicted a quite painful cost upon the Empire's greatest enemy, the Silver Dragon Queen. As for the audacious and somewhat underhanded enchantment involving pregnancy magic, Leon had come across it in a worn-out ancient tome. After reading it, he thought, how can such wicked and lustful magic continue to exist in the world? Let me execute justice. He proceeded to burn the tattered tome. Leon thought he would never have to use this trick, but unexpectedly, Rosvitha gave him a golden opportunity. If it were any other dragon slayer captured, they probably could only utter a few tough words before meeting their bitter end. At least, Leon had the chance to discuss the Silver Dragon Queen. He considered it a victory in a certain sense. Even though he eventually died, Leon believed that with his experiences, ascending to heaven shouldn't be a problem. But as cool as it was, Leon still felt that what dominated most of his senses was tired. Too tired. His life, though short, was too exhausting. Leon also wished for a life of retiring from the military and becoming a farmer if possible. He might leave the Empire, go to some remote town, buy a piece of farmland, and then marry a girl who might not be exceptionally beautiful but also not ugly. Finally, he would have a lovely daughter. Then he could spend his days milking cows and waiting for time to wither him away gradually. After all, milking cows was much safer than slaying dragons. Being unable to live the ideal life was also a regret for Leon. After all, regrets always run through the beginning and end of life. Therefore, it's called life. Buzz. A buzzing sound resonated in Leon's mind, directly interrupting his thoughts. But, in the mind, wasn't he now left only with thoughts? Why was there still this feeling of in the mind? Before Leon could react, his vision was suddenly restored. Fragments of memories flashed before his eyes like a carousel. His birth, his growth, his experiences at the dragon-slaying academy. It was as if he was watching a movie until the final scene, frozen within the dungeons of the Silver Dragon clan. Sunlight streamed in through the only window, casting him bound on an iron rack, locking eyes with the Silver Dragon Queen. It was a gaze between the defeated and the victor, yet it resembled a fallen believer seeking forgiveness from a holy maiden. The next moment, the scene shattered, a beam of light piercing through the once void space like a sword. Leon slowly opened his eyes, numerous senses and perceptions gradually awakening. Body temperature, breath, heartbeat, pulse. I didn't die, did I? Leon tried moving his fingers. although somewhat numb and feeble, he could still move somewhat. He forced himself to sit up and discovered he was in a warm and luxurious room. The room was predominantly pink, with walls adorned with drawings of the sun, clouds, and a few simplistic sketches of angels. Though quite abstract, featuring a little figure with a halo above its head, accompanied by extremely rough wings. However, one could still vaguely recognize it as an angel. Wait a moment. An angel. Could it be that his soul had finally arrived? If true, he could finally lay down the burdens of honor and disgrace, and reunite with the brothers who had fallen on the battlefield. Leon regained some strength and got up from the bed. Dragging his weary and heavy body, he walked to the window and looked outside. The sky was clear for miles, filled with the pleasant sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. "I'm in heaven for sure," he exclaimed. It seemed that his life had finally come to a perfect end. After all, Leon felt that his brief life was quite astonishing. Never mind, it didn't matter. In any case, going to heaven after death was a good thing. "Hey, you're awake," came a childish voice from behind. A tender and childish voice came from behind. Leon turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. He discovered a cute little girl whose voice matched the adorableness. The little girl appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, with a delightful appearance. Her cheeks had a hint of baby fat, and the features already hinted at her potential beauty. In terms of appearance, she fits Leon's preconceived image of a little angel. However, her hair color was somewhat unusual, predominantly black with some silver highlights. The combination of silver and black wasn't unpleasant, but it seemed a bit awkward on a little girl. It's not like you can hire child labor in heaven to be angels, but why go so far as to dress this little girl in a non-mainstream style? He thought. Leon internally complained as he slowly walked up to the little girl, crouched down, and asked, "Hello there, what's your name?" "Muin," the little girl answered earnestly. "What a lovely name, it means moon. Who gave you such a beautiful name?" "My mom did," she replied. Leon was momentarily stunned. No offense intended, but did these angels also have mothers? He thought God directly molded her. "I'm Leon Casmode," he introduced himself courteously. "Yeah, I know your name. It sounds like lion," she responded. "Who told you that?" "My mom said so," she replied. Leon suddenly had a bad feeling. He slowly stood up, looking at Muin with a somewhat terrified expression. "May I ask who your mother is?" "It's Risvitha," she replied. Muin approached, hugged Leon's legs, lifted his head, and excitedly said, "Dad, you finally woke up." Perhaps his brilliant yet brief life was neither a period nor an exclamation mark. Instead, it was an ellipsis, indicating an unfinished story. Three. Vol 1ch, 3. Leon was unsure what expression to use when facing this little girl, clinging to his thigh, and calling him daddy. He really wanted to say, "Sweetheart, how can you casually call someone daddy anywhere?" Could it be that she had got the wrong person? After Leon slightly calmed his emotions, he squatted down again, holding onto Muin's slender little arm, and asked, "Little one, I just woke up and knew nothing. Is it possible that you've mistaken me for someone else?" Muin shook her little head, and the tuft of hair swayed along. "No, Mom comes here every day to see if Daddy has woken up." Without waiting for Leon to ask anything further, Muin took Leon's hand and pulled him towards the door. "Let's go find Mom quickly. She'll be so happy when she sees you awake," Muin said. Leon grinned and was shocked. 10 minutes left, and his nemesis, who hadn't developed feelings but had already cultivated a child, was about to visit him. He looked at the big bed in the room and pondered for a moment, thinking, should he continue playing dead? Leon decided to go for it, and in one swift move, flopped onto the bed like a carp diving into the water. Muin, not understanding why her just-awoken dad was lying back down, ran to the edge of the bed, barefoot, and asked with curiosity, "Daddy, aren't you coming with me to see Mom?" "SHH, when your mom comes later, say I'm still asleep." Muin scratched her little head. "Why? Mom really hopes you wake up." Because Daddy wants to surprise Mommy. You understand, right?" "Surprise?" Little Muin's eyes lit up, and the tuft of white hair on her head and the small tail behind her swayed along. Yes, yes, a surprise. Muin, do you also want Mommy to receive a surprise happily? Yes. So, when Mommy comes in later, pretend you don't know anything, okay? Okay, Muin will listen to Daddy Tilda. It must be said that Leon had quite a talent for fooling around with children. After settling Muin, Leon closed his eyes and resumed the plank-like position from earlier. About 10 minutes later, the door opened, high heels lightly tapping on the floor, the sound getting closer. Rosvitha was truly worthy of being the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. Even though Leon had his eyes closed at the moment, he could still sense the dignity emanating from her. Muin. Here, mother. A very cheerful tone. Rosvitha raised an eyebrow. Why are you so happy? Hesitating for half a second, Muin shook her head. No, Muin is not happy. Rosvitha's dragon pupils twitched slightly as she carefully observed her daughter's face, which was innocent and cute, but couldn't hide the concerns. The little girl was answering Rosvitha's question very seriously. This was understandable, but a bit too serious. Dragons only unconsciously wag their tails when they are very excited. Usually, like Rosvitha, they would naturally let their tails hang on the ground. Rosvitha didn't press her daughter further and instead slowly shifted her gaze to the unconscious Leon on the bed. Calculating the days, this guy should have been unconscious for 2 years. It was about time for him to wake up. Rosvitha's tone remained as calm as ever. I understand. You go play first. Muin glanced at her pretending to be asleep, Dad one last time before skipping out of the room. Rosvitha then walked leisurely to the bedside, elegantly sitting down. She casually placed her silver tail on the bed and looked at the unconscious Leon. Leon heard this chuckle quite clearly. He didn't know what it meant. Did he expose himself by playing dead? There was no reason. His disguise was seamless, right? Leon's other hand, on the side, involuntarily curled into a fist. He was well aware of what he had done to Rosvitha in the past. This dragoness should harbor a deep hatred for him. The reason she didn't kill him when he was unconscious must be that she was waiting for him to wake up, planning to torture him slowly. Leon wouldn't let her have her way. If playing dead revealed his intentions, he would directly confront Rosvitha. Rosvitha was seen taking off her high heels. The high heels landed on the floor, making a crisp sound. Next came the rustling sound of fabric against the bedsheet. It made the listener's heart itch. A subtle fragrance wafted from beside him the next second, gently brushing against Leon's face. This fragrance was familiar to Leon. It was the last scent he had smelled before losing consciousness in the prison cell. Although the smell of alcohol masked Rosvitha's natural scent at that time, Leon could still faintly perceive it. Why was this dragoness getting so close? To kill in silence. Little wicked dragon, quite considerate. If there was too much noise, it was easy for Muin to hear. If a child saw such a bloody scene, it would cause significant psychological trauma. Leon didn't make rash moves. He waited to see what the dragoness intended to do. Rosvitha slowly extended her index finger and thumb, reaching towards Leon's mouth and nose. Then, she gently pinched his nose. Oh, forgot about the mouse. Saying that, the queen extended her other hand, covering Leon's mouth. However, this was not an attempt to suffocate Leon to death. He could clearly feel that Rosvitha was deliberately controlling the pressure. She simply wanted to hinder his breathing. If she wanted him to suffocate, she would have just strangled him. It seemed that Rosvitha was testing whether he had awakened. Leon struggled to hold his breath. As long as he endured this, he planned to find a way to escape once Rosvitha left. Seconds turned into minutes. Rosvitha was patient, kneeling beside Leon, covering his mouth and nose. Leon, determined, managed to hold his breath without showing any signs of distress. Roar Tilda, you can hold your breath so well, Rosvitha said with a playful tone. Leon secretly felt proud, but to his surprise, the next second brought a warm sensation to his ears. Rosvitha leaned forward, resting by Leon's ear, gently blowing warm air onto it. The warm air gently entered Leon's ear, then slipped under his collar along his skin. Tingling and tickling made him feel a bit restless. At the same time, the warm air carried a faint fragrance from Rosvitha's mouth. Leon thought, You're using this as a test, officer. Which officer can't withstand such a test? Ha. Childish dragoness. However, this was not the extent of Rosvitha's tactics. Seeing that blowing air had no effect, she opened her mouth slightly, carefully biting Leon's earlobe. There was some mild pain, but more than that, it was the physical stimulation from a woman. Leon tightly clenched his fist on the other side. But now, the clenched fist wasn't prepared for an imminent counterattack. It was suppressing his primal instincts. Leon thought, Little wicked dragon, do you think these tricks can confuse the top dragon slayer of my empire? Ha. Double childish. Hey, don't pretend, it's already standing. You're talking nonsense. Where is it standing? I don't feel. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Rosvitha knelt to the side, squinting and smiling at Leon. See, it is standing. A deathly silence lingered for 2 seconds. Leon, like a fish leaping out of the water, sprung up from the bed, fists raised, and spoke. Since you found out, I have nothing to say. Come on, if you want to kill or mutilate me, it's up to you, but I'll resist. Rosvitha adjusted her hair, ignoring Leon's threat. Don't you want to say something else, like apologizing for the invasion 2 years ago? Do you think I want to do that? Humans and dragons have different paths, irreconcilable. I wouldn't even touch you if it were a normal situation. Hearing this, Rosvitha raised an eyebrow. So you mean touching me is a kind of torment for you? Of course. Hey, Leon Chasmode. Rosvitha's dragon pupils suddenly became cold and fierce, an obvious sign of a dragon's impending attack. Leon, despite being physically weak, would resist until the last moment. But just as Leon prepared to counterattack, Rosvitha's tail suddenly wrapped around his ankle, tugging at it and causing him to stumble onto the bed. Leon was about to get up again, but Rosvitha suddenly stood up, striding with her elegant legs, and one jade foot landed accurately on his chest. I'm seeking revenge, Leon Chasmode. For what you did to me 2 years ago, I will repay it now. Four. Vol 1ch, 4. The dragon race's concept of revenge had always puzzled human dragon scholars. Leon had heard something about it before. Their revenge was a non-human behavior that combined obsession, extremism, beyond the scope of human understanding, and so on. So, no matter what the dragon race did in terms of revenge, Leon wouldn't find it strange. However, 2 years ago, to disgust her, he impregnated her with a single soul-stirring act. 2 years later, was she planning to do the same thing to him? Was his approach a bit too wild? But there was no time to analyze Rosvitha's revenge psychology for Leon in the current situation. Her silver tail behind her had already lifted high, a sign that the dragon race was entering an excited state. Excitement didn't just include the recent joy and happiness of little Muin. Other behaviors could also indicate the excitement of the silver-haired dragon race. For example, dual activities. Rosvitha, either kill me directly or give me a knife, and let's have a real duel. He would wholeheartedly accept if Rosvitha were to engage in a fair one-on-one duel with him as a dragon and human. Even though he knew he was no match for Rosvitha at the moment, he would fight to the last moment to defend the honor and dignity of the dragon slayer. As for reality, indeed, it was currently a one-on-one duel between human and dragon, but the manner and setting of this duel were. Rosvitha completely ignored Leon, her tail pressing on him, rendering him immobile. Leon continued to try to awaken the few traces of knightly spirit in Rosvitha's heart. Your Majesty, you can kill a dragon slayer, but you cannot humiliate one. Forcing me to do such things with you is the utmost insult. Seeing this, Leon continued to try to awaken the few traces of knightly spirit in Rosvitha's heart. Rosvitha closed her eyes slightly, a blush gradually climbing up her cheeks. She swayed her body slowly in rhythm with her breath. Since doing such things with the dragon race is an insult to you, the dragon slayer, 2 years ago, when you used the blood enchantment on me, you should have anticipated the consequences today. I don't want to hear your explanations, Leon. Since you yourself admit it's an insult to you, the dragon slayer, I am even more determined to complete this revenge. Rosvitha extended her index finger, gently pressing it against Leon's lips. She slowly opened her eyes, and in her vertically slit dragon pupils, there flicker ambiguity and tenderness. Leon stared at her in a daze. Although Rosvitha's eyes were filled with affection, Leon knew it was just an emotion triggered by the current situation. The so-called emotion was nothing more than a biological instinctive response. Rosvitha herself had said that this was humiliating Leon. This was seeking revenge against Leon. Then let us. She lowered the tone, and in an extremely gentle voice, there was a hint of triumph. Begin. Leon closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing his physiological reactions, but there was no way. For a normal male, it was simply impossible. Moreover, when a living being encountered intense stimulation, the desire for a deeper step forward clashed wildly with Leon's rationality as a dragon slayer in his mind. The inherent reproductive instinct, hidden in male animals, clashed with the honor and pride of the dragon slayer. They were like darkness and light. Once they collided, there was only destruction, with no possibility of coexistence. At this moment, Rosvitha was already advancing further on her path of revenge. It was more accurate to say this was a carnival of humiliation rather than revenge. The battlefield had changed from high mountain plateaus to a spacious, soft bed. No longer wielding knives and swords, but rather holding onto different parts of each other's bodies. This insulted Leon, the strongest dragon slayer, but wasn't it also an insult to herself? The crazed queen was even more enchanting than usual. A round of fierce battle ended, and the two great races of humans and dragons, who had struggled against each other for centuries, now found themselves in a blissful paradise. Rosvitha felt the warmth, tilting her head to look at the ceiling. Silver strands of hair cascade down, resembling the Milky Way in the sky. She laughed slightly sinisterly. Look, great dragon slayer, are you feeling humiliated by the dragon you hate the most? Do you feel powerless? Hee ha ha ha. Leon had just awakened from a 2-year coma, and his body was already very weak. Now, with such intense exertion, he felt his body on the verge of collapse. He had already given up on the idea of having a decent conversation with Rosvitha, shouting, "Kill me, Rosvitha, you've had your revenge. You can kill me now, right? Hurry up and do it." 2 years ago, he thought there was no possibility of surviving, so he wanted to humiliate Rosvitha in the last moments of his life. But he was saved by Rosvitha and subjected to her madness. For a proud human hero, it was almost worse than death. Rosvitha also discarded the gentle facade. Kill you? HMPH, the harm you caused me is not something a moment of tenderness can compensate for. I want you to live, Leon. I want you to live well. The queen slowly bent down, getting close to Leon's face, hair strands cascading down as she gently stroked his ear. You have to stay alive to continue being humiliated by me. I want you to live in this shame, great dragon slayer. Do you understand? A lifetime all by me, harshly humiliated. You might be thinking, suicide when I'm not paying attention would solve everything. But unfortunately for you, even if you cut off your head, I will use all my resources to revive you. I want you to live, always under my feet, enduring my humiliation and retaliation. Leon Casmode, no one can kill you until I am satisfied, including yourself. The silver dragon's eyes no longer hold the warmth and haze they had just moments ago. I want to leave my mark on you. For dragons, this is the supreme glory. Countless powerful male dragon kings aspire to receive my mark. But only you, Leon, only you can receive it. Because for you, it has nothing to do with honor at all. It engraved on your body represents shame, represents you becoming my captive, represents that for the rest of your life, you can only be bound to me, unable to go anywhere. Rosvitha slowly extended her right hand as she spoke, and a silver magic circle shimmered in her palm. She used her other hand to tear open Leon's shirt. Rosvitha, please stop, don't do this. I will tell you what kind of end awaits those who offend me, Rosvitha. After about a few dozen seconds, Rosvitha withdrew her hand, beckoning with her fingers, and the mirror on the bedside flew into her palm. She held the mirror in both hands, adjusting the angle to ensure Leon could see the mark on his chest. It was a silver flying dragon with wings with some elements resembling hearts. Leon, you will still be the great dragon slayer in their eyes. Rizvitha chuckled, dressed herself, and left the bed. I'm going to prepare some food for our daughter. Tonight, we continue. Five. Vol 1ch, 5. The pride of the dragon slayer prohibited Leon from idly waiting. He must take action to avoid becoming a desiccated corpse drained by the mother dragon. After a brief respite, Leon regained some strength. He rose from the bed and peered out of the window. He still remembered the route when they attacked the Silver Dragon Holy Temple 2 years ago, and in these 2 years, Rizvitha didn't renovate her lair much. So, Leon could still sneak out using the route from his memory. Leon was going to escape. Was he really going to wait in this dragon's lair to be treated as Star Fury by Rizvitha if he didn't escape? As for the dragon tattoo, Rizvitha just left on his chest. He can't return to the Empire as Leon Chasmoed the Dragon Slayer. This would be the shame of his life as a dragon slayer. Leon must abandon everything from before, his reputation, status, income, and so on, and live entirely with a new identity. Regardless, as long as he escaped, Leon made some preparations before officially escaping. He searched through the room. If Rizvitha had been keeping him in this room during his 2-year coma, there should be some nutritional potions or similar items here. Leon's body was still very weak now, and without some stamina-boosting potions, he could not run far. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Leon found a whole box of nutritional potions in the bedside table. Then he searched the room for anything edible. Finally, before leaving, Leon considered leaving a sarcastic note for Rizvitha. But after some thought, he decided against it. If he were to be accidentally captured and Rizvitha got hold of that note, she would undoubtedly use it to make a big deal out of it and continue to humiliate Leon on an even larger scale. As for that little dragon person named Mewin, consider it as a divorce judgment in favor of the woman. Leon definitely could not take her with him when he escaped. Even if Leon was willing, Mewin probably would not agree, and there was a high probability that she might even betray Leon to Rizvitha. After all, no matter how he looked at it, the dragon features on that little one were still too obvious. These 2 years being with Rizvitha, she would undoubtedly be more inclined towards Rizvitha. Regardless of the success or failure of the escape, attitude was crucial. Leon packed the nutritional potions and food into a shoulder bag, then slipped out of the room wearing a hooded sweatshirt. He thought someone would be on guard, but no one was in sight in the corridor. This gave Leon a good opportunity to escape. He hugged the wall tightly, stopping at each corner to observe the situation on the other side. Leon was very cautious. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the internal layout of the temple, he took several turns, delaying quite a bit of time before finally finding the right exit. What surprised him even more was that there wasn't a single guard at the temple entrance. How does the Silver Dragon Holy Temple have this aesthetic of massive layoffs? He mumbled. He considered leaving a sarcastic note for Rizvitha. Leon took several turns before finding the right exit, delaying quite a bit of time. Leon swallowed hard. Regardless, I'll run first and figure it out later. He looked around in all directions before briskly running down the temple stairs. He crossed the courtyard, heading straight for the side door. Leon slipped into a thicket near the side door, secretly observing the situation outside. There were 4 dragon guards at the entrance of the side door. Escaping from here seemed impossible for Leon. Darn it! Was his escape plan going to end so quickly? He thought. Think of a solution, Leon. Use your brain. Consider what the old man, his master, would do in this situation. Leon hesitated. Never mind. It would be better not to think about it, because that old man would surely choose the most primitive, most embarrassing method, crawling through a dog hole. No, it was not a dog hole. It was much larger than a typical dog hole. Leon straightened up, measured it, and found that this hole seemed tailor-made for him. Leon's eyes lit up. Sometimes luck just can't be stopped. He passed through the hole and successfully escaped the Silver Dragon Holy Temple. Little did he know that Risvitha on the temple rooftop observed every move he made. Muin crouched on the railing, pointing at Leon's distant figure. "Mom, look, Dad is running so fast, he's really amazing." "Yeah, I saw, he's quite impressive." "But did Dad suspect anything? He escaped so smoothly. It's all because of you, Mom." "He just wants freedom. What's wrong with that? Besides, he just woke up. It's normal for his head to be a bit fuzzy." Mom, when are you going to bring Dad back?" Muin blinked her watery eyes. Leon noticed that Muin had distinct dragon characteristics, that was for sure. But her bright eyes were more human-like. Risvitha slowly crouched down, raised her index finger, and gently sealed Muin's lips. "When talking about Dad, we shouldn't use words like bring him back. It's quite impolite." Muin tilted her head. "Then what should we use?" Risvitha chuckled and then said with a serious expression, "Snatch him back." With his strength depleted, Leon arrived at a riverbank late at night to replenish his energy. He started with a bottle of nutritional potion and enjoyed some biscuits. Then he crouched by the river, scooping water into his mouth with his hands, quenching his thirst. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Leon sat in place, patiently waiting for his strength to recover. He looked across the river and beyond it, climbing 2 more mountains. He would be near the border of human territory. Once there, his escape plan would be halfway successful. And now, with some relaxation, Leon couldn't help but wonder why his escape had been so smooth. From the moment he left that room, he had encountered almost no obstacles. If the guards are as lax as they are now, we wouldn't have struggled so much 2 years ago. What's going on? SSHH. In the midst of his thoughts, there was a sudden sound of faint footsteps behind him. Leon abruptly stood up, turning to look back warily. There, a tall and slender figure emerged slowly from the darkness. "You're quite a runner, Leon," came a tone of disdain and a hint of mockery. "Risvitha, your daughter misses you. Let me take you back." "I won't go back with you," Leon declared. Risvitha smiled lightly, completely stepping out of the shadows, and stood in front of Leon. Her posture was elegant, her expression languid, strongly contrasting with Leon's tense demeanor. She looked into Leon's pitch-black eyes and said leisurely, "So, where do you want to go? Back to the Empire." With that, Risvitha extended her hand and gently tapped Leon's chest. "Don't forget, Dragon Slayer, your chest already bears my mark. You can never return to the Empire as a Dragon Slayer again, understand?" With a swift motion, Leon brushed away Risvitha's hand, took 2 steps back and blurted out, "Then I'll start a new life, live as an ordinary person. Anything is better than being tormented by you here." Ignorant fool, I'll grant your wish since you're eager to go home." "What do you mean?" After a moment of silence, a resounding dragon roar pierced through the sky. Immediately after, a colossal silver dragon stood before Leon. The massive dragon was covered in scales, with heavy dragon breath and majestic dragon eyes. Its enormous body was as tall as several stories. This was the dragon form of the Silver Dragon Queen, Risvitha. It was majestic, divine, and solemn. Just standing before her, Leon could feel the overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. Risvitha remained silent, opening her mouth slightly to reveal sharp teeth inching towards Leon. He seemed to realize something, forcing himself to stay calm, refraining from stepping back or making jokes. He patted the scales on Risvitha's back and asked, "Where exactly are you taking me?" "To your long-awaited home, the Empire." Six. Vol 1ch, 6. Well, flight speed was incredibly fast in dragon form. Leon laid on her back, feeling the rush of air past his ears. His weak body couldn't handle such speed. Shortly after takeoff, he started to feel breathless. However, Risvitha seemed to realize this. Just before Leon was about to faint, she cast a magical protective shield around him, making him feel a bit more comfortable. "Haha, humans are truly frail," the silver dragon beneath him scornfully remarked. Faced with Risvitha's contempt, Leon would usually retort, but given his current state, he had to refrain. After a slight improvement in his condition, Leon asked, "What do you want by taking me back to the Empire?" "Didn't you miss home? I'll let you have a good look," Risvitha replied. Leon couldn't shake the feeling that there was some ulterior motive behind Rosvitha's words. But now, trapped in a desperate situation, he had no choice but to let Rosvitha take him back to the Empire. In truth, Leon had a hunch about what Rosvitha wanted to do. It involved making him watch from afar, unable to return, which would be unbearable for someone who had left home. Leon had mentally prepared himself for this humiliation. But if it meant catching a glimpse of his hometown after 2 years away, he was willing to endure it. After entering human territory, Rosvitha activated invisibility magic and continued flying towards the Empire. Despite her speed, it would still take over 3 hours to fly from the Silver Dragon Temple to the Empire. Leon had gathered information about Rosvitha, knowing she was focused on speed and agility. With any other dragon species, it would take even longer to fly. This reluctance to enter human territory was due to dragons rarely engaging in battles there despite easily bypassing border patrols. Therefore, over the years, conflicts between dragons and humans have mainly occurred along their borders. 2 years ago, Leon's dragon-slaying squad was pressured into attacking the Silver Dragon Temple. It must be acknowledged that his team was truly remarkable, nearly reaching the heart of the temple. However, at the final moment, Leon was betrayed by someone from within, becoming Rosvitha's captive. Leon didn't know who had stabbed him in the back, but if he ever managed to escape back to the Empire, he swore to uncover the traitor. He would take the traitor to the Empire's matchmaking place, where the wealthy middle-aged ladies would give him a taste of the suffering Leon endured. Shaking his head, Leon cleared his thoughts and stopped dwelling on such matters. Throughout the entire flight to the Empire, Rosvitha didn't exchange a single word with him. Of course, he had no desire to engage in conversation with the mother dragon. If he had a sword in his hands right now, he would have already thrust it into her back. It was the occupational hazard of a dragon slayer. Seeing a dragon made them want to strike. There was no way around it. About 3 hours later, they arrived at a high mountain outside the imperial city. Rosvitha reverted to her human form, her tail wrapped around Leon's waist as they slowly descended onto the top of a giant tree. With a thud and a creaking sound, Rosvitha tossed Leon onto the trunk, facing the distant Empire, and raised her chin towards it. "There, that's your home," she said. Leon climbed to his feet and looked ahead. The Empire's lights were ablaze, and the royal tower, symbolizing the Empire's highest authority, stood tall in the city, majestic and imposing. Leon couldn't discern the specific details of the city below, but just being able to catch a glimpse from afar filled him with satisfaction. Returning home was instinctual for all beings, though humans called it homesickness. So Rosvitha wasn't mocking Leon. She understood his longing for home. Hence, Leon slowly turned around, intending to ask Rosvitha about her intentions. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was too stunned to speak. He watched as the Silver Dragon Queen shed her garments, leaving only 2 pieces of close-fitting underwear, her silver tail swaying behind her. She approached Leon with graceful steps, her smooth feet stepping confidently on the rough tree trunk as if unaffected by the texture. Leon instinctively backed away. "You don't mean to do it here, do you?" Swish! Rosvitha's tail lunged unexpectedly. Leon tried to block, but Rosvitha swiftly tripped him with her tail. Then, she stood beside him, her feet planted firmly on either side of his ribs, using her tail to undo his belt skillfully. "Rosvitha, I advise you not to go too far. I won't let you manipulate me like when I just woke up," Leon threatened. But Rosvitha only smirked, running her hand over the dragon pattern on her chest. The silver dragon pattern now emitted a faint purple glow, suggestive and alluring. Clearly, it wasn't a straightforward light. When 2 people marked with dragon patterns desire each other, the other's pattern reacts. Itches heats up, becomes unbearable. Rosvitha slowly sat on Leon's abdomen. Humans truly are the most base creatures, completely unable to restrain their reproductive instincts. Aren't they, my dragon-slaying hero? Before Leon could respond, Rosvitha reached out and grasped his throat, not enough to hinder his breathing. She pushed his chin up, forcing him to look towards the distant Empire. At this moment, the Empire appeared completely different in Leon's eyes, like a bustling city hanging in the sky. "Look at your hometown," Leon Casmoed, "look at it. I will, in front of it, make you lose your dignity once again, Risvitha declared. Risvitha once again began her torment of Leon. As she had mentioned, even a trained dragon slayer could not control the reproductive instincts of living beings, especially the males. Creak, creak, creaks. With each tender movement, the branches emitted a rhythmic sound that grated on Leon's nerves. The lights of the distant empire reflected in his pupils, but even such beautiful light couldn't illuminate Leon's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster. No blinking, Leon. Look at your home properly. Yes, look and look at it. All your honor and dignity come from there, and everything you do is for that place. Hiss Tilda, but now you tell me, what are we doing? Speak, Leon, what are we doing? What are we doing in the face of the empire you guard? When Risvitha was deeply immersed in her emotions, she always seemed a bit out of control. It was unclear whether this was due to her inherent nature or the pleasure derived from the revenge of the dragon race. Leon was utterly powerless to resist. The silver tail restrained his movements. Risvitha was like a graceful but deadly snake, alluring and enchanting. She reveled in the joy of successful revenge, all the while stripping away what little dignity remained for Leon. See, Leon, you endure humiliation for your empire, being toyed with by me like a plaything. But what has your empire done for you in return? Now, you can only endure this humiliation while watching the land you desperately defend. None of you can save each other. Do you want to preserve your last shred of dignity, great dragon slayer? Then endure it, understand? Ha ha ha. Creak, 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 creak. The sounds of the branches continued to intensify as if they were about to snap. Risvitha tilted her head back, and the light from the dragon pattern on her chest completely turned purple. At that moment, she truly wished to snap the ribs of the man beneath her. For the dragon race, the expression of their excitement was manifested through such simple destruction and havoc. However, Risvitha still maintained control. For dragons, except during the first reproduction, when pregnancy was certain, they could take contraceptive measures within 24 hours afterward, with a success rate of 99.99%. She silently absorbed the lingering warmth of revenge, closed her eyes, and quietly used magic to eliminate any foreign entities in her body. After a while, Risvitha chuckled. You failed, Leon. As the Empire's most renowned dragon slayer, you, right next to it, engaged in something illicit with an evil dragon king. How does it feel? Answer me, Leon. Answer. How to answer? Leon now felt like a puddle of mud. It might not even be as good as mud, because at least mud wouldn't want to be played with by a mother dragon. Your dignity and pride are nothing but remnants now, do you understand? From now on, you can only be my captive, tied to me like a pet, got it? Shall we come here every month, Leon? What do you say? This way, you can see your hometown every month. She laughed in a twisted manner, her laughter bordering on madness. Risvitha, the man's deep voice interrupted the queen's unrestrained laughter. In his eyes, resembling dead water, there seemed to be something that hadn't been extinguished. You can insult me, trample on me, even carve dragon patterns on me, playing with my dignity like trash, but... He suddenly erupted, gripping Risvitha's shoulders tightly like a furious lion, with a gaze as intense as a diamond. You can never kill the conviction of a dragon slayer. I will patiently wait, for the opportunity to come. By then, I will repay you twofold for everything you've done to me. Risvitha was surprised that this man actually had the will to resist him, but it was only a surprise. She reached out, pinching Leon's neck and pushing him back. All right, I'll wait for you, Leon Casmode. We won't rest until death. Seven. Vol 1ch, 7. After exchanging harsh words, both of them stopped provoking each other. Risvitha walked to the side, picked up her long skirt, and casually put it on. Leon also straightened his clothing. With everything in order, Risvitha turned around, stood beside Leon, and then unceremoniously wrapped her tail around his waist, lifting him entirely. Before Leon could say anything, Risvitha spread her dragon wings, leaped down from the top of the giant tree, and gracefully landed on the ground. After landing, she casually tossed Leon aside and walked towards the other end of the forest. "Let's go." Leon got up and glanced at the deep forest ahead. From the outskirts of the Empire to the Silver Dragon Temple, even the Silver Dragon Queen, known for her speed, would need at least 3 hours to fly. With such a long distance, she wouldn't be thinking of walking back with Leon on foot, would she? After taking a few steps and noticing Leon was slow to follow, Risvitha stopped and turned around. "Hurry up, our daughter is waiting for us at home." She said it casually, as if the Empire and the Silver Dragon Temple were just next-door neighbors. If they were indeed walking back to the Silver Dragon Temple, by the time they saw Muin, the young dragon, again, she might have already transformed into a fully grown female dragon. Leon didn't say anything. He just silently followed, dragging his weary body. Since the queen wanted to indulge in the romance of walking, Leon decided to accompany her. He followed at a certain distance behind Risvitha. Leon had clearly overestimated his current state. Having just awakened from a 2-year coma and then being vigorously drained by this mother dragon, he should have been enjoying a wise man's time, and a post-activity cigarette found himself wandering through this cursed forest with Risvitha. Not even half an hour had passed, and Leon was sweating profusely, panting heavily. He walked to a tree, supporting himself with one hand against the trunk, hoping to catch his breath. Risvitha stopped and turned to look at Leon. "Can't go any further." Leon lifted his head, glanced at her, and stubbornly said, "I can still walk." Risvitha smiled faintly. "If you can't walk, you can tell me. I'm not some heartless person." Leon was slightly shocked by her words. The tone in Risvitha's words contained a hint of gloating and sarcasm. Leon's mind stirred slightly, and he immediately understood why Risvitha suggested walking back. It turned out she wanted Leon to beg for mercy. In the current situation, all the chips were in Risvitha's hands. The distance to the temple was still quite far, and it was clear that walking back on foot was not a feasible option. However, Risvitha could transform into a dragon and fly back at any time. While Leon had the Empire behind him, he had no way to escape Risvitha's watchful eyes. Even if he managed to run a few meters, she would catch him. So, after humiliating Leon's dignity, Risvitha seemed to have another plan to torment his body slowly. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but grip the dry tree trunk. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I said I'm not tired. Let's keep walking." "HMPH, only your mouth is tough from head to toe." Leon walked up, brushed past Risvitha, looked ahead, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, besides my mouth, my bones are pretty tough too. Want to see me beg you? Not possible." He took a step and continued walking forward. Risvitha snorted coldly and followed. Anyway, with her energetic dragon form against an extremely weakened human, there was no suspense in the outcome. She wanted to see just how tough this great dragon slayer's mouth really was. The two walked for another 10 minutes or so, when suddenly they heard a commotion not far away. Looking towards the source of the sound, they saw a flickering firelight as if someone was camping. The firelight was the bonfire they had lit to ward off some of the wild animals in the forest. Leon's pitch-black pupils reflected the bonfire, a semblance of hope. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout for help, as this might be his only chance to communicate his situation to the outside world. But as the words reached his lips, Leon swallowed them back. He glanced sideways at Risvitha. If he were to call for help from that group of people now, Risvitha would undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. That would be no different from Leon causing harm to them. Realizing this, though deeply regretful, Leon still turned around and left. However, before taking a few steps, a warm voice was heard from the campfire. As the voice fell silent, rustling sounds emerged, as if the group of people were coming through the bushes. Risvitha immediately became alert, gathering magical energy in her hands. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly approached and restrained Risvitha's wrist. The scalding magical energy burned Leon's hand, but he paid no attention. Leon stood in front of Risvitha, shielding her tail. The people from the campfire approached, keeping a bit of distance. "Are you too lost?" a young man asked. "Oh no, we're just strolling." "This forest is not a good place for a casual stroll, sir. There are many dangerous creatures and beasts. How about spending the night at our camp? Tomorrow, we can escort you down the mountain." After a pause, the young man, perhaps fearing that Leon might think he's a bad person, voluntarily disclosed his identity. "Oh, by the way, I'm Walker, the captain of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Corps, 47th Squad." The moonlight was elusive, and the trees and the mountains were dense. Plus, they were at a certain distance so that they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. Otherwise, as a member of the Dragon Slayer Corps, Walker would not fail to recognize Leon. A golden opportunity lay before them. If Leon were to shout now, "Help me quickly," this well-trained Dragon Slayer squad would immediately realize the problem. However, the cost would be that they might all be annihilated by Risvitha. Even if someone were fortunate enough to escape and report Leon's situation back to the capital, the cost of casualties would be too high. Leon would absolutely not do such a thing. Leon pursed his lips and suddenly embraced Risvitha's waist. This action startled the queen, and even the magical energy in her hands dissipated unconsciously. "Thank you for the kind offer, Dragon Slayers. My wife and I have undergone some training, and we can take care of ourselves. We're just here to wander around. We'll be heading down the mountain shortly." Hearing Leon's words, Captain Walker no longer insisted. "All right. Oh, by the way, take this as a gift." Walker walked up and handed them a signal flare, saying, "If you really encounter danger, fire this signal flare into the sky, and we'll come immediately." Leon took it, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you." "Not at all, sir, you look somewhat familiar. Have I seen you somewhere?" As they got closer, Walker also got a clearer look at Leon's face. Leon hesitated for a moment, then smiled and rejected. "Oh, young man, I just have a common face. When my wife pursued me back in the day, she was drawn to this face of mine." "Risvitha." Walker smiled. "All right, I won't disturb you two any longer." With that, Walker and his team departed. Once they were far away, Leon also breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Risvitha immediately pushed Leon away with her tail and teased, "I didn't expect you to spin such elaborate lies." "She pursued me, really? It's absurd." Leon glared at her but didn't say anything, tacitly admitting, "You're quite clever, Leon. No calls for help, no impulsiveness. Besides being stubborn, I haven't found any other flaws in you yet. I didn't want to be your husband either." Leon pocketed the signal flare, then glanced down at his hand, which had been scorched by Risvitha's magic moments ago. It stung a bit, but it wasn't a big issue. Risvitha raised her eyebrows, noticing Leon's movements and his injured hand. Leon continued walking forward, ignoring Risvitha. Risvitha smiled indifferently and followed along. They continued walking and didn't encounter any other dragon-slaying teams. However, Leon's body couldn't hold up in the end. His vision darkened, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Risvitha turned around, walked to his side, half crouched down, gently lifted his chin, and looked at his tired and pale face, smiling as she asked, "You finally can't walk anymore, Leon. Beg me, and I'll take you back to rest." "I don't understand what you're saying." "Heh, don't you want to lie on a soft big bed, eat the supper prepared by the maids for you, and take a comfortable hot bath before sleep? Just ask me once, and 3 hours later we'll be home." Leon slowly closed his eyes, using the last bit of strength to say, "If you have the guts, just leave me here to feed the wolves." Having said that, he completely fell unconscious. The next moment, a storm erupted around Leon, leaves swirling and the earth trembling. A silver dragon picked up Leon, tossing him onto its back. Then, flapping its dragon wings, it soared into the deep night sky. Eight. Vol 1ch, 8. Leon slowly opened his eyes. Before he laid a pair of eyes, pale blue pupils, clear and moist, with long fluttering eyelashes, incredibly adorable. "Daddy, you're awake." Little Mewin sat in a standard duck pose at Leon's pillow, patiently waiting for him to wake up. Upon seeing Leon open his eyes, her young face was filled with unrestrained joy. The tuft of hair on her head and the tail behind her were gently swaying with excitement. Leon was slightly more awake, attempting to sit up. Seeing the situation, Mewin immediately steps forward, supporting Leon's arm and helping him lean against the headboard. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Leon felt a slight pain in his hand. He looked down and saw that his right hand was wrapped in a bandage. This was from last night when he and Rosvitha encountered a group of dragon slayers in the forest. He stepped forward to stop Rosvitha and ended up with a wound from her magical energy. Was it already bandaged now? I wrapped Daddy's hand, it was me. Seeing Leon staring at the bandage on his right hand, little Muin could not wait to take credit. She proudly puffed out her chest, and her little tail behind her wagged even higher. Leon wore a tired smile, reaching up to ruffle Muin's head. Yeah, Muin, you're amazing. Being petted by Leon made Muin even happier. Like a little cat, she actively rubbed against Leon's large palm. Muin squinted and smiled, seemingly enjoying the sensation. She harbored no hostility towards Leon. He was unquestionably a father figure to her. So, even with clear dragon features on her, Leon could not muster any hostile thoughts towards her, let alone the kind of aversion that came with irreconcilable differences. She was still an incredibly adorable little dragon girl. Judging by beauty and cuteness in terms of appearance, dragon offspring indeed had some advantages over humans. They grew faster and matured earlier, and their physical and visual changes happened much earlier compared to humans. At this thought, Leon couldn't help but ponder a question. How did Rosvitha, the vengeful and grumpy mother dragon with a deep grudge, manage to give birth to such a cute and gentle daughter? Although, in terms of appearance, dragon offspring had innate advantages, in terms of personality, they typically exhibit the fierceness and dominance of dragons from a young age. Leon had read many papers by dragon scholars, and they all agreed that a dragon's life was spent in violence and bloodshed, including during their early years. But looking at Muin, she seemed completely disconnected from violence. Could it be because of her mixed human-dragon heritage? Leon pondered, and before long, the door swung open. Without even a knock, there was no need to guess. It was definitely that crazy, grumpy mother dragon. Leon immediately withdrew his hand from Muin's head and leaned back against the headboard. The sound of high heels tapping on the floor slowly approached. Rosvitha, in her usual attire, strode into the bedroom. Her silver hair, usually carefully styled, hung casually behind her like a silver cape. Her makeup was lighter, but without a doubt, even without deliberate dressing up, Rosvitha remained a top-class beauty. The silver dragon's eyes no longer hold the hostility and fierceness from last night, leaving only the lazy grace befitting a queen. Good morning, Mother. Muin jumped down from the bed, greeting Rosvitha. Good morning, Muin. How long has Daddy been awake? He just woke up. I followed Mother's instructions and bandaged his wound before he woke up. Rosvitha nodded approvingly. Well done, Muin. The little dragon girl's eyes light up. Thank you, Mother. As the old saying goes, a loving mother, a strict father. But in the abstract family of Leon and others, it seemed to be the other way around. Leon played the role of a loving and gentle father, while Rosvitha was the stern mother. Just a simple praise could make Muin so happy. Leon silently noted this scene in his heart. Go play in the backyard first, Muin. Muin lowered her head, fidgeting with her short fingers, muttering, but Muin wants to stay with Daddy. What did you say? Rosvitha asked casually. Oh, nothing. Muin will go to the backyard now. The little dragon girl quickly runs out of the bedroom. Only Leon and Rosvitha remain in the room. The two stare at each other impassively, silent. After a standoff of about a dozen seconds, Leon breaks the silence. Are you too strict with the child? That's how we dragons educate our children. But she's not entirely a dragon. Rosvitha furrowed her brow. So, you think she's not entirely a dragon, and whose fault is that? Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you upset? As if he had found some leverage over Rosvitha, he continued to provoke. How was I supposed to know I'd hit the jackpot back then? But hey, the daughter we got is pretty cute, don't you think? Rosvitha clenched her silver teeth, and the laziness and contentment in her dragon eyes vanished, replaced by the same coldness as before. She's a dragon, Leon. Cute is derogatory for dragons. Well, you're pretty cute too. I can't communicate with you humans at all. If we can't communicate, why bother keeping me alive? Either throw me into the mountains to feed the wolves or just kill me now. It's that simple. Risvitha snorted coldly, turned away, and sat at the edge of the bed with her back to Leon. I've said it before, I won't let you die. You have to stay alive so I can continue tormenting you. Leon, undeterred, retorted, then I'll restrain myself from getting disgusted, and you can disgust yourself. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Leon instinctively swallowed the rest of his words. Every time this dragon got so close, nothing good happened. But this time, Risvitha didn't humiliate Leon as before through the means of intimacy. She walked to the wardrobe and casually threw a few brand new men's clothing items to Leon. Put on the clothes, go to the backyard, and play with Muin. Leon looked at the neatly folded clothes and awkwardly said, If you want to play with your daughter, go yourself. Why do you have to send me? This wasn't a random remark. It was because he had indeed noticed that Risvitha's behavior was somewhat peculiar. For example, the wound on Leon's hand. Clearly, she could have bandaged it herself, but she chose to instruct Muin, a little dragon girl just over a year old. Now, it was the same. She wanted to play with her daughter but didn't say it directly, and she sent Leon, who had just woken up less than 2 days ago, to do it. No wonder you dragons are so extremely obsessive from a young age. Growing up in such an upbringing, it's not just dragons. Even humans are prone to darkening. What do you mean, my daughter? Isn't she also your daughter? Risvitha retorted. Well, that was true. Leon was somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to say. I am the king of the Silver Dragon clan. I can't spend my days with children like ordinary women in your households. A king has a king's way of handling things. I hope you understand this, Leon. A king doesn't raise children. Have you ever seen a dragon slayer raising children? Leon retorted. A dragon has bedded you. What kind of dragon slayer are you? You're just a slave I used to vent my anger, Leon. Now, do you understand what I said? If you do, go play with Muin, she likes being with you. At this point, with the conversation reaching this level, there was no room for Leon to continue arguing. He got up from the bed and changed into the clothes provided. After changing, Leon realized that these were not typical human male clothing. In terms of design, they resembled dragon style more. Leon looked at himself in the mirror and felt a bit awkward. Seeing this, Risvitha walked over to his side and, without saying anything, helped him tidy up the clothes. He was a bit taller than Risvitha, so when Risvitha helped him adjust the collar, he lowered his head and his lips would inadvertently touch Risvitha's fingers. This scene unintentionally evoked memories for Leon. He remembered when he was practicing with his master, every time the master went out, the master's wife would help him tidy up his clothes, just like Risvitha was doing now. They were a very affectionate couple. Even if the master was unreliable and unconventional outside, in front of his wife, he was always a good husband. Almost done. Risvitha's voice interrupted Leon's thoughts. She took a step back, looked him up and down, then nodded in satisfaction. All right, go. Leon didn't say anything. He walked towards the door with his head down. Risvitha watched his back until he left the room, and the door slammed shut. After a moment of silence, Risvitha walked to the window, took a slow breath, and then exhaled slowly. After a moment, a dragon of a pigeon's size flew to the window. Is it the messenger dragon? A dragon subspecies, responsible for transmitting information between various races, was called the messenger dragon. On the back of this messenger dragon, a small bamboo tube was tied with a red ribbon. Risvitha took down the bamboo tube, opened it, and poured out a letter from inside. After reading 2 lines, Risvitha slightly furrowed her brow. Why does my sister have to visit at this particular time? Nine. Vol 1ch, 9. Leon left the room and walked down the corridor towards the temple's backyard. Along the way, he encountered at least a dozen dragon clan guards. It was much stricter than when he sneaked out yesterday after waking up. From this, it could be seen that the reason he could escape so smoothly from the Silver Dragon Temple yesterday was entirely intentional on Risvitha's part. She wanted to take the opportunity to bring Leon to the doorstep of the Empire, making him witness his homeland while feeling the despair of being unable to return home and enduring Risvitha's humiliation. That was why Leon thought Risvitha was a crazy dragoness. Beneath her elegant and solemn exterior, she concealed a desire for madness and pathology. Leon also considered himself unlucky. It wouldn't be good falling into anyone's hands, right? Unfortunately, he fell into the hands of Hrisvitha. Unable to escape, unable to die, he became a living tool for Hrisvitha to vent her frustration, even with the additional responsibility of taking care of the child. However, Leon wasn't completely defeated because for Hrisvitha to disgust him, she must put some effort into it. However, if Leon wanted to disgust Hrisvitha, he didn't need to do anything. Just appearing in her field of vision was enough. After all, looking at the history of the two major races, Leon might be the only human who made a dragon pregnant with his mortal body. This act was outrageous to humans, and in Hrisvitha's mind, it was equally disgusting. At the same time, Leon still hadn't given up the thought of escaping. As he said last night, Hrisvitha could extinguish his dignity and pride, but she could never kill his belief as a dragon slayer. Given the chance, Leon was determined to escape from this nightmare. While contemplating his escape plan, Leon turned several corners in the corridor. As he approached the rear door of the temple, he suddenly saw a familiar petite figure at the end of the corridor. Thick black hair with a hint of silver highlights, a small tail hanging at her feet, dressed in a luxurious dress with a delicate white silk skirt peeking out from underneath. It was Muin. Leon was about to wave and greet her when he noticed that something seemed off with the little dragoness. Muin's face showed no expression. She stared at Leon coldly as if she held some deep-seated grudge or resentment. Despite not interacting much with Muin, Leon had a lasting impression of her warm eyes, which seemed quite different from the cold indifference. Leon pursed his lips, wondering if he walked too slowly, and Muin got impatient, hence the anger. Hesitating for a moment, Leon still waved. "Muin, sorry to keep you waiting. Mom asked me to come play with you, so let's." Before Leon could finish his sentence, Muin rushed out of the back door and ran towards the courtyard. Leon hurriedly followed, but Muin's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Despite complaining, Leon walked towards the backyard, hoping to encounter Muin. After a few turns, Leon arrived at the garden and saw Muin playing games with some dragon maids. Leon scratched his head and grumbled, "Children's moods are really unpredictable. No wonder Hrisvitha handed me the task of taking care of the child. She's enjoying her leisure time." The little dragoness didn't seem very enthusiastic. "Princess, cover your eyes and don't peek Tilda." "Princess, I'm over here, come and catch me Tilda." "Your Highness, be careful not to fall." The maids played a game of blindfolded hide-and-seek with her. After groping a few times in vain, Muin took off the blindfold, angrily threw it on the ground, and stamped her little foot. "Not fun, not playing anymore. I want Mommy and Daddy to play with me." An older-looking maid walked over, half-crouched down, looked up at Muin, and patiently said, "Your Highness, Queen Majesty toils day and night. She personally handles all matters, big and small, within the clan. She cannot always accompany your Highness. You should be a sensible and obedient daughter. Don't make the Queen worry." Muin understands." Looking a bit aggrieved, the little dragon maiden bent down, picked up the blindfold, and said, "Anna, let's continue." "Your Highness is really obedient." Maid leader Anna stood up and helped Muin put the blindfold back on. The childish game of hide-and-seek continued. Muin still missed many times, relying on the chaotic sounds to judge their locations. But at some point, the maids' voices stopped. Muin didn't notice this and thought it was part of the game, so she continued blindfolded, trying to find someone. "Your Highness." Before Anna could say anything, Muin grabbed someone. Excitedly removing the blindfold, "Muin, I caught you. You are Dad, Daddy. Dad, how did you come down?" Leon slowly crouched down, reached out, and pinched the chubby cheeks of Muin. "Of course, I came to play a game with you." Upon hearing this, excitement lit up Muin's large eyes. "Really, Dad?" Leon nodded with a smile. "Yes, really." "Yay, Tilda, Dad is playing with me, Tilda," Muin happily exclaimed, spinning around Leon. Her little tail swayed in circles in front of Leon's eyes as he pondered something else. Just a few minutes ago, Muin in the corridor and the Muin in front of him seemed vastly different. Could her mood have improved so much in such a short time? "Muin, did you just come back from the corridor?" Leon asked. Muin stopped spinning and replied seriously, "No, Dad. I have been playing in the garden the whole time." "Oh, is that so? What's wrong, Dad?" "No, nothing." Maybe he was just seeing things, Leon thought. After just recovering from a vegetative state and being subjected to a hectic day by Risvitha, a bit of dizziness could be considered mild. Leon getting out of bed now was already a sign of his improved health. "By the way, Muin, what do you want to play? Do you want to continue playing hide-and-seek?" Leon changed the topic. Muin pouted, thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't want to play anymore. I am not good at it and always can't catch anyone. How about we play Dragon Knights Tilda?" Leon was shocked. "Dragon Knights, how do you play that?" 1 minute later, Muin sat on Leon's shoulders, her tail gently draping over his back. Leon raised his hand slightly, holding Muin's delicate ankle to prevent her from falling off his back. "Yay, Tilda, Dad, charge." "All right, charge." Leon then understood. The so-called Dragon Knight wasn't a knight riding a dragon, it was a dragon riding a knight. Well, ride for a while, just ride for a while, spoil your daughter. Could he really expect Risvitha, that grumpy mother dragon, to play this parent-child game with Muin? Dream on. Daddy, go to Anna, the maid leader. She is now the guardian of the human race. If we defeat her, we can reclaim our territory. This statement almost made Leon strain his old waist. Goodness, obedient daughter, you're really poking into your old man's soft spot. Do you know who you are riding right now? You're riding the former, strongest dragon slayer of the human race, okay. Why couldn't you let that maid play someone else? She had to play a member of the human race. Isn't it fine to play as a member of the beast race, elf race, or werewolf race? Leon muttered in his heart, cursing the annoying dragon race education. It must all be Risvitha's fault. But since he promised Muin to play the game with her, Leon had to live up to his word. He responded to Muin and jogged towards the maids in front. The maids were also quite cooperative, and their acting skills were top-notch. Muin waved the branch in her hand, and they obediently fell in response. Some even added drama to themselves, like, "Ah, such a strong dragon Princess Tilda, defeated me with just one move Tilda." Or perhaps, "Have we humans ultimately lost to the noble and powerful dragon race? Unwilling Tilda, unwilling Tilda. Leon, aren't you unwilling like the bull demon king?" Even though there were countless complaints in his heart, Leon still held back. His hesitates were lost. He had to take care of the child, make Risvitha relax her guard, and then seize the opportunity to escape. And so, after playing the Dragon Knight game for an hour, Leon's body began to feel a bit strained. No, it wasn't just a matter of feeling unsupported. His recently awakened body hadn't fully recovered to normal levels yet, and even slight movements made him dizzy. He crouched down and Muin jumped from his shoulder, asking with concern, "Daddy, tired?" "Yeah, a bit." "Daddy-'s not tired." A voice came from the direction of the temple. Leon and Muin looked towards the sound, and it was Risvitha. She was standing on the balcony, leisurely watching them. "Muin, Daddy is not tired at all. He is full of energy now, and you can continue playing any game with him," Risvitha said casually. "Really? That's great. I thought Daddy was tired." Muin turned to Leon. "Daddy, let's continue playing, okay?" Leon stood up and looked at Risvitha on the balcony. Risvitha rarely smiled at him, but that smile looked like a sly fox who had succeeded in a cunning plan. "Risvitha," Leon shouted at her with a determined attitude for a desperate fight. "What's wrong?" Leon gritted his teeth and ran through all the curse words he could think of. But considering the presence of the child beside him, he could only burst out with one. "Cute." "10. Vol 1ch, 10. In the evening, Leon returned to the room, dragging his exhausted body. He was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to change his shoes. When he came in, he headed straight for the bedroom and collapsed on the bed. After a moment, the door lock clicked, and high heels lightly tapped on the floor, walking in slowly. Leon knew it was Risvitha who had come, but he couldn't get up and look at her. Today, he finally saw the true face of this dragoness, stubborn, extreme, and scheming. Making Leon take care of the kid was one thing, but making him drag his emptied-out body to accompany Muin in playing games was another. Come on, big sister. Just 2 days ago, I was still in a coma lying in bed, and now you want me to play with a little dragon girl who's as energetic as a husky all day long. It seems like you really wish for me to depart this world sooner, huh? Leon muttered under his breath as Risvitha reached the bedside. Dead? The queen asked coldly. Leon kicked his legs twice to indicate that he was still alive. Very well, your vitality is more tenacious than I expected, said the queen. You have a sense of humor, Your Majesty the Queen, Leon snorted. Risvitha didn't respond further. Instead, she approached, bent down, and placed the already sleeping Muin in Leon's arms. Leon smelled the unique milky fragrance on the little dragon girl, opened his eyes, and found her youthful face just centimeters from his nose. Muin had her eyes slightly closed, her small pink fists clenched gently, and a hint of weariness between her eyebrows, but a subtle smile adorned her lips. She hasn't been this happy in a long time, Risvitha said. Risvitha sat at the edge of the bed with her back, turned to Leon and Muin. Moonlight poured in from the window, casting a soft glow on the bed. The room was very quiet, with only the rhythmic sound of Muin's breathing. Leon rolled his eyes. After a brief silence, Risvitha added, She probably wants to discuss some internal Dragon Clan matters with me and pay a visit. So tomorrow, you can only play with Muin in the room. You can't go outside, understand? Leon's thoughts stirred slightly. He chuckled, withdrew his gaze from Risvitha's back, and refocused on Muin. He reached out, gently stroking Muin's hair, and said, Understood. Being involved with a human is really beneath the dignity of the Silver Dragon Queen, so we can't let outsiders see. No, to outsiders, you're a very eligible bachelor dragon. You find it troublesome on ordinary days, so keep your tail tucked away. Hearing this, Leon bounced up from the bed. What did you? Hush, Tilda, Muin is still sleeping. Leon glanced at Muin, then lowered his tone. What did you say? You told your dragon people that I'm also a dragon. Well, what else? I have to make everyone believe that you, me, and our daughter are a happy family. And you, Leon Casmode, are a dragon who married into the Silver Dragon Clan. You fell into a coma due to some illness for 2 years and just woke up these past 2 days. Risvitha grinned. How about it? I'm pretty good at making up stories, huh? Not good at all. Why not satisfied? Leon retorted. No, Risvitha chuckled. Leon waved his hand, lying back down. He closed his eyes, trying to digest his new identity. A dragon suitable for marriage, who disliked trailing tales, married into the Silver Dragon Clan and fell into a coma for 2 years due to illness. A male dragon. It was indeed an all-encompassing defense without a single loophole. If Leon weren't a dragon slayer, one might even praise. You did well, Risvitha. So you've given me a new identity. Why not let me meet your family? You said it yourself, this identity is fabricated. It can't be flawless. My sister is clever, I'm afraid she might see through something, Risvitha said. Leon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he started to think about his own plans. Risvitha had just mentioned that her sister was coming to discuss internal Dragon Clan matters with her. Was it something like a regular inspection in human societies? Leon pursed his lips and asked, Is your sister's visit something significant? Risvitha frowned. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for not being polite. You don't think you're being polite to me now, do you? Risvitha gave him a disdainful look, then stood and walked towards the bedroom door. At the entrance, Risvitha whispered, Tomorrow, take good care of Muin. Don't leave this room, don't cause trouble for me. The sound of the door lock echoed. The door lock echoed again, and high heels tapping on the floor gradually faded. Leon breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, She's still a dragon who cares about appearances. She's keeping up the facade even if it's a fake family. What's the point? Leon could probably guess how Risvitha would answer this question. For revenge. She kept the defeated Leon close, robbed him of his dignity and pride, and even assigned him a dragon identity to make him pay the price. Since Leon tarnished Risvitha in the past, now she wanted to return the humiliation she endured. Indeed, Dragonkind's revenge was something Leon, as a human, couldn't comprehend. But whether he understood or not, Leon still felt the need to discuss Rosvitha. He was already figuring out how to deal with that scheming dragoness tomorrow. For her, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate social death. A soft hum came from Muin beside him. Immediately after, she curled up her tiny body and her tail crawled up to cover her waist. Leon, seeing this, quickly pinched the corner of the quilt and covered Muin with it. Muin snuggled into the soft blanket, the instinct of living beings seeking warmth prompting her to move closer to Leon's embrace. She gently pinched the corner of Leon's clothes, murmuring in a blurry dream, "Daddy Muin likes playing with Daddy. Humtilda Mommy has never played with Muin. Let's bring Mommy along next time, okay?" Damn. She didn't play with her daughter, but she dreamt of her. Rosvitha, she had no heart. Leon planned to take the opportunity to influence the little dragon girl. "Mommy is a bad dragon. Let's not bring Mommy to play, okay?" Leon said. "Mommy is a bad dragon." Yeah, Mommy is a bad dragon, very naughty." Leon added fuel to the fire. "Then Daddy should become a bad dragon, too, right?" Failed to influence, long-term planning is needed. (11) Vol 1ch, 11. The next morning, under the care of the maids, Rosvitha donned the formal attire of the dragon clan, which she rarely wore. She adorned herself with a silver crown, a long dress, earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Even her makeup took the maids 2 hours to perfect. Meetings among the Dragon Kings were always highly valued. Firstly, each Dragon King had their territory to guard, and casual movement could lead to leaks and potential invasions. Secondly, with their long lifespans, they had plenty of opportunities to meet, unlike humans who needed frequent family gatherings. It had been a long time since Rosvitha had seen her sister Isabella. The last time was about a year ago, on the day Muin was born. She didn't really want Isabella to see Leon and Muin. Her sister was intelligent enough to figure things out eventually. Too much contact could reveal unintended clues. While Dragon Kings of their level didn't meet frequently, precautions were still necessary when they did. Rosvitha didn't want the news of her union with a human and their daughter to spread. It would be explosive and disruptive for the entire dragon clan, which was surprisingly similar to humans when it came to gossip. Sigh. Rosvitha closed her eyes, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in her mind as she stood before the full-length mirror. She looked more polished than usual, though she wasn't particularly sensitive to beauty, including her own. She rarely acknowledged someone's outstanding appearance, except for her sister Isabella's beauty. At the thought, a sudden memory stirred in Rosvitha's mind. He's indeed a tough and handsome man. The scar is simply the perfect touch to this face, she had said to herself 2 years ago, right after defeating Leon. At that time, Leon was already on the verge of death, and Rosvitha felt he had no ability left to resist. As a result, with a snap, the baby was born. Rosvitha said to herself in her heart. In this light, considering Rosvitha wasn't sensitive to beauty or handsomeness, it was surprising that she could compliment an archenemy on his appearance. HMPH, it's just a taunt from the victor to the defeated, Rosvitha said. Everything is ready, Your Majesty. You can now go to the temple and wait for Her Majesty Isabella, said the head maid, Anna. Yes, I'll go check on Muin first. Very well, Your Majesty. Rosvitha walked slowly towards Leon and Muin's rooms. This time, she actually knocked on the door first. Soon, there were hurried little footsteps inside the room. It was clearly Muin. Muin tiptoed, reached for the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and the door lock turned. Good morning, Mother Tilda. Good morning, Muin. Mother, you look so beautiful today. Dad, come and see. Mother looks super beautiful. Leon lay on the bed in a big shape. When he heard Muin calling him to come and see the beautiful mommy, he didn't budge. What was his status, and what was Rosvitha's status? Even if she dressed up as a beautiful mother dragon, it was all a facade. Only the career of a dragon slayer is real. The familiar sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed as Rosvitha, holding Muin's hand, entered the bedroom. I dressed up today. Can't you at least look at me, Leon? Mother Dragon should watch her tone and attitude. When Muin wasn't around, she would happily discuss me to death. Pretending to be so pitiful and helpless, did she really think she could fool me? Childish. Critiquing in his mind, Leon reluctantly sat up. After all, Muin was indeed here, and the child was innocent. Leon had to cooperate with Rosvitha to maintain this family. Sitting up, Leon looked up at the silver-haired beauty in front of him. In an instant, the stagnant pool that was Leon's eyes lit up. Rosvitha took off her casual home clothes and put on a formal gown. The layers of the skirt were distinct, and the accessories were varied but not overly complex. Her silver hair was coiled at the back of her head, revealing Rosvitha's fair swan-like neck and delicate, straight collarbone. The long dress showcased her figure, clearly tailored for her. The soft and appropriately sized chest was well contained under the tight fabric. There was no overt vulgarity, nor was there any stingy simplicity. Dad, look, even Mom has captivated your attention. Muin's shout brought Leon back to his senses. He shook his head, intending to say a few tough words like, "It's just so-so." But objectively speaking, at this moment, Rosvitha could definitely be considered a top-tier beauty. Yeah, good-looking, in the end, Leon gave his assessment. Very brief, just like the countless compliments Rosvitha had heard before. Good-looking, beautiful, peerless beauty, all the same. Rosvitha smiled faintly, instinctively categorizing Leon with those who had complimented her in the past. Yeah, she responded, turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment, Leon suddenly called out to her. Rosvitha half-turned, what's the matter? Leon leaped off the bed, walked up to Rosvitha, grabbed her arm and brought her to the mirror. Under Rosvitha's slightly puzzled gaze, Leon raised his hand, tidied the strands of hair near her ear, and tucked the falling silver hair behind it. Then, he compared the position of the silver crown on Rosvitha's head, adjusting the angle slightly. When walking, don't casually turn your head. Try to rotate from your waist. Otherwise, the silver crown might be a bit tilted, Leon advised. Rosvitha's pupils slightly dilated, and a complex emotion rose in her heart. In the past, those who complimented her never detailed her shortcomings as meticulously as Leon did. And yet, she had just categorized this guy with those people. Yeah, I understand. Rosvitha lifted the neckline of her dress, asking, is it better now? Leon nodded, it's fine now. Rosvitha chuckled and teased, didn't expect you to be so meticulous. How many times have you helped women with their clothes before? Leon's hand measured in front of Rosvitha's chest, but he didn't dare actually to reach out and adjust the neckline. Leon looked down at the little dragon mom. A donkey is somewhat like a dragon, 2 ears, 1 tail. When it's unhappy, it makes a couple of sounds. Goodbye, mother. I'll listen to Dad obediently, Tilda. Yeah, Rosvitha left the room. Muin eagerly pulled Leon back into the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and then climbed onto his lap. Leon wanted to hold her, but usually when carrying a child, it's done by supporting the back or the waist. However, Muin had a tail on her lumbar spine, making it a bit challenging for him. In the end, he could only gently support her back. Dad, what exactly is a donkey? It's a very stubborn creature. What does stubborn mean? Just like your mom. Oh, tilde, mom is a stubborn donkey. The little dragon mom was quite on point, and Leon was delighted. Exactly, Mom is a stubborn donkey. Say it again, Muin. Mom is a stubborn donkey. Yeah, that's right. Dad is also a stubborn donkey. Muin is a little stubborn donkey. Good girl, you're really quick to catch on. Vol 1ch, 12. After Rosvitha left, Leon freshened up quickly and began to pass the time with Muin in the room. Either teach her to read and recognize characters, or continue playing the game of Dragon Knight with her. But after all, a room was just a room. No matter how creatively she played inside, it was not as enjoyable as playing in the garden. Muin quickly felt bored. Leon wasn't particularly good at comforting children, so he opted to tell Muin stories. The father and daughter leaned against the head of the bed. Muin nestled in Leon's arms, and Leon started reading from a book titled complete stories for young dragons enlightenment. The first story, How to Slay an S-rank Dangerous Species, the Ironclad Yak. Leon was shocked, and when he saw the title of this story, he couldn't help but sarcastically comment in his mind. When did slaying dangerous species become an enlightening children's story? Was this how dragons enlight their little dragonlings? In the human world, this was the kind of stuff that was written in execution manuals after graduating from the Dragon Slaying Academy. Leon thought for a moment and felt that this might not be suitable for Muin, so he turned to the second story. If using high-level fire magic to bake satisfying smoked meat. Was she looking down on magic, or was she just valuing smoked meat too much? Feeling that this story might challenge his own views on magic, Leon switched to the third story. How the Great Dragon Race has developed to today. Although Leon remained skeptical about the Great Dragon Race, it was still better than teaching a child how to slay dangerous species and make smoked meat. The little dragon girl was already dozing off, and the hand that had been gripping Leon's shirt slowly loosened. Leon placed the storybook aside, carefully released Muin's hand, then pinched the blanket's corner and covered her gently. For parents, having a child fall asleep was the luckiest thing. This meant that Leon could have some of his own private time. He walked to the balcony of the room and looked down into the courtyard, noticing that there were more guards today than yesterday. It seemed they were preparing for a more elaborate reception, probably for Rosvitha's sister. If this were in the past, hearing that two dragon kings were about to meet would have lit up Leon's eyes with excitement. Who cared about being a dragon king? They were practically walking piles of achievements. Unfortunately, times have changed. She didn't even mention ambushing a dragon king. If anyone asked Leon to sneak up on Muin, she would just shake her tail and say, "Dad, stop it. You're making Muin's tail itchy." What could be done? All that was left was to wait for the body to heal slowly and then seize the opportunity. Considering Rosvitha's revenge frequency as a mother dragon, Leon felt that it would take him a long time to get his body back to normal. Thinking about this, Leon couldn't help but feel a bit itchy with resentment. Damn, Mother Dragon, I won't surrender. Even if his body was drained, Leon was determined to stir up trouble. He had already figured out how to torment Rosvitha last night. He planned to use the opportunity of her meeting with the Red Dragon Queen today to make her experience the ultimate frustration. Leon brought a small chair and sat on the balcony, silently waiting. As noon approached, the doors of the Silver Dragon Temple slowly opened, and Rosvitha, escorted by maids, walked towards the entrance. Walking towards him was a woman Leon had never seen before. Well, more precisely, a mother dragon. She wore a red gown, her long hair flowing, and a crimson tail trailing behind her, even longer than Rosvitha's tail. Leon remembered that dragonologists said the longer the tail, the older the dragon. Of course, this phenomenon applied only to dragons under 500 years old. Suddenly, Leon's mind went off on a tangent to another question. What was Rosvitha's age according to the previous intelligence? 200 and something, around 200. Tusk. She was over 200 years old and still looked like she was in her 20s. He must ask his master's wife how she managed to take care of herself so well. Leon shook his head to clear his thoughts and continued to watch the two dragon kings in the courtyard. Rosvitha embraced her sister Isabella, who responded with an enthusiastic hug. After a brief exchange, they walked to the pavilion in the courtyard, engrossed in conversation. It was quite a serious conversation. A mischievous smile played on Leon's lips. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Your Majesty the Queen." He slowly closed his eyes, lifted his right hand, and gently placed it on the dragon emblem on his chest. Meanwhile, under the pavilion, Rosvitha and the Red Dragon Queen Isabella sat facing each other. Isabella raised her gaze and looked at the guards beside her, saying, "You can go down for now. I want to have a private chat with my sister." The guards left, leaving only the two sisters in the pavilion. Isabella affectionately wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulder. "I missed you so much, my dear sister. Haven't seen you in a year, and you're looking so rosy." "Oh, really, it's okay. I heard that harmonious marital life is beneficial for a woman's complexion, Zaya Oluo. Could it be that your secretive and feeble husband has awakened?" Isabella teased, inquiring about her sister's gossip. When she smiled, a small fang would be revealed, giving her a mischievous and adorable look, a strong contrast to her dignified role as the Red Dragon Queen. This quirky appearance didn't quite fit the image of a dragon leader over 200 years old. On the other hand, Rhysvitha, although much younger than Isabella, displayed a more mature demeanor. But the two sisters were very tolerant of each other's personalities. After all, they had been together since childhood. What hidden marriage? Sis, don't make fun of me. He's awake now. Recently, he took Muin to the mountains for training. It will be a few more days before they return. Oh, I see. It's a shame I won't even get to see the little princess. Isabella sighed and then continued. But seriously, Xia why did you marry a completely unknown dragon king? He's not even willing to show his tail. Well, everyone has their preferences. He's very low-key and introverted, won't casually provoke other male dragons, and cause trouble for me. As she said this, even Rhysvitha herself felt it was quite insincere. Introverted and low-key. Leon, where in the world could he find those two adjectives? He would gladly cut down Rhysvitha with a sword. As for provoking other male dragons, he might as well chop down other dragons on his way to chopping down Rhysvitha. All right, it's your private matter, and I can't control that. Let's stop the small talk here. I came this time to talk to you about the matters of the Crimson Flame Dragon King, he. Hiss. Rhysvitha suddenly furrowed her brows, involuntarily holding her chest and covering her heart with her right hand, as if feeling uncomfortable. Isabella quickly asked, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" "No, it's nothing, sis. Please continue." Rhysvitha suppressed the reaction of the dragon emblem on her chest, adjusted her expression, and smiled at Isabella. Although she maintained a calm exterior, in reality, Rhysvitha was cursing Leon inwardly for his antics. She knew that when Leon asked last night, "Is it important to meet your sister?" he definitely had an ulterior motive. Therefore, she emphasized that Leon wasn't allowed to come out of the room to disrupt her meeting with her sister. But she didn't anticipate that Leon could use the dragon emblem engraved on him. When one of the parties with the dragon emblem starts to miss the other, the dragon emblem reacts. The so-called missing certainly wasn't just about missing. It also included desire. Damn dragon slayer, he has absolutely no shame to discuss me like this. Rhysvitha forcibly suppressed the agitation in her body, forcing herself to appear calm. Seeing that her sister was fine, Isabella continued with the conversation. The Crimson Flame Dragon King Constantine is planning to expand his territory recently, and he. Rhysvitha completely ignored what Isabella said next. Before Leon, she had no experience with romance, let alone matters related to dragon emblems. She had never expected the resonance between dragon emblems to be so intense. Her tail began to curl involuntarily, her legs slightly clenched, and she continuously bit her lips and swallowed saliva. "Constant Xia, are you really okay? Your face is all red," Isabella asked with concern. Regardless of their usual antics, Isabella was genuinely concerned when it came to her sister's health. Rhysvitha forced a smile. No, it's nothing. Oh, please wait for me a moment, sis. I need to attend to something, probably for about 20 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, sis. All right. Rhysvitha stood up, suppressing the heat and excitement coursing through her body, and walked towards the temple. "13. Vol 1ch, 13. Rhysvitha burst into the room, scanning for the scoundrel's presence. Lifting the hem of her long skirt, she searched every corner of the room. In the bedroom, Muin was sound asleep. Meanwhile, Rhysvitha spotted Leon at the small table on the balcony. There he was, sitting calmly, holding a teacup in one hand and a book titled Complete Collection of Enlightening Dragon Tales in the other. He leisurely sipped tea and earnestly read the book, seemingly oblivious to Rhysvitha's hostile presence. It wasn't until Rhysvitha walked onto the balcony, closing the door behind her, that Leon seemed to realize and opened his mouth suddenly in apparent realization. "You seem quite leisurely here, Leon," Rhysvitha said. Leon set aside the teacup and the storybook, stood up, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" It was a deliberately feigned ignorance. Leon knew that his actions would lead to such consequences, so when Hrisvitha confronted him, he was already prepared. "What's going on? You can't possibly not know what's on your mind," she questioned. "I want to go home," Leon replied straightforwardly. "Nonsense, the dragon mark reacted just now. Don't play dumb with me here," Hrisvitha retorted. Not only just now, but even at this moment, the dragon marks on their chests still emitted a faint purple glow. Dragon marks would uncontrollably evoke emotions between the two. So, despite the stern confrontation between the two, what they truly felt was known only to themselves. However, Leon was prepared to stick to his guns. "What does the dragon mark reaction mean?" he asked. "Playing dumb, huh? I already told you that night when one person starts missing another, the dragon marks resonate. Intentionally triggering this resonance now, you want to embarrass me in front of others, don't you?" Hrisvitha accused. Leon observed Hrisvitha's embarrassed, angry, and anxious appearance. Despite his calm exterior, he was secretly enjoying the situation. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Anyway, he was like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. No matter how she asked, he wouldn't admit it. Leon opened his mouth, intending to retort against Hrisvitha, but inexplicably, the words he had planned to say transformed into, "Why are you being aggressive towards me? Don't you have faults too?" Hiss. Although this was a form of retort against Hrisvitha, why did it come out sounding so helpless and wronged? Leon was puzzled. He had initially prepared more aggressive words, so why did it turn out like this when he spoke? However, looking at Hrisvitha's face, which was full of astonishment and confusion, the impact of that statement seemed quite effective. Her vertically slit dragon pupils were filled with disbelief, and accompanying this surprise was a gradually spreading blush on her face. The blush was subtle, but against her fair skin, it appeared particularly noticeable. It even extended to the tips of her ears. Wait a minute, this didn't seem right. She came here with the intention of dealing with him, but why hadn't she acted yet? Instead, he seemed to have outwitted her with just a few words, making statements like, "Don't you have faults too?" It was really shameless. Saying such things as a defeated captive is truly shameless. Hrisvitha comforted herself in her mind, planning to say something more to mock or ridicule Leon. However, the reaction of the dragon mark became increasingly intense. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and the more she looked at the scoundrel in front of her, the more pleasing he seemed. She was almost losing control of the dragon race's innate reproductive instincts. She furrowed her brow, knowing that if she continued to delay, 20 minutes wouldn't be enough to finish things. Taking advantage of the fact that the dragon marks hadn't completely burned away her last bit of rationality, Hrisvitha gave Leon a cold glance. "You're lucky, Leon. If there's a next time, I won't let you off the hook," she declared. "Oh, I'm so scared." "Disgusting." Yeah, I feel disgusted." Hrisvitha snorted coldly, lifted her skirt, and walked quickly towards the exit. "Be quiet, Muin is sleeping." "Who asked you to care?" Thud. Hrisvitha slammed the door shut, and the sound of her footsteps gradually faded away. Confirming that Hrisvitha had walked far enough, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I knew it. Once the dragon marks react, it temporarily lowers the reasoning of that dragon. Just casually say a few sincere words and she believes it." Normally, Hrisvitha would never have let it go so easily just because of Leon's seemingly sincere words. Her vengeful nature was exceptionally strong. If Leon played with her like this, she would definitely retaliate. However, the resonance of the dragon marks forced Hrisvitha's brain to release hormones and dopamine, making it difficult for her to think absolutely calmly in the short term. Therefore, she fell into Leon's trap. Leon also accurately targeted this aspect, therefore he dared to be so reckless. Of course, if his risky move backfired, it wouldn't matter. His goal had already been achieved, disgusting Hrisvitha. Leon was about to take a seat, but the dragon marks on his chest still felt warm, causing him to furrow his brow. He raised his hand to soothe the restlessness of the dragon marks on his chest, but instead, he felt an uncontrollable and intense heartbeat in his palm. "The dragon marks will make both parties involuntarily develop emotions towards each other," he muttered, recalling the scene with Risvitha. He wondered if his smooth words, tinged with a hint of green tea fragrance, were something he would normally say. Certainly, he had deceived Risvitha with those words. But had he also deceived himself? Half-truths and half-lies were the most convincing, even to the deceiver themselves, he realized with a slight tremor in his pupils. He leaned against the wall, closing his eyes slightly, forcing himself to clear out the jumbled thoughts in his mind. Meanwhile, Risvitha hurriedly left the temple, heading towards the pavilion in the courtyard, still feeling the reaction of the dragon marks. Covering her chest, she couldn't help but think about Leon's innocent expression and his words with a hint of green tea fragrance. As a woman, she could sense a hint of that fragrance in his words. But even so, she couldn't stop herself from thinking about what he said. She never imagined that the dignified Silver Dragon Queen would be so restless over a simple sentence. If this got out, it would surely be embarrassing. In her haste, she quickly descended the temple stairs, feeling a bit of relief as she distanced herself from the awkwardness of the temple. Her somewhat panicked appearance caught the attention of a maid nearby. "Your Majesty, she looks really strange," one maid remarked. "The last time I saw her this nervous was at the victory banquet 2 years ago," another added. Your Majesty," the maid called out. "What's wrong?" Risvitha stopped in her tracks. The maid nodded slightly, asking, "Your Majesty, you look a bit unwell. Are you sick?" Risvitha quickly shook her head. "No, I'm fine." "All right, Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." I know, you can continue with your tasks." Risvitha continued down the steps, feeling the conflicting emotions of a dragon's nature and a woman's desires twisting inside her. Without fully sorting out her thoughts, she returned to the pavilion in a daze. Isabella looked at her somewhat confused and blushing sister, asking, "It seems like you've secretly done something naughty without telling me." Risvitha pursed her lips, avoiding eye contact, but finally gathered the courage to ask her sister seriously, "Sis." "Yeah. Am I very fierce?" "Huh?" Isabella seemed puzzled. As soon as Risvitha uttered those words, she immediately realized that she shouldn't have asked, so she quickly changed the subject. "Oh, it's nothing." Isabella frowned slightly. What on earth could make the Silver Dragon Queen so flustered? Could it be, wait, what is that? Isabella pointed at Risvitha's chest. Her dress already had a somewhat low neckline, and earlier, Leon suggested she pull it up a bit. But with all the commotion, the neckline had slipped back down. What Isabella was pointing at was precisely the corner of the dragon mark on Risvitha's chest. Risvitha glanced down, then quickly covered it. "It's nothing, sis, you must have seen it wrong." Isabella smirked, revealing her small fangs. "Dragon, pattern, hiss tilde young people play quite recklessly. It seems like you and your husband indeed have a good relationship." Risvitha pouted, somewhat disgruntled, and defended herself. "My relationship with him isn't really that great, sis." Isabella lazily leaned against the back of the chair, smiling as she asked, "I know most Dragon King's unions are for the sake of benefits and the clan with little room for love. But, for you and your man, getting married at warp speed and having a child just as fast, the relationship should be quite good, right? Getting married and having offspring doesn't necessarily mean the relationship is great. As for him..." Risvitha's pupils flickered as she continued. "There's not a hint of excitement for him, not now, not in the future." Isabella knew her sister too well. But since Risvitha was so certain, Isabella chose to comply with her. All right. Anyway, take care of yourself and take care of the little princess." "Yes, I will, sister." "Well, let's continue talking about Constantine. That guy has been quite active lately." But Risvitha was still somewhat absent-minded. She felt the gradually fading warmth in her chest. Clearly, the reaction to the dragon pattern had already begun to subside, so why couldn't she help but think about Leon and recall the scene just now? Risvitha frowned slightly, biting her lower lip. Damn dragon slayers, they still haven't been disciplined enough. Vol 1ch, 14. In the evening, there was a commotion in the courtyard. Leon held Muin and stood on the balcony, looking down. The Red Dragon Queen left the temple under the escort of the guards. Today's visit could be considered over. It's Aunt Isabella Tilda. Little Mewen pointed to the queen in the red dress. Are you familiar with Aunt Isabella, Mewen? Leon asked. Mewen shook her head. No, Mewen has only seen Aunt Isabella in the family photo in Mom's room, but Aunt Isabella wears all red, so she's easy to recognize Tilda. Family photo. Do you dragons also have family photos? Yes, it was taken with Mom, Aunt Isabella, and great-grandmother Tilda. Well, before Leon could fully grasp the concept of a dragon family photo, Mewen came up with another surprising statement. On Rosvitha's family photo, there was only her sister and her grandmother. What about the other dragons? Did they all pass away? Just as Leon was lost in his thoughts, Mewen coquettishly said, Daddy Tilda, let's also take a family photo when we have time. Oh well, sure, no problem. Yay Tilda, Daddy's the best, Tilda Muiwa Tilda. The little dragon girl gave a firm kiss on Leon's face, and her tail was practically reaching for the sky. Leon's heart was also feeling quite content. In the days to come, tormented by Rosvitha, his daughter, a hybrid of human and dragon, was probably his only solace. The father and daughter chatted, and then they heard a knock on the door. Leon put Mewen down, took her hand, and went to open the door. Outside was the head maid, Anna. Your Highness, the princess's dinner is ready, Anna said. Oh, let's go then. Leon was about to lead Anna out of the room as he spoke, but Anna raised her hand to stop him. Sorry, Her Majesty the Queen has instructed that you cannot leave this room. We have brought your dinner to you. Anna waved her hand, and another maid brought a portable meal box to Leon. Your Highness, this is ordered by your mother. Please don't make it difficult for us, Anna said respectfully. Okay then, Daddy. I'll come back to you right after I finish eating, Mewen nodded. Leon nodded, okay. He suddenly realized that little Mewen was a very sensible girl. Even though she was still just a child, she had some whimsical ideas and requests. But as soon as she heard kind words from others and started negotiating, she immediately lowered her demands. She seemed to dislike causing trouble for others. In this aspect, she is like her dad, Leon thought proudly. The maids took Mewen away. Leon also carried his food back to the room. He didn't sit at the table. He just casually sat on the floor beside the bed. He opened the meal box, and the aroma filled the air. Presumably, someone must have specifically studied human recipes. Leon had heard before that dragon cuisine mainly consisted of the meat of various wild animals and dangerous species, with little to no vegetables. But his dinner had both meat and vegetables, and the combination was quite good. Leon sighed with relief, picked up his fork, and started eating dinner. After a moment, the door opened. Leon leaned over from the bed, thinking Mewen had returned. But what he saw was a pair of silver high heels. Instantly, the smile on the old father's face faded. He withdrew his head and continued picking at the remaining food in the meal box. Rosvitha took off the silver crown on her head and casually placed it aside. Then, she removed the necklace, earrings, and other accessories one by one. Seeing Leon sitting on the floor, eating by the bedside, Rosvitha was momentarily surprised but remained silent. She fetched a chair, sat in front of Leon, raised her long legs, leaned against the back of the chair, and looked down at Leon. As she raised her legs, the high heels on her delicate feet wobbled and, as expected, fell to the ground with a clatter. Leon held the meal box, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't endure the condescending and disdainful gaze of Rosvitha. He gave in, ate the remaining food, and then placed the meal box aside. What are you doing? Leon asked. Is it delicious? It's all right. I'm asking if it's delicious. Answer either delicious or not, don't tell me all right. Fine, this dragon mother's temper was as changeable as the weather in June. Leon pursed his lips, not wanting to be too insincere for the sake of appearances. He answered, delicious. Is the meat delicious? Leon frowned, not answering. Rosvitha chuckled, supporting her face with one hand, tilting her body slightly, and lazily asked, Do you know what kind of meat that is? Leon's heart trembled as if realizing something, a wave of nausea hitting his stomach. With her daughter not around, she had plenty of ways to torment Leon. Risvitha looked at his expression, unable to hide her amusement. Boring, Leon lowered his head, unwilling to look at her. But Risvitha wasn't about to let him off so easily. With that, Risvitha exerted a bit of force, pressing her foot against Leon's neck and pinning him to the bed. Then, her fair toes traced a path from Leon's neck to his chest, down to his abdomen, and continued downward. Leon reached out and grasped her slender ankle. "What are you doing?" she questioned. "I not only want to get angry, but I also want to ignite. Take your hands off," he retorted through gritted teeth, unmoving. Risvitha's voice turned stern as her tail, which had casually rested behind her, lifted slightly. "I told you to take your hands off, Leon." A wise man avoids unnecessary losses, Leon thought silently. Leon slowly released his grip, and Risvitha continued moving downward. Her intention was, as Leon had suspected, when the dragon mother extended her foot. He should have anticipated what she wanted to do when the dragon mother extended her foot. If he had known, why bother eating dinner? He could have just bitten it directly. He had eaten trotters from pigs, cows, and sheep, but had never tried dragon trotters. Regardless of the trotter, it was too late now. Leon lifted his arms, gripping the sheet tightly behind him, tilting his head back to ignore the magical sensation. But it was impossible to ignore. Risvitha's jade foot was warm and soft, and her toes were agile. She seemed to enjoy this unconventional play. "How many dragon corpses have you stepped on before, boasting about your glorious achievements?" the queen asked, laughing. Leon remained silent. "HMPH, you've surely never imagined that one day you'd be stepped on by a dragon, right?" "So what do you feel now?" she asked with a severe tone. Leon remained silent. "Tell me, Leon, what do you feel?" She applied a bit more force, and Leon groaned in pain but remained silent. "If you won't talk, endure it," she declared. Leon instinctively moved his hand, but Risvitha swatted it away with her tail. "Keep your hands to yourself. Did I permit you to touch?" she reprimanded. Leon turned his head away, remaining silent. Approximately 10 minutes later, Risvitha snorted coldly, lowering her eyes to look at her jade foot. "So dirty, Leon, see? It's all because of you." "Why did you make it so dirty now, Leon was speechless. "Fine." Leon silently stood up, filled a basin with hot water in the bathroom, and returned it. "Too hot," Risvitha said. "How do you know it's too hot if you haven't put your feet in?" Leon asked. "I said it's too hot, so it's too hot. Go and get some more." "Why don't you have any sense, woman? Do you dare to reason with a woman? Moreover, I'm not a woman, I'm a dragon." Leon was speechless. This was a sin. He had to go and fetch another basin of water. "Too cold." "Mother Dragon, are you done yet?" Risvitha suppressed a smile. "Not behaving. Do you want to go through it again?" Leon hesitated momentarily, then immediately went to fetch another water basin. "Well, this time is just right. Start washing." Leon supported the sole of Risvitha's foot with one hand and poured warm water onto the top of her foot with the other. He cleaned the dirty stuff on the top during the first round, and during the second round, he fetched another basin of warm water and washed both feet together. It was not that Leon was proficient in foot washing. It was that these requests were all from Risvitha. The more Leon thought about it, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he thought. He lifted Risvitha's foot, looked at this delicate and small jade foot, and slowly brought it close to his mouth. "I can't bear it anymore." Risvitha panicked, instinctively retracting her foot. "Wow, what are you doing? You're not planning anything disgusting, right? Eating dragon claws raw." "Hi. Oh my God." The Silver Dragon Queen, enduring the intense pain from her ankle, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Leon Casmode, I damn well cursed you." The next morning, Mewin stared with her bright eyes at this unfortunate couple. "Mother, why do you limp when you walk?" Risvitha. "Daddy, why is your face all bruised?" Leon. Mewin blinked her eyes, then suddenly realized, "Oh, you guys must have played some fun games without telling Mewin, right?" "15. Vol 1ch, 15. During the day, Risvitha had virtually no free time. As Anna, the head maid, mentioned, Rosvitha reviewed all matters concerning the Silver Dragon clan. It wasn't until 7 or 8 in the evening that Rosvitha could finish a busy day and rest. Therefore, the responsibility of taking care of the child during the day naturally fell on Leon. In addition to playing games with Muin, Leon didn't neglect her cultural studies. Leon's idea was as follows. Good daughter, even though we are currently living under someone else's roof, surviving under the watchful eye of that mother dragon every day, there will come a day when Dad will take you away from here. It's okay to be a mixed-blood little dragon girl, but you must be a cultured one. This statement was what the master said to Leon back in the day. However, the master's original words were a bit too rustic. Leon, it's okay to be an orphan, but you must be a cultured orphan, the master said. Leon almost knocked the master's false teeth out after hearing this. Thinking about the master brought a bitter pang to Leon's heart. It had been 2 years since he joined the Silver Dragon clan, and he had probably been listed as a sacrificed martyr by the Empire by now. The master said Leon was the most promising child he had ever seen. When Leon was young, the master was convinced he could become a great dragon slayer, shining brightly on various battlefields. Leon indeed lived up to the master's expectations. He became a widely acclaimed dragon slayer, a hero passed down through generations. Even beyond shining brightly on the battlefield, Leon also shone brightly in the bed of the Silver Dragon Queen. Leon endured humiliation, considering this a mission to infiltrate the enemy territory and bear humiliation in his heart. He believed that someday he could escape with his obedient daughter. But before formally escaping, besides caring for his own body, he had to continue winning over Muin. His little dragon daughter was the key to his escape. In the room, Muin sat on Leon's lap, holding the dragon hatchlings and lightning stories. Leon's thoughts stirred slightly, showing some hesitation. Human-dragon hybrid, human-dragon hybrid. Since you're a hybrid, can't you learn some human knowledge instead of always focusing on dragon lore? At least learn something about humans. Give your father some face. Leon took the storybook from Muin's hands and set it aside. Little Muin, would you like to hear stories from other races? Muin's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, nodding eagerly. Yes, yes, Daddy, tell me. How about Daddy telling you a story about humans? Muin blinked and then shook her head. Leon was shocked at why. Mother said that humans are a shameless bunch of idiots who, when not being watched, do some very despicable things. Especially that thing they formed, the Dragon Slayer Army. It sounds quite scary. Leon contemplated Muin's words. The name Dragon Slayer Army sounded intimidating to the dragon race. From another perspective, if Leon heard that a powerful foreign race had formed a human slayer army, his first reaction would probably be fear. But what did shameless idiots and very despicable things mean? Was she accusing and blaming humans here, Mother Dragon? Leon looked at Muin's little face. She seemed serious, as if she firmly believed what Rosvitha had told her. He sighed. The Mother Dragon got ahead of him. Trying to win over the little dragon's daughter would be challenging. Daddy, I want to continue listening to yesterday's story. In the room, Muin sat on Leon's lap, holding the dragon hatchlings and lightning stories. Leon sighed with a touch of helplessness, but continued patiently explaining to Muin. Yeah, it means, Muin, you shouldn't look at things from a single perspective. Try to approach them from different angles. You might discover something entirely new, Leon explained. Muin pondered, her little tail swaying thoughtfully. But Muin has never seen humans before, so she has no idea what their other side looks like. Sweetie, the one holding you right now, is 100% pure-blooded human. Leon sighed with relief. Sure enough, a real daughter was a real daughter, so obedient Tilda. Next, Leon shared many classic stories and legends from the world of humans with Muin. Muin listened with great interest. Of course, Leon didn't forget to emphasize the concept of dual nature. Currently, Muin's impression of humans was mostly based on what Rosvitha told her. So Leon couldn't just start by saying, "Your mom is giving you a stereotypical impression. Listen to your dad, and you'll be right." Leon had to proceed gradually, slowly changing Muin's impression of humans. This would make it easier for them to escape in the future. Before lunch, Leon roughly explained the meaning of duality of things to Muin and gave a few examples. He hoped that she could comprehend a bit from it. Muin sat on Leon's lap, playing with the tip of her tail, quietly contemplating. Leon, not in a hurry, gently stroked Muin's hair, patiently waiting. After a while, Muin suddenly lifted her head. "Dad." "Yeah." "You said everything has two sides." "Yes." "Then what about our dragon clan?" Leon was startled. Dragon clan." Yeah. Mother said that in our dragon clan, strength is revered. A dragon starts striving for strength from birth, and sometimes, to become stronger, they may even pay a considerable price, even the cost of life. Leon's pupils flickered slightly. Thinking that Risvitha adorned the dragon clans inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, nature as reverence for the strong. Muin continued, "Dad, do you think there might be many dragons who don't like getting stronger? They just want to live quietly." "It probably won't after all." Mid-sentence, Leon suddenly remembered that Risvitha had previously mentioned that cute was a derogatory term for dragons. There are so many broken rules in your dragon clan, Leon thought. Just as Leon was thinking about what words to use to praise his obedient daughter, there was a knock on the door. He carried Muin to open the door. It was the head maid, Anna. "It's lunchtime, Your Highness. Please entrust the princess to me for a while." "Okay." Leon handed Muin over to Anna. Reluctantly, Muin extended her arms. "Dad, will you still accompany Muin in the afternoon?" Leon nodded, "Of course." "Good, it's a promise then." "Yeah, it's a promise." Anna left the room with Muin. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and turned towards the balcony. He looked down at the courtyard, where Risvitha was discussing something with a dragon guard. As if noticing Leon's gaze, Risvitha turned around, lifting her head to look at the balcony. Leon didn't avoid her gaze. He just stood there, responding to Risvitha's gaze. The former dragon slayer, and the proud and aloof Silver Dragon Queen, engaged in a gaze where one was higher and the other lower. The gentle breeze brushed through the leaves, and the midday sunlight warm as if in a lover's embrace. "16. Vol 1ch, 16. Except during Revenge, Risvitha rarely initiated conversations with Leon. Of course, Leon was too lazy to seek her out actively for a chat. In the eyes of outsiders, they might be a couple who respected each other, leading a busy yet harmonious married life. But only they themselves knew what hidden under the surface of this harmony was. Leon and Risvitha gazed at each other for a while, neither speaking up. Risvitha had no intention of wasting more time, so she turned around to take her leave. "Hey." Leon's voice suddenly came from above. Risvitha stopped, turned back and looked up. "I want to go out for a walk," Leon said. "Staying in the house all the time is suffocating." As soon as the words were spoken, Risvitha appeared outside the balcony. She flapped the dragon wings behind her, hovering in the air, with her long silver tail hanging down to maintain balance. Leon was startled, thinking he might have said something wrong again and upset the dragoness. "You can only leave this room when you're playing games with Muin," Risvitha said coldly. But won't Muin find it strange?" "What's strange?" "Her father only goes out when playing with her, spending the rest of the time in the house. She's bound to be suspicious, right? Dad isn't feeling well and can't go out casually. That reason is sufficient. You've thought it through quite thoroughly. Play the role of a good dad, don't think about or do anything else, understand?" Risvitha said coldly. Leon shrugged and didn't respond. He didn't feel like asking Risvitha anything else. He didn't have anything else he wanted to ask Risvitha. Going for a walk had become a luxury, so what else was there to discuss? Leon waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Watching Leon's slender and lonely figure, Risvitha's pupils trembled slightly. A fleeting expression of something other than indifference crossed her cold eyes. "Leon," she called after him. Leon halted, half turning back. "What?" "Muin will come to you in the afternoon. You need to teach her how to write her name." Leon frowned slightly, and then, "In the evening, I will check her learning progress. If she has learned it, you can walk with me in the garden tomorrow for an hour. Leon blinked, seizing a keyword, walk with you. Risvitha was slightly surprised, but she didn't show much panic. She continued calmly, don't misunderstand. I just want to keep an eye on you. You're quite cunning. If it were someone else, they might let you escape. Leon chuckled. How hard can it be teaching a kid to write their name? I didn't say it was her name, Risvitha said. She has to write the names of our entire family. Including mine. Obviously, you're her dad. All right, it's a promise, no backing out. Risvitha snorted coldly. I don't need to promise you anything, Leon. Mother Dragon, you're truly hard to please. Risvitha ignored Leon and flew away. Leon also withdrew his gaze and walked towards the inner room. But after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly realized a very serious issue, immediately rushed back to the balcony, and shouted down to Risvitha. Hey, Mother Dragon, you haven't told me your last name yet. Leon Casmode. Hiss, what a twisted name. While Leon complained, he wrote his and Risvitha's names on paper. Then he added below, Muin Melkvi. In fact, he originally wanted to tease Muin a bit, making her think he shared Leon's surname. But the thought of Risvitha discovering his little scheme in the evening worried him that he wouldn't escape unscathed. So, he tried his best not to provoke the Mother Dragon over such matters. Therefore, in the afternoon, he taught the little dragon girl to write these 3 names. Generally, human infants start to learn some basic literacy skills around the age of 3. However, a dragon girl born from the union of humans and dragon blood should be more intelligent than normal children. So, teaching her these basic skills when Muin was a little over a year old posed no issues. Thinking about this, Leon couldn't help but marvel at waking up precisely at the right moment. If he had woken up a bit earlier, Muin wouldn't have been walking yet, and he wouldn't be so tired. If she woke up a bit later, Risvitha would probably seek someone else to teach her some basic knowledge, and Leon wouldn't have to take care of the child every day. It was hard not to suspect that the Mother Dragon calculated the timing of his awakening when rescuing him. Leon shook his head to clear his thoughts. He looked at the 3 names he had just written and contemplated how he would teach Muin to write them later. Melkvi Melkvi. Although it was a bit tricky to pronounce, Leon, as he chanted, connected some dots. Melkvi, O tilde, so it's a transliteration of Milky Way. Unexpectedly, the dragons had a bit of romanticism regarding naming. Thinking about this, Leon couldn't help but marvel at waking up precisely at the right moment. Muin, what's wrong? The little dragon girl gave him a disdainful look, ignored him, slammed the door shut, and walked away. The stubborn footsteps gradually faded away, leaving Leon alone in the messy entrance. After regaining his senses, Leon approached, wanting to open the door to see what was going on. But as soon as he stepped, the door panel was pushed in from the outside. Dad, are you okay? Muin ran over in concern and helped Leon up. Worried, Muin ran over and helped Leon up. Leon was left dizzy by the impact, but fortunately, his master had taught him the adamantine body technique in his youth. If he could withstand crushing boulders on his chest, could he not withstand a door panel from his little dragon daughter? A momentary dizziness was all. After a brief moment of recovery, he was fine. Sorry, Dad, Muin hurt you. The little dragon girl pinched Leon's sleeve, expressing her distress. Leon was dumbfounded. She had just said Leon couldn't touch her, and it hadn't even been a minute. How did things suddenly change? Could it be? Is the genetic flaw in human dragon hybrids a split personality? "17. Vol 1ch, 17. Leon sat at the table with Muin's support. Muin raised her little hand, gently rubbing Leon's nose bridge, apologizing sweetly. Sorry, Daddy, Muin didn't mean to. Muin didn't expect a gentle push on the door to send Daddy so far away. She pouted, her warm eyes gleaming as if she would cry if Leon didn't forgive her. Does Daddy still hurt? Muin will blow on it for you, and it won't hurt anymore, Tilda. Leon lifted Muin onto his lap, wiping away the warm liquid from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, Muin, don't think too much. Daddy's fault. I couldn't even handle a simple wooden board. In the future, Daddy will exercise more and try to resist better. Muin laughed and wiped the corner of her eye. As long as Daddy's not hurt, it's good. Leon smiled and pinched Muin's little nose. All right, let's go chew a tilde. He made a gesture like turning a page in a book. Let's turn this over and forget about it, okay? Muin squinted and smiled, softly responding. K tilde Daddy is the best tilde. With that, Muin hugged Leon's neck and kissed his cheek firmly. Leon, pleasantly surprised by the affection, couldn't help but have some additional thoughts. Why did it feel like being charmed by his daughter? 5 minutes ago, don't touch me, idiot. 5 minutes later, Daddy is the best, Muatilda. Sigh. Dragons were truly creatures that were hard to understand. Daddy, what are we going to do this afternoon? This question caught Leon off guard. He picked up the paper on the table and pointed to the contents. In the afternoon, Daddy will teach you to write these 3 names. How about that? Learning to read and write was a new and interesting thing for Muin. She nodded. Yes, Daddy, teach me quickly. Didn't Mom teach you before? Leon asked casually while preparing paper and pen. Mother said to wait until you woke up and let you teach me, hee tilde. Damn. Mother Dragon should have a name laziness. Muin grabbed a small stool and sat next to Leon. Leon first taught her the proper way to hold the pen. Muin quickly grasped it and could hold the pen steadily after a few tries. Then, Leon began teaching her from the stage of recognizing characters. Don't press too hard or you might pierce through the paper. Take it slow, don't rush. Muin's understanding was also good. With a little guidance from Leon, she could replicate his name following the same pattern. Great job, Muin. Now, let's move on to memorizing the stroke order of the letters, Leon said. Is there a specific order for that too? Muin thought you just needed to write them. Of course, there are rules. Without rules, there's no order. If there's no prescribed order, it's not writing, it's drawing. Leon patiently explained. With a prescribed order, the letters you write will look better, Muin. Okay, tilde, I got it, Daddy. I'll practice hard. Let's continue. Leon began teaching the stroke order of the letters. At first, Muin couldn't help but write whichever stroke she found easier. But with Leon's patient correction and natural aptitude, she quickly wrote the name Leon Casmode beautifully. Leon was satisfied with her progress. Next, they moved on to practicing Risvitha's name. Her name posed a bit more difficulty. However, perhaps due to the buff from Mother Dragon, Muin practiced with extra diligence. When practicing Leon's name, she used 3 pages of paper. But when practicing Risvitha's name, Muin used a full 7 or 8 pages. Leon looked at the table full of paper and said softly, You really like writing your mom's name so much. You keep practicing, Daddy needs to use the restroom. Oh, okay. Muin blinked her pretty eyes. At a young age, she couldn't understand the meaning of being jealous. But she could sense that Daddy seemed to care about the different page numbers of her paper practice. So, while Leon was in the restroom, Muin quietly picked up her pen and started rewriting Leon's name. In no time, she practiced many more sheets of Leon Casmode. 1, 2, 3, 11 sheets, Daddy, Muin wrote 11 sheets of your name. When Leon returned, Muin happily held up the 11 sheets of paper for him to see. Leon was momentarily surprised and his heart warmed. He said, Good girl. You're truly a little cotton-padded jacket, understanding your old father so well. You're 1,000 times better than your stubborn donkey mother. Leon embraced Muin's small face and affectionately rubbed it. Muin's chubby cheeks were squashed flat, but she was very happy. It seemed like the first time Daddy initiated such intimacy with her. All right, let's practice the last name, which is your own, Muin Melkvi. Isn't Muin your name? Leon blinked. Could it be that we have different understandings of Muin? No, it's a middle name. Muin has a middle name. The custom of having a middle name is quite common among the descendants of the imperial family in the empire. It often took the surname of someone who married or was adopted into the royal family. It also represented the royal family's respect for that person, acknowledging their status within the royal family. Leon didn't expect that this custom also existed within the dragon race. No, it's a middle name. Mewin has a middle name. Leon pursed his lips, a bit unclear about what the mother dragon was thinking. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he said, "All right, Daddy understands. Let's start practicing your name." When writing her name, Mewin was also very serious. Her name was pronounced like moon, and it was also easy to spell. Not everyone was like that mother dragon Risvitha, given such an awkward and tongue-twisting name. Leon was even worried that in the future, during the passionate moments of resonance due to their dragon marks, he might accidentally call out the wrong name. Done practicing, Daddy, how does it look? Leon looked at the paper. Mewin's handwriting was neat and the strokes were consistent. For a child, it was already excellent. He patted Mewin's head satisfactorily. Mewin, you're amazing. You've learned the names of our family so quickly. Mewin was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. No. If we're a family, then we're missing one. Leon's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. A family still missing one. Thinking back to the grumpy version of Mewin he encountered at noon. So there was only one truth. Leon couldn't help but swallow hard. So it turns out I wasn't just passionately captivated from the beginning, but also a double shot. "18. Vol 1ch, 18. Leon's thoughts drifted back to a few days ago. It was his first time accompanying Mewin to play. In the temple corridor, he encountered a little girl who looked exactly like Mewin, but she had an icy expression and ran away after a glance at Leon. Then, at noon, he met the indifferent version of Mewin again. This time, although they communicated, it wasn't pleasant. Leon thought he might have gone insane from 2 years of sleep, or perhaps Mewin had some sort of personality split. So, it turned out it was another daughter. "So, Mewin, you mean you have another sister?" Mewin shook her head. "Not a sister, she's my big sister Tilda." Leon, with a thoughtful expression, made a sound of acknowledgement and then immediately asked for the name of this well-hidden elder daughter. "So, what's Mewin's sister called?" "Neue Tilda's sister is called Neue Tilda. It's a homophone of the hero's name in the myth of the dragon race, who saved the world." Neue, Leon lowered his head, repeatedly savoring the name. Risvitha was quite skilled in naming. She placed high hopes on the elder daughter, wanting her to become a hero like those in mythology. The pronunciation of the youngest daughter's name was derived from the moon, surrounded by stars, a precious gem in the palm. "Daddy, can you teach me to write my big sister's name?" Mewin said. "All right, Daddy will write it first, and you can imitate, okay?" "Great." As Leon spoke, he picked up a pen and on a blank piece of paper, earnestly wrote down Neue's full name, Neue K. Melkvi. Neat handwriting, elegant strokes, and a personal touch could definitely be called beautiful handwriting. Of course, it was excellent. During the 3 years when Leon was lying in the hospital with a broken chest from Master Daishi, and only his hands and neck could move, he practiced calligraphy out of boredom. "Wow, Daddy writes so beautifully." Mewin's eyes sparkled. Leon smiled. "Mewin, you'll be able to write so beautifully soon, too." "Yeah, Daddy, can I keep this? I want to show it to my sister tonight. She'll definitely like it." "No problem. Oh, by the way, Mewin is your sister, not easy to get along with." Recalling the 2 encounters with Neue earlier, the little girl either ran away upon seeing him or treated him with a cold demeanor. Neue is not like Mewin, warm and obedient, Leon wondered. No, not at all. Big sister is really nice. She takes Mewin to pick and eat fruits, helps Mewin tie her hair, and when Mewin gets into trouble, big sister even takes the blame for her. Dad, don't tell Mother." Actually, it was Mewin who accidentally dirtied her dress before. Of course, Leon wouldn't betray the trust. He patted Mewin's head. "No problem, Daddy will keep it a secret for you." "Thank you, Daddy." "So, your sister Neue is actually a pretty nice person, right?" "Yeah, maybe she was a bit shy when she first met Daddy." Leon nodded. In that case, there shouldn't be any issues. It turned out the elder daughter's attitude towards him was just unfamiliarity. Leon initially thought she was some kind of young dragon version of Risvitha. Just dealing with a stubborn mother dragon was challenging enough for Leon. If there was another one, he might consider jumping off the temple on the spot. But it turned out to be a false alarm. Thinking about it, Leon's mischievous thoughts started bubbling up again. He had already figured out how he would playfully tease the overbearing mother dragon when Rosvitha came in the evening. "Daddy, why are you laughing?" Muin asked. "Ah, nothing. Come on, Muin, let's practice your sister's name." "Yeah, okay." Muin obediently practiced with Leon for the entire afternoon. The little dragon girl's aptitude was indeed good. In just a few hours, she learned to write Daddy, Mommy, Noya, and her name neatly. In the evening, after a busy day, Rosvitha came to Leon's room. "Mother, Your Excellency Tilda." Seeing Rosvitha, Muin excitedly ran over, hugged Rosvitha's small leg and looked up at her. "Good evening, Mother." Rosvitha reached down to pat Muin's head. "Good evening, Muin. Have you learned to write your name now?" I learned. And not only can Muin write her name, but also Daddy and Mother's names," Muin proudly said, her childish face full of the expression of seeking praise. "Well, good job," Rosvitha replied. "Zahi." Writing names is so difficult, but Muin learned all of it in just one afternoon. Tilda. For the slightly stingy praise from Mother, Muin certainly wanted more. Sitting on the floor, leaning against the bedside, Leon said leisurely, "Muin has really worked hard. Praise her a bit more, won't you?" Rosvitha glanced at that guy, for some reason, feeling that Leon suddenly had a kind of overconfident self-assurance. She withdrew her gaze and looked down at Muin by her side. Her daughter blinked her watery eyes at her, almost writing the words "Mom, praise me quickly" on her face. Rosvitha slowly squatted down, holding Muin's shoulders, and said with a smile, "Muin is really amazing. So, as a reward for Muin, for dinner tonight, I'll make your favorite pan-fried steak, okay?" "Okay, Mom's steak is the most delicious." "HMPH, I thought you were quite traditional," Leon teased. "Why are you sitting there so leisurely, Leon?" Leon shrugged. "You asked me to teach our daughter to write names. I taught her. Why can't I sit down and rest for a while?" "That doesn't mean you're done just because you said so. Muin, come over and write. Let me see." "Okay, Tilda." Muin climbed onto the chair, took a piece of paper and a pen, and earnestly started writing the names of the three people. Rosvitha stood silently on the side, watching. The daughter's handwriting was elegant and neat, quite impressive for a child. It seemed that Leon had some skill in teaching children. Leon, seeing this, stretched his neck for a glance and then stood up and walked over. Standing on either side of Muin, Leon and Rosvitha gave off a couple of vibes. However, Leon, leaning over, wasn't able to create a couple of moments with Rosvitha. Finished writing. The three names were neatly writ. Rosvitha nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, Muin, now." "Hey, Muin, is there someone's name missing?" Leon, with a hint of a smirk, feigned a puzzled expression. Oh right, one is missing." Rosvitha's expression, initially carrying a bit of a smile, instantly turned cold at these words. She glanced at Leon and found him looking at her with a triumphant expression. "Since we're writing the names of the whole family, we should include everyone to make us look neat and loving, right, Muin?" "Dad is right." "Then quickly write little Noya's name too." Yeah. Rosvitha observed the father-daughter interaction with a slight squint. "Little Noya, has Muin told you?" Finally getting the chance, Leon nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. I must confess, I've been awake for a week and only just learned my eldest daughter's name." Rosvitha remained silent, anticipating Leon's next words, quietly observing his performance. And Rosvitha, "Yeah. I also feel deeply guilty towards you." Suppressing a smile, Rosvitha asked, "Guilty about what towards me?" Leon feigned anguish, saying, "Giving birth is already a tough task, and I never imagined you'd go through it twice for me. You've truly endured a lot. When I return to the Empire someday, your name will surely be inscribed in our family history, Rosvitha." If he was going to provoke, he might as well go all the way. After all, the outcome of provocation was always the same, so why not be a bit more ruthless? Seeing Rosvitha remain silent, just staring at him with a cold gaze, Leon speculated that he had breached her defenses. So Leon pressed on, saying, Speaking of which, Risvitha, it's been so many days, and you haven't mentioned this matter. Are you so amazed by my robust health and abilities that you've forgotten? How could one forget such a significant event? Leon was clearly insinuating that Risvitha deliberately concealed the truth due to guilt. But Risvitha showed no change in expression and calmly replied, "It's all for your good, Leon." "For my good?" "Yes. I'm doing fine. I already have a pair of lovely twin daughters. What could go wrong? So, when do I get to meet Noya formally?" Risvitha raised an eyebrow. "Are you in such a hurry?" "Meeting my daughter, of course, I'm anxious." Risvitha chuckled. "All right, don't regret it." "Regret?" Humph didn't joke around. Immature mother dragon quickly brought the eldest daughter here. "19. Vol 1ch, 19. Risvitha prepared a family dinner. Not only did she reward Muin with her favorite seared steak, but also took this opportunity to let that dragon slayer, who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, get to know his beloved daughter. Risvitha all personally cooked the dishes for the dinner. Her culinary skills were impressive. No wonder Muin was so eager to enjoy her personally cooked seared steak. After busy work for about an hour, a table full of rich dinner was ready. Risvitha took off her apron and looked towards Leon at the side of the dining table. His face was filled with impatience and eagerness. "Muin, go call your sister to come and eat." "Okay." Muin hopped off the chair and happily ran out of the room. Risvitha sat at the head of the dining table, holding a small hair tie in her mouth. She lifted her hand, reaching behind her swan-like neck, and tied up her silver hair. Finally, she secured it with the hair tie. After tying her hair, Risvitha noticed Leon was still looking at her with a mischievous expression, so she asked, "What's the matter?" "Feeling regretful for not witnessing the birth of our two daughters," Leon sighed. Facing Leon's teasing, Risvitha smiled lightly. "It's okay. If you really want to see me give birth, we can." Leon's face froze. "We can. We can have more children, actively plan for another child, maybe even a second. There's really no need." "HMPH, fool." This HMPH, fool, sounded exactly like Noya's tone at noon. After exchanging a few words, the door lock echoed, and two footsteps slowly approached. "Dad, Mother, I'm here, big sister." With the innocent voice of a child, two identical dragon girls entered through the dining room door. Black long hair, silver highlights, and luxurious little dresses paired with delicate white stockings. Their features and height were identical. If there was one visual difference, it would be Muin's antenna on her head that would stand up or lie down based on her mood, which Noya didn't have. Of course, besides the antenna method, you could also tell who the older sister and the younger one were from their facial expressions. Muin liked to smile, always smiling with a cute and sunny expression. On the other hand, Noya always kept a serious face, like a little adult. "Good evening, Mother," Noya said respectfully. "Yes, introduce yourselves. This should be your first formal meeting," Risvitha said. "Yes, Mother." Noya's cold gaze slowly shifted towards Leon. "I am the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen Risvitha, Noya K. Melkvi, 1 year and 2 months old." Her choice of words was quite refined, completely unlike the tone and demeanor of someone her age. Well, considering Leon's only point of reference for someone of their age is Muin. Her way of speaking and gestures were worlds apart from Muin's. "Leon, don't you want to introduce yourself to your daughter?" Risvitha said. "Oh, right, sorry." Leon cleared his throat, walked up to Noya, half crouched down, maintaining eye level with her. "Hello, Noya, I'm Leon Casmode, your dad." Noya looked into his eyes and calmly replied, "Noted." "Reed." Leon was stunned. "Reed, what does that mean?" Why did it feel so awkward for a 1 year and 2-month-old girl to use such formal language? When had a daughter ever responded to her dad with such an abstract phrase as "noted"? Finally, before Risvitha burst into laughter, Muin leaned over to Noya, tugged at her sleeve, and whispered, "Sister, say a little more, say a little more. Don't make Dad feel awkward." Noya glanced at her sister and solemnly said, "Children should not interrupt adults when they are talking." Muin pouted, played with her fingers, and silently stood behind Noya. Clap, clap. Risvitha suppressed a smile, clapped her hands, and said, "All right, introductions are done. Let's eat." Noya led her sister to the chairs by the dining table. Even though neither could reach the chairs, Noya lifted her sister, letting her sit first. Then she went to the adjacent chair, put her hand on it, pushed, and with a kick, she got onto the chair. Risvitha looked at the still somewhat dazed Leon and asked, "Why aren't you at the table? Can't you eat anymore?" Leon snapped back to reality and sheepishly returned to his seat. Risvitha occupied the head of the dining table, while Leon sat across from his two daughters. On the table lay a dinner meticulously prepared by Risvitha. Muin couldn't wait to dig into the pan-fried steak on her plate, but before she could start, Noya intervened. Noya, with a poker face, picked up a napkin from the table and earnestly placed it around Muin's neck. "Hold the knife in your right hand and the fork in your left. Don't forget this time, Muin," Noya instructed. "I won't forget, sister," Muin replied. "All right, go ahead and eat," Noya said. Leon quietly observed the scene across the table. Despite being dismissed by his elder daughter earlier, he couldn't deny that this little one seemed much more mature than her appearance suggested. Whether this maturity was intentional or innate, her performance exceeded Leon's expectations. Now, let's look at Risvitha. She seemed accustomed to all of this. The early maturity and responsibility of her elder daughter seemed expected. The three of them began to enjoy the steak, and Leon picked up his fork to taste Risvitha's cooking. The steak was perfectly seared, with delicious and tender meat. Taking a bite, the aroma gently wafted into his nostrils. "Sister, I can't cut it," Muin sought Noya's help. Noya nodded, took the knife and fork from Muin, and helped cut the steak. The thumb also needs to exert force. "I got it," Muin said. "All right, go ahead and eat." After cutting the steak, Noya returned the fork to Muin and looked at Risvitha, asking if she needed help cutting hers. "No needs, thank you," Risvitha replied. "All right." Leon looked up at Noya, wondering if she would help him too. Coincidentally, Noya was looking at him. Leon felt a bit amused. Was his daughter also asking if he needed help? He waited to see her response. Noya opened her mouth. Leon's expectations were high. She opened her mouth again. Was she feeling embarrassed to say something? "It's okay, everyone is family, and we'll get more comfortable as we talk." "Come on, say it, my good daughter," he said. "No need for you," Noya said. Leon wasn't blind. He could see clearly. But before he could react, Noya suddenly sneezed. "Achoo!" Noya immediately pulled out 2 napkins. Sorry, mother, couldn't hold it in. Risvitha covered her mouth and chuckled, trying not to appear too unrestrained. She waved her hand. It's nothing. I almost couldn't hold it in either." "Mother, why did you suddenly become so happy?" Muin asked. Risvitha used a tissue to cover the corner of her mouth, making herself look less out of control. "Because Dad is happy, so am I." "Really, Dad, have you been looking forward to this family dinner?" Muin asked. "Leon." "Actually, not that much." "The child is asking you a question, Leon. Aren't you looking forward to it? Aren't you happy? You wanted to see your elder daughter, and I made it happen. So don't suppress your happiness, Leon." "Smile, just smile," Risvitha said, playfully nudging Leon. "Haha, I'm so happy, my dear family." Leon grinned half-heartedly. "Great, how about we have dinner like this every day from now on?" Muin suggested. Risvitha smiled and nodded. She wouldn't veto anything that tormented Leon. Muin looked at Leon again. "Dad, is my suggestion not good? Why aren't you smiling again?" "Leon, sweet daughter, can you guess why I'm not smiling?" Vol 1ch, 20. If this kind of family dinner happened every day, Leon estimated he would live at least 30 years less. Dinner in the evening should be the best time for family members to talk and communicate. But here, it had become Risvitha's means of torturing Leon. Moreover, with the addition of Noya, this little devil with the demeanor of an iceberg dragon girl, Leon was now in a 1-against-2 situation. This was totally impossible to fight against. He was currently figuring out how to make Muin give up this idea. At this moment, he suddenly heard Noya say, No, Muin. Muin's small face drooped as she looked at her sister. Why not? I want to study at the Dragonling department of St. High's Academy, Noya said, looking towards Risvitha, seeking her opinion. Risvitha was slightly surprised by her elder daughter's idea. She knew that Noya was precocious and had a good talent for magic. However, dragons typically entered the Dragonling department at around 4 or 5 years old. Noya was only a year and 2 months old this year, and in terms of height, she was much smaller than the typical 4 or 5-year-old dragon. Risvitha put down her knife and fork, gazing at her eldest daughter and earnestly asking, "Why are you so hurried to enroll?" "Because I want to defeat more." "More? Dragon slayers." Cough, cough, cough. Leon had intended to take a sip of water to suppress his surprise, but as soon as he drank, he heard his eldest daughter saying she wanted to defeat him. What a dutiful daughter. Noya looked at Leon with disdain. Pay attention to table manners. Oh, you really act like a little adult. Leon wiped his mouth with a napkin. Dragon slayers are very brave, and Daddy is afraid you'll get hurt. You can't grow without getting hurt. All right, now they had a true little mule. Leon was about to say something, but Risvitha interjected, I think Noya's idea is quite good. The earlier she learns skills, the earlier she can confront dragon slayers. Besides, I also think dragon slayers are just a bunch of fools. There's nothing remarkable about them. Maybe they would even be scared enough to spit out a sip of water. What do you think, Leon? Well, it seems your father has no objections either. Risvitha smiled. St. High's Academy has 2 entrance exams every year. The next one is in a month. During this month, we need to make some preparations for enrollment. Yes, Mother. Well, let's discuss it in detail tomorrow. Let's eat for now. The 2 little ones lowered their heads and continued eating. Risvitha glanced at the dispirited Leon and asked with concern, Why aren't you eating, Leon? Is my cooking not tasty? It's delicious, delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. You need energy after all for doing other things. This doing other things had a profound implication. Leon lowered his head, looking at the steak on his plate, unconsciously gripping the knife and fork. He could feel Risvitha's contempt and disdain towards him. Perhaps, in Risvitha's eyes, the current Leon was just a tool for childcare, a plaything to be used at any time to vent her anger. She wanted to provide real fatherly love for the children, therefore she spared Leon's life. Leon had once said she could strip away his pride and dignity, but she couldn't extinguish his conviction. Was this just empty talk from a dragon slayer deprived of his personality? No. It was not like that. He would never allow Risvitha to take away more from him. Silently, he cut the steak on his plate into small pieces. The flickering flame in his heart, on the verge of extinguishing, seemed to be rekindled. An hour later, the family dinner concluded. Noya took Muin back to their room, and Leon volunteered to stay behind and do the dishes. Risvitha suggested leaving such tasks to the servants, but Leon insisted that handling post-dinner cleanup together as a couple would bring a stronger sense of family. Risvitha didn't argue. She tied on her apron and went to the kitchen, preparing to wash the dishes. In the room, only she and Leon remained. Clear water flowed from the faucet as Risvitha stood in front of the sink, carefully wiping each plate. Hey, when do you plan to come and help? Weren't we supposed to do this together? Before she could finish speaking, Risvitha felt a sudden heat in her chest. Her body's sensitive nerves were immediately activated. She slightly opened her neckline and found that the dragon pattern on her chest was flickering with a dark purple light. Leon, what are you? She wanted to go out and question Leon about what he was up to. But as soon as she turned around, the reaction of the dragon pattern suddenly became even more intense. Risvitha's legs went weak and she fell forward. Fortunately, she managed to grab onto the door frame in time, or she would have fallen there. However, even so, the reaction of the dragon pattern continued to erode her body and sanity. Her vision became somewhat blurry, her mouth dry, and the desire for procreation became increasingly urgent. She swallowed hard, but in the end, she couldn't resist the increasingly strong resonance of the dragon pattern. She sat on the ground, unable to stop breathing heavily. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed in front of her. Risvitha looked up. He was Leon. the cold moonlight poured in from the side window, casting light on Leon's profile. He had no expression, looking down at Hrysvitha with a superior gaze. But upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat on his forehead. Clearly, he, too, was struggling to resist the resonance of the dragon pattern. What do you want? Hrysvitha asked intermittently. At this moment, two strong impulses were in fierce conflict within her consciousness. On one hand, there was wariness towards the man in front of her. On the other, there was an instinctive desire to be intimate with him. She knew that Leon was feeling the same way as her. Hrysvitha, I said something to you 2 years ago in the dungeon. I don't know if you still remember. Leon slowly crouched down, aligning his eyes with Hrysvitha's. He reached out, gently lifting Hrysvitha's chin, observing her flushed cheeks and the ambiguous allure in her eyes. Never be alone with a rigorously trained, strongest dragon slayer, he reminded her. Hrysvitha responded to his cold gaze with a smile and said, Heh, don't pretend, Leon. Your idea of using the reaction of the dragon pattern to weaken me and then escape is not bad, but I'll tell you, it's impossible. The impact of the dragon pattern is the same for both of us. Plus, you just woke up from a 2-year coma and your strength hasn't recovered much. So even if I become weak, you can't possibly escape from here. Leon interrupted her, who said I want to escape. What? He leaned in slightly, reached out, and lifted the weakened Hrysvitha horizontally. With her silver tail hanging down, the queen leaned against the scoundrel's chest, looking at him in surprise. Leon, what are you doing? What are you doing? I did just wake up from a coma, and my strength and physical fitness haven't fully recovered. But in these days, things have improved slightly. It's enough. While speaking, Leon carried the queen towards the corridor. Enough what? Leon, speak enough for what? Leon put Hrysvitha on the ground at the entrance with her head facing the door and her tail towards himself. Then he crouched down and grabbed Hrysvitha's tail. Don't, Leon. During the dragon pattern's resonance, a dragon's tail became an extremely sensitive area. With just a gentle squeeze, it could significantly impact the sensitive nerves of the other person. Hrysvitha at this moment was like a small cat whose neck was caught by fate, lying weakly on the ground. Let go of my tails, Leon. With her remaining consciousness, Hrysvitha spoke, Otherwise, after tonight, I will definitely kill you. I swear. That's a matter for after tonight, Hrysvitha. Moreover, I've never been afraid of death, you know that. Saying this, Leon increased the force on his hand. A tingling sensation instantly spread through Hrysvitha's whole body from her tail. She tilted her head slightly, desperately trying to control the restlessness in her body. Dragons crave conquest, the desire to destroy everything, the yearning to control all. You are the same, Hrysvitha. Since the day I woke up, you've trampled on my dignity, treating me as a plaything for amusement. So tonight, why don't we switch roles? What do you think? Have you ever been conquered, been controlled, Hrysvitha? I don't think you have, but you'll soon know what that feels like. Leon pressed down on Hrysvitha's tail with his knee, then slowly approached, one hand gripping her neck, the other lifting the strands of hair near her ear. He leaned in close to her flushed cheek and whispered, In addition, don't make a sound, Queen. Don't make a sound. Yes, because... Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, we're here to clear the table. Is it convenient now? Outside the door, the voices of the maids could be heard. Hrysvitha's pupils dilated, about to call for help, but Leon tugged at her hair, forcing her to tilt her head. If you scream, I won't hesitate to open the door for them. By then, they'll see the queen in this state, usually high and mighty. Anyway, I don't care. What about you, Hrysvitha? Do you care? Leon, you bastard. SHH, keep it down. Don't let them hear. Your Majesty, are you inside? Have you encountered any trouble? The maid asked again. Tell them you're occupied now. It's not convenient, and they can come clean up tomorrow morning. Hrysvitha closed her eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them, adjusting her tone as she said, I'm fine. You can come clean up tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Majesty. Footsteps fading away. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Well, let's begin, my dear wife. '21. Vol 1ch, 21. Is he dead? Noya stood on the bed, lifted her foot, and kicked Leon's head. Little Mewin jumped at the bedside. Sister, you can't kick Dad like that. It's impolite. Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt. HMPH. Mewin looked at Risvitha on the side. Mother, Dad was fine 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly faint again? Risvitha looked at Leon expressionlessly. Perhaps he suddenly fell ill. Who knew why this guy suddenly had a seizure 3 days ago? According to Risvitha, he just had an outburst. Leon certainly knew the consequences of doing this to himself, but he still did it. And he did it with pleasure. Could Risvitha indulge him? Absolutely not. Just didn't expect that with one punch, he would be unconscious for a full 3 days. Dad won't sleep for another 2 years like last time, right? Mewin said with concern and despair. By the time Dad wakes up, Mewin will already be a big dragon. Dad won't be able to carry me anymore. No matter how big you get, he can still carry you. All right, you two go out and play, Risvitha said. Yes, Mother. Noya turned around to jump off the bed, but after some thought, she stepped on Leon's stomach. Mewin was scared and covered his eyes. Even after being stepped on so many times and not waking up, Dad might not be pretending to sleep after all. After getting off the bed, Noya pulled Mewin away. Mewin looked at her unconscious dad with reluctance. Dad, when you wake up, remember to wash your face. Sound of a slap, 2 little dragon girls left the room. Risvitha still looked at Leon coldly. If you keep pretending, the next thing stepping on your stomach won't be Noya's foot. I swear it hurts, 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 hurts. During his near-death experience, Leon sat up abruptly, clutching his stomach and rolling on the bed. Little thing, you're not big. Why is your foot so heavy? The bone density of dragon kind is a bit larger than humans. Didn't you feel it when you were carrying Mewin? Felt it. Then why did you ask? Do I have to answer just because I asked? Did I force you? You'd better die, Leon. Risvitha raised her hand, ready to wield magical energy. Leon quickly grabbed a pillow and held it in front of him. Although he knew it was useless against magical energy that could level a mountain, Leon still hoped to have a pillow to rest on when he died, at least to die more comfortably. Risvitha snorted coldly, waved her hand, and dismissed the energy. Realizing there was no danger, Leon slowly put down the pillow. Actually, he knew Risvitha wouldn't really kill him. If she wanted to do it, she could have done it earlier. Why wait for him to wake up? It was just that after the incident 3 days ago, Risvitha knocked him out with a punch, and then he slept for a full 3 days. In theory, he shouldn't be debilitated to this extent. But the energy he had accumulated over these days was all spent on retaliating against Risvitha that night. After the retaliation, Leon's stamina bar was completely empty. Not to mention a punch from Risvitha. Even if Noya came, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Can you tell me what you were thinking at that time? Risvitha asked. What do you mean, what I was thinking? A dragon slayer just wants to use everything possible to fight against a dragon king. Is that so hard to understand? You're still thinking about resisting at this point. Why shouldn't I resist? With such rebellious words, Leon thought Risvitha would give him another harsh lesson. But to his surprise, in the eyes of the mother dragon, there was more of a sense of astonishment than anger. After a brief moment of astonishment, Risvitha smiled faintly. Good, I'll give you credit, Dragon Slayer. She said the term Dragon Slayer sincerely, starkly contrasting with the mocking and disdainful attitude at the banquet. Leon thought that she probably guessed that her contempt for him led to Leon's insane actions. So, after this confrontation, this mother dragon now had more fear or caution towards him. I have to admit, Leon, you truly deserve the title, the strongest. He was determined to protect his dignity and integrity, and Risvitha truly admired that. Of course, this also made it more convenient for Risvitha to continue tormenting Leon in her way. The more he resisted, the more interested Risvitha became. Stop fooling around, get dressed, and come with me. Go out with you, why? I promised you earlier that if you taught Mewin to write his name, I would allow you to walk with me. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, keeping your word like this. Risvitha chuckled. Consider it taking the dog for a walk. It's also a chance to show our presence as a couple in front of our people so they don't get suspicious. Finish getting dressed quickly. We'll go down in a moment. Oh. About 10 minutes later, Leon and Rosvitha walked out of the Silver Dragon Temple side by side. The Silver Dragon clan members outside the temple couldn't help but cast surprised glances at them. If they remembered correctly, this should be the first time the queen and her husband appeared together on the same screen, right? They had even kept their marriage a secret, not notifying anyone. At least, that was what the queen said. The queen also said that this male dragon king was an excellent marriage partner, didn't smoke, drink, or mess around. But then, not long after the wedding, he suddenly fell ill and remained unconscious for a full 2 years. The queen also said, "It's nothing, I love him, he loves me. Let's live in peace and quiet." The queen's words. Well, forget it. No matter how much the queen said, there was not much worth reminiscing about. Now she finally took her mysterious husband out for a walk in the sun, and the clan members could finally enjoy the show. Of course, the onlookers weren't just the clan members. There were also the 2 little ones upstairs. "Hey sis, look, Dad and Mom are taking a walk." Muin leaned on the balcony railing, excitedly pointing at the 2 people in the courtyard. Noya glanced at them, and although she wanted to keep watching, she immediately looked away, saying, "Nothing is interesting to see." "But they really match well, sis." Oh. Seeing that his sister wasn't cooperating, Muin started making up his tongue twister. "Dad loves Mom, loves Muin, also loves sis Tilda." Noya paused, raised an eyebrow and snorted, "Loves me." Yes, yes. Loves me, doesn't even know my name and still says loves me. Yeah, wasn't it you who told him back then? Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what I'm called. HMPH, even if he knows now, he doesn't care. Muin blinked, jumped down from the railing and looked at Noya. Sis's name. Not bad, Muin, Noya praised. Oh, I found it, sis, look. It was a piece of paper with a name written on it, Noya K. Melkvi. The handwriting was neat and elegant, quite a beautiful script. After confirming that her sister had left, Noya quietly approached the bed, bent down and retrieved a dusty wooden box from underneath. She blew off the dust on top, and then used a key to unlock the small lock on the wooden box. Inside the box was a piece of black metal fragment. Noya carefully placed the paper with her name into the wooden box. Then she locked the wooden box and tucked it back under the bed. After completing everything, Noya returned to the balcony, looking at the 2 people below. Her gaze lingered on Leon's back. After a while, she whispered, "Do you really love us?" "22. Vol 1ch, 22. Outside the temple, on a tree-lined path, the afternoon sun was bright, shining through the gaps in the leaves and forming light spots on the ground. A certain pair of wronged couples, although they agreed to take a walk together when they really got outside, turned into a walk separately. Rosvitha walked on the left side of the path, while Leon walked on the right. The distance between them was even wide enough to accommodate a half-grown dragon. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty, the Queen," the dragon maid with a broom bowed slightly to the left and then turned to the right. "Good afternoon, Prince." On the surface, respectful, but the dragon maid couldn't help but complain inwardly. Were these 2 crazy? They finally appeared together on the screen and had to keep such a distance. Even bowing was so inconvenient. Actually, it was not just this dragon maid who wanted to complain. Even the onlookers who were ready to enjoy the show were puzzled. It seems like Her Majesty the Queen and her husband aren't that familiar. Don't talk nonsense, they've even had 2 little princesses. How could they not be familiar? Then, where have you seen a married couple walk so far apart during a stroll? Maybe their majesties value their personal space a lot. Do you believe the words coming out of your mouth? Hush, tilde, here comes their majesties. Quick, hide. Several dragons, enjoying the show, quickly hid in the nearby bushes. Leon and Rosvitha walked past them. Leon's physical condition hadn't fully recovered yet, and the heroic feat from 3 days ago depleted the health he had painstakingly accumulated, but his insight hadn't diminished. He noticed the sneaky behavior of those dragons enjoying the show and caught most of the gossip they were chatting about. Leon touched his nose and looked at Rosvitha. With her abilities as a mother dragon, she should have noticed, right? She didn't suggest getting closer, either. Leon decided to keep quiet. Maintaining the peaceful facade of a fake family was her concern. Leon wasn't bothered by how the dragons watching would perceive their current situation. Hey, suddenly Rosvitha spoke up. Leon glanced at her sideways. Rosvitha still looked ahead, her steps slow and rhythmic. Let's get a bit closer. Leon hummed and didn't refuse. Sure, okay. They silently moved towards the middle of the path. Finally, they stopped about a meter apart from each other. Is this good? Leon asked. Yeah, do you want to get even closer? Rosvitha asked in return. Upon hearing this, Leon's steps faltered, and he became a bit cautious. Mother Dragon, are you up to something? No, what I mean is, if you want, I won't refuse, and I won't take the opportunity to tease you. After all, this walk is also a promise from before when I taught Muin to write her name. This time, Rosvitha withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Leon. In her silver dragon eyes, there was no longer the coldness and aloofness of the past. Instead, a hint of gentleness appeared. So, do you want to get even closer? Sure. Wait. Something was definitely off. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with Rosvitha today. Actually, forget it, this is fine. Seeing Leon reject her proposal, Rosvitha didn't show emotion but nodded. Okay. A familiar child's voice appeared ahead. The two looked up. The little dragon girl was standing in the middle of the path, hands on her hips, the tuft of hair on her head gently swaying with the breeze, and her small tail wagging happily behind her. Muin, aren't you playing with your sister in the room? Rosvitha asked. Sister Noya asked Muin to track you. Noya would never ask you to do such a thing. Rosvitha immediately exposed Muin's scheme. Actually, you just wanted to follow us, right, sneakily. Seeing her plan instantly foiled by her mother, the little dragon girl didn't bother pretending anymore. She went straight between the two of them. Then she raised her arms and held the hands of both Leon and Rosvitha, one on each side. Muin wants to take a walk with Dad and Mother. Sure. Leon wished for his obedient daughter to come and ease the awkward atmosphere between him and Rosvitha. No, Muin. Rosvitha sternly said, Dad and I are walking alone, Muin. Be good, don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Muin pouted. She knew that her mother never changed her mind easily, so she cleverly sought help from Leon with her eyes. Really? Dad, if you go for a walk alone with Mother, leaving Muin alone to play in the backyard, Muin will be super sad. And who knows, Muin might get snatched by a dangerous species sneaking in, then taken into the woods and never returned. Dad will never see Muin again, all because you want to walk alone with Mother. Have you been reading that book, Enlightening Stories for Young Dragons, too much? Muin doesn't care. Muin wants to be with you. Dad, do you only love Mother and not Muin anymore? Agree with her. She was so cute, why not agree with her? Today, Dad got your back, you follow us. If your mom doesn't agree, I'll deal with her tonight. Even though there's a high probability that she'll be the one dealing with me, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that the daughter is happy. He thought, Muin, be good, Dad and I have already agreed. Rosvitha couldn't quite hold it on her face. She had lived for 200 years, and let alone holding someone else's hand, even getting so close to Leon just now took a lot of courage. Unexpected indeed. On Leon's side, while he was a bit uneasy, it wasn't as complex as Rosvitha's feelings. He simply wanted to know. The dragon hoof had been chewed on, so what did a dragon claw taste like? The estranged couple accepted that their first time holding hands was in front of outsiders. On the other side, Muin ran away and hid behind a tree to secretly observe. Seeing Dad and Mother holding hands, Muin secretly chuckled. You did that on purpose, Muin. Noya appeared behind Muin at some point, hands on her chest, imitating the manner of an adult like Rosvitha. Sister, you scared me. Muin covered her chest and complained playfully. HMPH, what's so interesting about holding hands? It is. Noya stepped forward and pinched her sister's chubby cheeks. You were deliberate, after all. Woo-woo Tilda Muin was wrong. Muin won't do it again. Sister, let go, let go. The two little ones played and laughed, and before leaving, Muin cast a lingering glance in that direction. She pouted, Dad is really something, needs Muin to teach him how to hold hands. Tusk doesn't know how to take the initiative at all. Noya followed her sister's gaze and silently thought, if only it could be like this all the time. '23. Vol 1ch, 23. Sleeping with the Dragon Mother, bearing offspring with the Dragon Mother, taking a leisurely walk with the Dragon Mother, and once again, holding hands with the Dragon Mother. In an era of advanced information, if Leon's actions were exposed, regardless of his intentions, he would face public scrutiny. After Muin left, they didn't release each other's hands. However, as the awkwardness peaked, it became less noticeable. In such a situation, how much more awkward could it get? Once their hands were held, onlookers were busy shipping and secretly cheering. Leon, blushing, cleared his throat, still holding her hand, his face turning away. If you don't want to hold hands, you can let go, he suggested. Rishvitha, blushing, insisted. It's okay, let's keep holding hands to avoid gossip. Sure, Leon said, glancing at Rishvitha. Recalling her earlier suggestion to get closer, Leon couldn't help but ask, you seem unusually gentle today. For a dragoness, Leon would use gentle only in his daydreams. When saying it aloud, gentle might be more appropriate. Is that so? Rishvitha inquired. Yes, Leon confirmed. Rishvitha's pupils flickered, calculating something, but she quickly resumed her serious demeanor. It seems I have tamed you, Dragon Slayer. Now that we get along well, you're the one who seems uncomfortable. Leon adopted a playful tone, bantering, talking about being comfortable or not. It seems the tiger has fallen into the plains and is bullied by the dog. Rishvitha raised an eyebrow, playfully tightening her grip. Wrong, it's the tiger that has fallen into the plains and been taken by the dragon. She deliberately prolonged the tone, leaving it as a cliffhanger. Leon turned his head, intrigued. Taken by the dragon. Taken by the dragon rider. Damn. Leon rolled his eyes, but realized they were still holding hands. The fingers were interlocked, making it difficult to shake them off. This unintentional shake made them truly feel the sensation of holding hands. With palms facing each other, heat couldn't escape, and soon a thin layer of sweat appeared. Their steps stirred their hands, allowing them to rub each other's palms. It felt tingling and ticklish, causing an itching sensation in their hearts. There are chairs ahead. Let's sit for a while, Rishvitha suggested. Okay. As they both sat down, they instinctively withdrew their hands. At that moment, they both breathed a sigh of relief, but they felt the emptiness in their palms and the coolness that followed. Leon didn't take the initiative to hold Rishvitha's hand again. Leaning against the chair, he enjoyed the warm sunlight, finding comfort in its rays. It could temporarily help him forget the loneliness of being away from home. She glanced at Leon, whose eyes were closed and savoring the moment, thought for a moment and asked, "Do you miss home?" "Yeah," he replied. However, though his attitude seemed somewhat perfunctory, his inner feelings were genuine. He truly missed home. Rishvitha's pupils trembled slightly as she asked, "Your parents?" "I grew up in an orphanage and never met my parents. My master and mistress adopted me." "Oh, then we're similar. Are you an orphan?" It was a bit tense, like scolding someone. But Leon, being straightforward and candid, didn't think too much about it. Fortunately, Rishvitha didn't really understand the human social logic of cursing. She just shook her head and earnestly responded, "No, what I mean is, I haven't met my father and mother either. Our grandmother raised my sister and me." As she said this, she slightly lowered her head, finally willing to change her dignified and elegant sitting posture. Leon opened his eyes just a sliver, secretly sizing her up. The proud queen, at this moment, appeared a bit lonely. Leon closed his eyes again, with no intention of empathizing with her, just teasing as usual. "Oh, that explains it." Rishvitha looked at him. "Explains what?" "That explains why you're not good at being a mom." "I'm not good at being a mom, being a mother. You see, when Muin and the others aren't around, you always use the word mother." Rishvitha frowned. Is there something wrong with the term mother? Then, how do they address you? They call me Dad. Leon shrugged. See, according to the usual way of addressing, Dad is always paired with Mom. Muin prefers to call me Dad instead of Father, indicating that she prefers this more affectionate term. Isn't the term mother endearing? Risvitha asked seriously. Of course, it's not that it's not endearing, it's just too formal. It makes things a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Risvitha contemplated for a moment and nodded. Okay. No need. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. She added, except for letting you go home. Leon chuckled, but didn't say anything. After the topic was addressed, they remained silent for about 20 minutes. Risvitha slowly stood up and said, Let's go. We have another place to go. What place? Well, actually, inviting you out this time wasn't just for a walk. I also want to show you something. Risvitha said, I can't let you go home, but this should help alleviate your troubles. Leon didn't inquire about what it was but squinted at Risvitha. You're really acting a bit strange today, Mother Dragon. Risvitha shrugged, since you don't believe me, forget it. Let's just go back now. With that, Risvitha turned around and walked back the way they came. But she heard Leon calling from behind before she could take a couple of steps. Hey, take me to see what it is. Risvitha, with her back to Leon, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Finally, I'm hooked. "24. Vol 1ch, 24. Risvitha led Leon to a winding path on the back mountain of the temple, stepping on smooth stone steps and gradually heading deeper. Where are we going? Leon asked, following behind. You'll find out when we get there. Leon's steps hesitated. The mountain forest, the atmosphere, the two of them alone. It brought back some unpleasant memories for him. He stood still, swallowed hard, and said, Let me tell you, Mother Dragon, if you're thinking of having me do that thing like last time while watching your temple, it won't work at all because I have zero feelings for your territory. Risvitha walked ahead, chuckled lightly, and without turning her head, she said, Relax, I'm not that unreasonable or ruthless. When it's time to relax, we relax, and when it's time to think about home. She stopped in her tracks, and a towering and imposing iron gate stood before them. Think about home. Leon also noticed the building in front of them. No sign, no guards, just a strict and cold iron gate. This is, Leon asked. Oh, I haven't given it a name. You can call it a warehouse, storage room, or the Queen's treasury, whatever you like, Risvitha replied. Risvitha raised her hand as she spoke, and silver magical energy danced at her fingertips. Then, she infused the magical energy into the keyhole of the iron gate, and the gate slowly opened inward. Risvitha stepped inside. Come in. Leon hesitated for a moment, but silently followed. Passing through the iron gate and walking down a few steps, several rows of neatly arranged display shelves appeared in front of Leon. Leon excitedly ran to a display shelf, examining a finely crafted bracelet. Leon was a knowledgeable dragon slayer and could instantly tell the bracelet's extravagance and rarity. If this were in the Empire, it could sell for at least a few 100,000 gold coins. That's the bracelet my grandmother gave me for my coming-of-age ceremony, Risvitha explained. Leon nodded and then turned his gaze to other collectibles. His attention was fully absorbed by these precious collectibles, completely unaware that Risvitha quietly closed and locked the iron door of the treasury. After a while, Leon collected his excitement, typical of a country bumpkin entering the city, and asked, Why did you bring me here? Oh, found it right here. Before Leon could voice his confusion, Risvitha tiptoed and retrieved a box from the top shelf. They placed the box on the ground, and Risvitha gently blew off the accumulated dust. I just told you things that can temporarily make you forget your worries. With that, Risvitha aimed the opening of the box towards Leon and then opened it. Leon looked inside with curiosity. But when he saw what was inside, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Leon's eyes widened, his mouth slightly ajar, and the black pupils reflected that long-lost companion after 2 years. Black gold war machine. Crafted by the Empire's finest artisans, The armor had accompanied Leon in battles from the north to the south, countless times shielding him from fatal harm. Leon slowly reached out, his fingertips brushing the armor's surface gently. The familiar texture, devoid of any signs of aging, clearly indicated that Risvitha had meticulously maintained this set of armor over the past 2 years. "How about trying it on?" Risvitha suggested. "Huh? What's with the huh? Try it on." "Oh." Leon took out the various parts of the black and gold war machine from the box and skillfully put them on one by one. After donning the armor, Risvitha clasped her hands together, squinted her eyes, and said with anticipation, "It looks very handsome, just as handsome as when you were wielding a sword to chop off my head back then." "How you dragons interpret positive and negative words is unpredictable," Leon commented. Leon happily admired the black and gold war machine on himself. Indeed, the old buddy still looked as majestic as back in the day. Leon suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a small notch in the chest plate. "How did this happen?" "The black and gold war machine has a self-repair function. It should have fully recovered in 2 years," Leon inquired. Risvitha shook her head, not sure, maybe it got accidentally bumped or scratched. "Is that so?" He wiped the notch, and fortunately it wasn't too large. You wouldn't notice it without a close look. He grinned like a child who had just received a new toy. "Thanks, Risvitha. I didn't expect you to have a human touch." "Thanks." "Yeah, th." Leon lifted his head, but his smile instantly froze. Because the aura emitted by the dragoness in front of him had completely changed. Gentle, elegant, dignified, everything vanished when Leon locked eyes with her. In her silver dragon eyes danced pink hearts, and dragon patterns seemed to shimmer beneath the fabric on her chest. The queen grinned, revealing a slightly unhealthy smile, step by step approaching Leon. "Dragoness, before you go crazy, let me remind you that the black and gold war machine is enchanted, enhancing various wearer attributes. So, I might not be afraid of you now." With the capital to resist, Leon straightened his spine. However, Risvitha just smirked contemptuously, still approaching Leon. "I've meticulously maintained this set of armor for 2 years. Do you think I wouldn't have done anything to it?" Leon was startled. What? Risvitha raised her hand and snapped her fingers gracefully. Leon's black and gold war machine instantly became incredibly heavy, dragging him to the ground. At the same time, dragon patterns slowly appeared on the chest plate. The reaction of the dragon patterns was more intense than usual. Risvitha flipped the immobile Leon over, making him lie flat. Then, she straddled his armor with long legs. "Do you think I forgot about what happened 3 days ago? I've been acting like a good girl all day, and you fell for it." The queen smiled. "How was my acting? Pretty good, huh?" Leon's pupils trembled. "You haven't seen your parents either. You'd let Mew and Noya call you Mom, and the hand-holding." Being a dragon knight wasn't the first time for Leon. He could endure it reluctantly. But he couldn't tolerate Risvitha deceiving him like this. "No, those were all true. But it doesn't change what I will do to you now, Leon." She opened her collar, unleashing the long-awaited dragon pattern. "How did you describe it 3 days ago?" "Oh, you said I like conquest. I'll conquer you now. Are you ready, my dear husband Tilda?" "25. Vol 1ch, 25. The sensation brought by the double dragon patterns was equally heightened. Risvitha could achieve an exaggerated effect similar to a sensational explosion by gently gliding her fingertips over Leon's skin. Leon bit his lip, furrowed his brow, and clenched his fists tightly, exerting great effort to suppress his instincts and impulses. However, the electric surge brought by the dragon patterns was washing over his teetering sanity like a fierce flood. Risvitha didn't even need much of an intro to him. Just looking down at him, smiling at him, could ignite the fierce fire within him. "Double dragon patterns, what kind of experience is that, Leon? Can you tell me?" She smiled, a captivating and charming smile, like an enchanting fairy. In moments of excitement, there are only 2 things on a dragon's mind: destruction and conquest. Apart from that, they didn't think about anything else at all. and Risvitha was currently in this state of excitement. Leon was restraining his impulses. Similarly, Risvitha was suppressing her dragon instincts. She wanted so much to blend her flesh with the prey in front of her, to destroy his body, will, and dignity, to use the most unbearable means to force him to beg for mercy in front of her, to indulge in the desire to conquer within her heart. But she couldn't yet. She wanted to slowly, bit by bit, thoroughly enjoy and torment everything about the person beneath her. Leon's patience, his resistance, and the appearance of someone who clearly wanted to let go of reason and indulge in the queen's tenderness, but due to the pitiful pride of the dragon slayer, desperately held onto his bottom line. All of these were spoils of revenge for Risvitha. Risvitha extended her hand, gently brushing Leon's feverish cheek with the back of her hand. Admiring the resolute yet determined face, she sincerely praised her nominal husband. "You still look handsome, Leon, much like 2 years ago. The scars on your face have faded, but there's an added touch of exhaustion and maturity, giving you the essence of a seasoned man." A simple touch had already stirred the fire deep within Leon's heart. He clenched his teeth, clinging to his last shred of reason. However, he was also aware that, in the end, he still could not resist the resonance of the dragon pattern. Moreover, Risvitha had tampered with his armor, adding another layer of dragon pattern. Under the doubled impact, no one could withstand it at all, and this was the back mountain far from the temple, with no one around. Risvitha could fully unleash her wild side here without any restraint or concern. Damn it. Leon growled slowly. The response of the dragon pattern became even stronger, and he could no longer resist. Risvitha's eyes curve into two crescents, filled with endless ambiguity and tenderness. Leon. The dragon pattern similarly washed over Risvitha's reason. She has even started calling Leon's name involuntarily. Suddenly, the queen's waist softened, instantly resting on the breastplate of the black gold war chariot. The firm armor slightly deformed those two plump mounds. Leon secretly rejoiced that there was still a layer of armor between Risvitha and himself. Otherwise, they would have their dragon patterns close to each other now. However, Leon's happiness was premature. Then, Risvitha slowly approached his face. Silver strands of hair fell from her side, and the tips lightly tickled Leon's forehead and nose. Ticklish and tingling, but what itched even more was Leon's heart. Their lips were very close, just the width of a finger apart. Leon could even feel the scalding breath of Risvitha spraying on his face. This was an initiative she had never taken before. Getting so close, so close. Close enough that with a slightly deeper breath, their lips could touch. Risvitha. HMPH, this is just revenge, Leon. Leon's vision became increasingly blurry, and his breath grew heavier. Before the dragon pattern completely consumed his consciousness, the last scene he saw was Risvitha's emotional and tender dragon eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Leon slowly woke up. Every muscle and joint ached, and a slight movement caused the bones to crackle. It felt as if someone had broken all the bones in his body and then put them back together. Gritting his teeth, he sat up and leaned against the cold wall behind him. Lifting his head to look forward, Risvitha seemed to have just recovered from exhaustion, dressing herself methodically. The glow of the dragon pattern, like a dawn bonfire, flickered twice and then extinguished. After dressing, Risvitha meticulously placed the scattered black gold war chariot components back into the box. Her movements were light and careful, showing a high level of seriousness. After returning the box to its place, Risvitha walked slowly to a spot about 3 meters in front of Leon and sat down against one side of a display rack. The queen also looked weary, with a lingering flush on her face. Her tail lay limp by her side, and her silver hair seemed slightly disheveled. Leon's buttock rested against the cold stone wall, and despite his heavy eyelids, he still responded to Risvitha's gaze. The atmosphere between them was delicate, as if the lively moments from just now had never happened. "I want to rest for a bit before heading back," Leon said. "Okay." Her voice sounded a bit hoarse. Probably got too involved in the play just now, and her throat was a bit hoarse. Leon looked at her tired appearance, sensing that her mood also seemed a bit low. Through several instances of contact, Leon had already noticed this. But thinking about it, it was normal. While humiliating Leon through this method, she was also tormenting her own boundaries and inner self. The thrill of revenge existed only at the moment, not afterwards. But Leon didn't actively ask or express concern for Rosvitha. Anyway, she would be fine again in a few minutes, returning to that aloof and scheming Silver Dragon Queen. Leon silently leaned against the corner, head lowered, silent. Sizzling. Again, the sound of fabric rubbing against skin. Leon thought Rosvitha was getting up to leave, so he looked up. To his surprise, Rosvitha gradually crawled towards him. Using her palms and knees to touch the ground, her tail casually behind her. Even though Leon had clearly seen her, she pretended to approach him cautiously, like a cautious and playful cat. Leon pursed his lips, shrinking. "What are you doing?" She crawled in front of Leon, one hand propped on his thigh, and the other gently lifted his chin. Their noses were close, like the almost kiss during their intimate moments earlier. However, at this moment, Rosvitha's dragon eyes were no longer filled with emotional tenderness, but rather a very familiar playfulness and teasing. Just as Leon had thought a moment ago, the low mood passed, and she reverted to that scheming queen. The queen said softly, "Leon, your body doesn't seem as vigorous as before, huh?" 26. Vol 1ch, 26. Leon's physique wasn't as robust as before. Not as robust as before Tilda. "Ah," Leon exclaimed, abruptly waking up from his dream. He gasped heavily, cold sweat streaming down his body. After sitting on the bed to calm down, Leon's body softened, leaning against the bedhead. He glanced towards the window. Faint moonlight spilt in, accompanied by the continuous chorus of cicadas. Leon swallowed, covered his heart that was still pounding, closed his eyes, and began to recall the dream he just had. It wasn't a nightmare at all. It was a vivid memory from the daytime when he and Rosvitha were in the warehouse. After the rain, he sat on the ground, chatting with Rosvitha. Rosvitha, with a hint of doubt, mentioned that his body wasn't as strong as before. Leon quickly opened his eyes and shook his head, trying to expel that awkward scene from his mind. Wiping his face with cold water in the bathroom, he dragged his heavy body back to bed. Exhaustion instantly engulfed him, waves of drowsiness rolling over, and Leon fell into a deep sleep. Before completely drifting off, Leon mumbled in a daze, "Damn Mother Dragon, how dare she say that about me?" The next morning, Leon was awakened by knocking on the door. He put on his clothes and groggily went to open the door. He expected it to be Muin, but Rosvitha and Noya were outside the door. A stubborn donkey. And her stubborn donkey daughter, he thought. "Good morning, Leon," Rosvitha greeted politely. "Morning," Leon replied. Then, looking down at Noya, "Good morning to you too, Noya." "Yeah, morning." Leon didn't insist on it because his elder daughter was still unwilling to shake hands. He looked at Rosvitha. "Is there something you need?" "Did Noya say a few days ago that she wanted to go to the Dragonling department of St. High's Academy? The academy has rigorous entrance tests. I hope that you can tutor Noya in cultural knowledge this month." Leon's thoughts shifted slightly. He didn't immediately respond but turned to Noya. "I would like to talk to Mom alone. Can you go inside and wait for me, Noya?" Noya nodded and walked into the house. "What's the matter?" Rosvitha asked. "I can teach Noya some basic cultural knowledge, but in return, I would like to negotiate for something equivalent, like the walk we had before when Muin learned to write her name or something else." Rosvitha raised an eyebrow. "Are you bargaining with me?" "I certainly can. Hopefully, after all." The queen lowered her eyes, pretending to glance at Leon's lower body casually, then added meaningfully, "After all, you know, so, for now, you can only prove your worth in other areas." Leon blinked as if recalling something, chuckled, and said, "A deal. How come I remember someone saying a few days ago that they didn't need to promise me anything?" Facing Leon's teasing, Rosvitha smiled it off. "I was just afraid that someone might suddenly fall ill again, seeking revenge for a momentary thrill, and then getting knocked out by my punch for 3 days." "All right, it's a deal." Leon couldn't help but feel a sharp pain, as Risvitha's cutting words pierced his vulnerable heart. Risvitha looked at him, satisfied with the helpless expression on his face, and smiled. "So, study well, I'm leaving." With that, Risvitha turned and walked towards the corridor. Leon was about to close the door. Before he could fully close the door, he heard Risvitha delivering another blow from a distance. "Oh, by the way, dear husband, don't get too tired, Tilda." She feigned a concerned look, indicating a goodbye to Leon. Leon slammed the door shut. "What's wrong? Did you have another argument with Mom?" Noya peeked out of the room. "No, just casual conversation. Wait a moment, what did you just call her?" "Mom." Leon's eyes lit up and he excitedly walked over, crouching in front of Noya. "Did she ask you to call her that?" "Yeah, we talked about it this morning, and she asked me to call her that." Well, the matter he discussed with Risvitha yesterday, she already tried to have Noya call her this morning. The mother dragon was dishonest, but still had efficient actions. In the midst of the surprise, Leon asked again, "Oh, so do you think the previous name was better, or is the current one better?" Noya thought seriously and answered, "The current one." A father knew his daughter best. See, mother dragon, that was the instinct of a father. Noya looked at Leon, who suddenly became inexplicably happy, gave him a disdainful glance, and then said, "When do we start studying?" Leon immediately got up and went to open the door. Anna handed over several thick books in her hands. They were heavy, with a substantial weight. These books cover fundamental magical theory, a general overview of dragon history, and the organization of some daily knowledge. They are all topics that will be tested in the entrance exams at St. High's Academy, Anna explained. "Okay, I understand. Well then, we won't disturb Prince Leon teaching His Highness. We'll take our leave." After hesitating, Leon suddenly said, "Hey, wait a moment, Anna. Is there anything else, Your Highness?" "Later, bring me 2 books related to medicinal herbs." Anna's eyes twitched slightly, not understanding why the prince wanted books related to medicinal herbs. However, since the prince requested, Anna would comply without conditions. "All right, Your Highness, someone will bring them to you shortly." "Yes, thank you." Anna gave a slight bow and then left the room. Holding the books, Leon returned to the room and with a thud placed the books on the table. He tapped the topmost book and looked at Noya. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." Because tutoring Noya wasn't something that had been discussed between Leon and Risvitha before, and Leon hadn't prepared for it. Therefore, he could only start with some basic topics for Noya. However, as he flipped through a book titled Basic Knowledge of Dragon Physiology, for quite some time, he didn't start talking. Noya couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you started yet?" "If it's not working out, I can learn independently," Noya said. Leon's gaze didn't leave the books. "These things are too simple for you. You can look at them on your own when you go back. There's no need for us to waste time on this." Risvitha had told Leon some things about Noya yesterday during their leisure time. He knew that Noya was very intelligent, with a high level of comprehension. So it was true that there was no need to waste time specifically explaining these things. Muin's teaching methods didn't apply to Noya. Upon hearing Leon said this, Noya's normally icy expression showed a rare hint of surprise. Did this mean he acknowledged her abilities? Did he not view her as a child? Noya bit her lip, lowered her head, and played with the tip of her tail, making it difficult to describe her emotions. Actually, she didn't have much expectation for Leon before coming. A homey dad who seemed only capable of caring for children. What knowledge could he teach her? However, Leon changed Noya's impression of him after today's close interaction. Perhaps, this father-daughter session could help Noya better understand the man in front of her. 27. Vol 1ch, 27. In the end, Leon devised effective tutoring methods suitable for Noya's current situation. Among the books just delivered by head maid Anna were some past test papers from St. High's Academy. Leon quickly glanced at these test questions, all related to dragon knowledge. Seeing this, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. As a top dragon slayer in the Empire, he believed he understood dragons better than the dragons themselves. Even though his body wasn't as capable as before, He hadn't forgotten the knowledge he acquired. Leon planned to teach Noya using his understanding of dragons, test questions, and content from dragon-related books. Leon formulated the supplementary study plans swiftly. As a former top Dragon Slayer graduate of the Dragon Slayer Academy, he said, "Okay, Noya, let's get started officially. The first thing we're learning is how dragons use magic." He pushed a basic magic book in front of Noya and said, "This book is well designed. The titles in the table of contents are clear and concise, covering the corresponding content. My idea is this. First, quickly scan through the table of contents. Then, based on the levels of easy to understand, somewhat understandable, and completely incomprehensible, use green, yellow, and red pens to mark the titles. Because I just checked the information from previous years and found that to pass the entrance test for St. High's Academy, it's generally prepared a year in advance. But we only have 1 month left. So we must try every possible way to improve the efficiency of our review. I believe in you, Noya. You can do it. Once you're ready, let's begin." Leon pushed the pens of 3 different colors and the book of magic basics she needed to study in front of her. Noya's emotional control was impeccable. Although surprised by the efficiency of this dad taking care of the child, she didn't act too much like a child. After taking the book and pen, she started marking the table of contents according to Leon's method. Watching his eldest daughter's serious demeanor, Leon felt quite satisfied. There was no unnecessary communication, no meaningless questions. Everything was for the sake of efficiency. However, teaching a student like Noya put some pressure on Leon as a teacher. Noya's learning ability was undoubtedly much stronger than Muin's, and Leon must always stay ahead as the one imparting knowledge to her. "It's all marked." Noya's voice brought him back from his memories. Leon collected his thoughts, took the book, and checked the table of contents annotated by Noya. "Yeah, not bad. 70% of the difficulty is in green and yellow, and only a few chapters are too challenging for you to understand, right?" Noya nodded. "Okay, these are just a simple overview of our learning framework. Just because we marked something in yellow doesn't mean we truly don't understand it. Similarly, not everything marked in yellow is necessarily fully understood. So, in the next step, I'll focus on explaining the chapters you marked in yellow, and we can discover any issues during the explanation, all right?" "Okay." Leon nodded and began explaining the sections Noya had marked in yellow. Class time passed quickly, and 3 hours flew by. Leon wrote and drew on the book, covering all the key points with Noya. The next step was the practical application to understand the knowledge truly. He found a set of past test questions. Let's go through the questions first. This way, we can visually identify where we still need improvement. Let's begin our shortcomings. Noya noticed that Leon often used these terms to refer to both of them. And he rarely used expressions like, "Do you understand?" or the like. Noya didn't know if he did it intentionally or not, but this way of speaking made it easy for people to follow his train of thought. Noya shook her head, choosing not to dwell on things outside of studying. She took the test paper, picked up a pen, and answered the questions. The test questions mainly were comprehension and straightforward, without any numerical calculations, so Noya quickly handled them. She bit the eraser of her pencil, furrowed her brow, and patiently examined each question. It was hard to imagine a child over 1 year old being so focused on thinking. After arriving at an answer, Noya's usually expressionless face unconsciously broke into a smile. But as soon as she noticed Leon watching her from the side, she immediately reverted to her usual expressionless demeanor. It was quite adorable. This cuteness was different from Muin's. It was more subtle and reserved. 20 minutes later, she handed the test paper to Leon. Leon checked the answers and finally calculated Noya's score. Out of 100 points, guess how much you scored? Leon wanted to use this opportunity to ease the tense studying atmosphere. 50. 62. Oh. Leon put down the test paper and said with a smile, "You got 62 on your first attempt, which is already impressive." "Thank you." "What did you say?" Leon didn't hear clearly. "Nothing." Noya nodded in acknowledgement and didn't ask further. Leon stretched lazily, stood up to loosen his muscles, and then sat back down to prepare for the afternoon teaching. As he had thought, having an intelligent student wasn't easy. He had to stay ahead of Noya to guide her properly. Of course, he probably guessed the other reason why Risvitha specifically asked him to teach Noya. It was to take the opportunity to let the eldest daughter torment Leon a bit. Muin naturally had a fondness for Leon, and it was unnecessary to cultivate their relationship too much. But Noya was different. At such a young age, she had her thoughts and way of doing things, making it difficult for her to accept someone who had been in a coma for 2 years as her father. Of course, besides this, Leon faintly felt that Noya harbored some resentment towards him, and there were likely other reasons for it. With her intelligence, she might have already noticed that the man who should be called father didn't have such a good relationship with her mom, right? So, in this teaching session, Leon wouldn't just go through the motions, and he wouldn't consider the eldest daughter to be a torment to himself. He would take it seriously, hoping to change some of Noya's views about him, and then rebel against her. (28) Vol 1ch, 28. The focus of this afternoon's tutoring would be on Noya's incorrect questions. After reviewing the wrong answers, Leon discovered that his eldest daughter had a very accurate assessment of her abilities. Almost all her incorrect responses were from chapters labeled with red difficulty levels in the table of contents. However, she answered correctly in chapters with green and yellow difficulty levels. This way, they could significantly reduce the time spent on the wrong path. Learning was like treating an illness. It got better faster when they addressed the specific issues. Throughout the entire afternoon, Noya learned a lot of new knowledge. As she was leaving, she finally managed to say to Leon openly, "Thank you." The thank you relieved the old father's heart. Leon suppressed the urge to let his mouth curl into a smile and said, "No problem, it's what I should do." The eldest daughter nodded, holding the homework Leon had assigned to her. She turned, stood on tiptoe, raised her arm, grasped the doorknob, opened the door, and left. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look out of the window. It was almost night. He quickly finished dinner and then sat back at his desk. The basic medicinal herb books the maid Anna had brought were on the table. Also, at noon, he had asked Noya to bring him a few chili peppers. Leon picked up one, examined it, and muttered, "These chili peppers are no different from the ones Master grows." With that, he took a bite and chewed. 2 seconds later, water, 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 water. He crawled to the sink, turned on the faucet, and cold water rushed into his mouth, but it didn't neutralize the intense sensation from the crazy chili pepper. Leon, overwhelmed by the spiciness, covered his mouth and rolled on the ground. It felt as if someone had stuffed a scorching hot piece of charcoal into his mouth. Leon eased up a bit after struggling with his taste buds for a few minutes. Tears streamed down his face, and his lips were numb, as if he couldn't feel the presence of his lips anymore. If your dragon clan's daily meals are all this spicy, you'll get hemorrhoids sooner or later. After grumbling in frustration, Leon climbed up from the ground and returned to his desk. After this ordeal, the exhaustion from the day disappeared. Leon wiped his face, rallied his spirits, and began preparing for tomorrow's teaching. In a trance, he felt like he had returned to his days at the dragon-slaying academy. He wouldn't let himself have idle time, whether it was reviewing or previewing. No wonder his roommate said he was a bookworm. Studying late into the night, when he felt too tired, Leon would chew on a chili pepper his master had given him. It provided an excellent, refreshing effect. He had recently awakened from a coma and should have rested more. However, Noya would take the entrance test next month, so he had to make the most of his time to prepare lessons and create a rigorous and efficient study plan. Therefore, when his body couldn't endure much, Leon had to force himself to stay alert by chewing on chili peppers. And when it came to dragon peppers, indeed, they could satisfy his needs far beyond Leon's expectations. His focus during the study was so intense that it was already well past 11 in the evening when he remembered to take a break. He rubbed his slightly heavy eyes, feeling the exhaustion, and grabbed a chili pepper from beside him, taking a bite. The sharp and refreshing sensation surged in an instant, and all fatigue vanished. Leon tightly gripped his thigh, enduring the fiery spiciness in his mouth. After easing up a bit, Leon set aside the prepared teaching materials and plans, instead turning to the drawer to take out those several herbal medicine books. To be honest, it was shameful. Risvitha's comment, "Your body is not as strong as before," felt like a dagger in Leon's pride. And it just so happened that all bookworms shared a common trait. They were both stubborn and loved to argue about trivial details. When he asked the maid Anna for books on medicinal herbs in the morning, it was to see if anything could replace his current nutritional supplements. Relying solely on nutritional supplements, it would take ages for his body to recover to normal levels. Leon couldn't allow that mother dragon to look down on him. He wanted Risvitha to pay a painful price for her comment, "Your body is not as strong as before." With this in mind, Leon ignited his determination, opened the medicinal herb book, and looked up the information he might need. Red sap dragon fruit, delicious flesh. The pit can be used as a medicinal herb, with the effect of regulating qi and blood. Not useful. Dark lotus grass, the external application can alleviate certain degrees of external injuries. Internal use can regulate digestive functions. Darn, your dragon herbs really serve dual purposes. Dragon kidney protector, with darn, what an abstract name for a dragon kidney protector. Sounds so unserious. At a glance, it's... He mocked, squinting slightly, his gaze falling on the subsequent introduction. Hiss, as expected, it really fits my stereotypical impression of this name. But what Leon needed wasn't a drug, with such a direct and intense function, as dragon kidney protector. He still wanted something focused on nourishing the body and supplementing. However, after flipping through the book for a while, Leon still didn't find the medicine he sought. Just as he was about to check another book, the door lock suddenly made a noise. Leon quickly hid the basic medicine book and placed the materials Noya would need tomorrow on the table. The visitor was none other than Risvitha. "Oh, still not asleep," she said, walking towards the inner room. "Yeah," Leon replied, pretending to be calm and gloomy. Risvitha walked slowly to the edge of the bed and sat down. She raised her long legs, propped herself up with one hand, and placed the other on her knee, lazily showing a hint of fatigue. Leon pursed his lips, feeling the dragon mark on his chest. Luckily, there was no reaction. It seemed that the mother dragon wasn't here tonight to scold him. Despite this, Leon didn't initiate a conversation with her. Instead, he reviewed the supplementary study plan he had prepared earlier, checking for shortcomings. Risvitha's gaze shifted slowly from Leon to the chili peppers on his desk. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are you eating chili peppers?" "For staying alert." "Yeah, staying alert." "Yeah, Noya has the entrance test next month. Normally, it should be prepared a year in advance, but we don't have that much time. So, pulling some late nights to put in extra effort," Leon said, adjusting his teaching materials without looking back. After a pause, Leon added, "Also, I want to thank you." Risvitha raised an eyebrow. "Thank me?" "Yeah, thank you for giving birth to our daughter. You're so smart. I am confident I can help her pass the test within a month." The queen chuckled, "Noya takes after me." Leon paused, finally putting down the plan and turning around with a severe expression, asking, "How did you come to this conclusion?" Risvitha blinked, seemingly caught off guard by Leon's question. Well, I am. I entered the Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy at 10 and graduated at 15 with top scores in both written and practical exams. I received all the highest-level scholarships for 5 years, and at graduation, the principal personally honored me. I am also the first underage graduate in the Academy's nearly century-long history. After graduation, I won championships in all the skill competitions within the Dragon Slayer army. Leon looked into Risvitha's eyes and asked deliberately, "So, Your Majesty, what championships do you have?" Risvitha was left speechless by this guy's retort. Honestly, she really hadn't expected Leon to be a top student. She had always considered him a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. However, she was not about to praise Leon to his face. In response to Leon's questioning, Risvitha replied casually, "So, you're quite impressive." "Of course." How did you end up being my captive then? Leon. The silence broke through. 29. Vol 1ch, 29. The queen smiled with satisfaction, her eyes forming two crescent moons. Leon couldn't discern if she was mocking him or found their recent conversation amusing as she laughed. He silently turned around, continuing to modify the tutoring plan. Wrestle. Fabric rubbed against the sheets, followed by the gradually approaching sound of high heels. After a moment, a faint fragrance wafted from behind Leon. That was the fragrance of Risvitha. Leon had smelled it many times. She reached for a chili pepper on the table, smelled it in front of her nose, and immediately furrowed her brow. Indeed, the smell was quite pungent. Even a dragon-like Risvitha found it too strong. Surprisingly, Leon considered it a refreshing tonic. It was daring. Risvitha put down the chili pepper and reached her hand towards Leon's chin. Before Leon could react, she abruptly pinched his chin, forcing him to turn his head to look at her. Risvitha's fingertips conveyed a scalding sensation. Up close, Leon's entire cheeks and lips were red, and there were traces of tears in the corners of his eyes. She gently flicked Leon's burning lower lip with her thumb, not applying too much force. If you want to refresh yourself, ask Anna for coffee. What's the difference between this and self-harm? I drank coffee for half a year during school. You build up a tolerance and it becomes ineffective. Chili is more straightforward, Leon replied. But this is dragon pepper. Aren't you a human afraid you can't handle it? Don't underestimate me. All right, once he became stubborn like this, he was just like Risvitha, and even 8 oxen couldn't pull him back. Risvitha chuckled and withdrew her hand. Leon pursed his tingling lips, secretly enjoying being touched on the face by Risvitha. He did not have any strange fetishes, but because Risvitha's fingertips were pleasantly cool, when they touched his hot cheeks, it felt comfortable. The thought of it seemed a bit perverse. Rest early, don't eat too many peppers. If your mouth gets too spicy, you'll have to teach Noya using sign language, the queen advised. With that, the high heels queen leisurely left the bedroom. The door clicked as it locked, and the light from the corridor seeped in through the crack as Risvitha exited the room. Leon breathed a sigh of relief, and once he was sure Risvitha had gone far enough, he took out the medicinal book again and continued reading. In the end, he found a medication in a chapter of the last book that met his requirements. The name of this medicine was indeed a long dolly. Leon took a sharp breath. How is this even more abstract than that dragon kidney guardian? It's not some kind of aphrodisiac, is it? Fortunately, the description of the drug's effects only mentioned that long dolly was a highly efficient tonic, unrelated to virility. Leon's eyes brightened at this point, and he immediately looked further down to find out where he could get this long dolly. However, the result poured cold water on Leon's excited heart. Although the ingredients required for long dolly are common, even the most outstanding pharmacists among the dragons have a low chance of successfully concocting it. As a health tonic, long dolly often finds itself in an awkward situation in the dragon market, valuable but with little demand. Leon rubbed his chin and continued reading. The book also mentioned the method of refining long dolly, emphasizing how difficult it was to perfect the process. Leon pursed his lips and flipped through the pages again. He found that, apart from long dolly meeting his current needs, other drugs were not quite suitable. Moreover, dragon and human ingredients differed significantly, especially in refining methods. So, in someone else's territory, he could only use what belonged to them. After some hesitation, he picked up pen and paper and listed the ingredients for long dolly. He planned to give Anna this list tomorrow, asking her to help gather the required ingredients. Leon couldn't casually leave the room, so this method was his only way to gather the ingredients. At the same time, Leon added some other ingredients to the list. This confused others and prevented them from realizing he intended to refine long dolly. Damn, the more I hear this name, the more abstract it sounds. Your dragon names are so beautiful, like Moon, Hero, Galaxy, and when naming ingredients, it's either Kidney Guardian or Long Dolly. Leon neatly stored the prepared list as he complained, then stood up and went to the bathroom to take another sip of cold water. His mouth still felt numb and spicy. He tried to exhale and found his throat uncomfortable. A mild burning sensation accompanied the passage of warm air over his throat. Tomorrow, I might have to teach Noya using sign language. That might be a bit exaggerated, but the discomfort in his throat was a given. After a brief wash, Leon got into bed and went to sleep. A night passed in silence. The next morning, the maid Anna brought Leon breakfast, and he handed her the list of ingredients he had prepared the night before. Anna didn't ask many questions. She just explained that it would be possible to gather everything tomorrow. Leon said it was okay, there was no rush. After Anna left, Leon brought breakfast into the room, consisting of bread, boiled chicken breast, and a cup of water. There was nothing to complain about. Having this food, Leon felt he had surpassed 99.9% of the defeated captives. He tore off a small piece of bread and put it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he swallowed. But a sharp and painful sensation hit him when the bread reached his throat. Leon quickly took a sip of water, allowing the bread to go smoothly. He raised his hand to touch his throat, feeling a pronounced discomfort even through the flesh. As expected, ate too many peppers. There was a knock on the door. Someone was at the door. Leon set down the bread and went to answer the door. It was Noya. Just her. Good morning, Noya. Leon greeted his eldest daughter with a smile, despite the discomfort. Good morning. Still without any titles, but Leon was used to it. He let Noya into the room. The little ice dragoness held yesterday's homework in her hand and followed Leon into the bedroom. They took their seats in the same positions as yesterday, and Noya handed over her completed homework. After glancing at the paper, Leon heard Noya speak. What's the matter? Here, this is for you. Candy? Leon blinked and asked, what kind of candy is this? Throat lozenges. Leon was a little surprised. For me. Yeah, it's for Mom, not me. Leon didn't expose her. He just took the throat lozenges and said, help me say thank you to your mom. Yeah. So, saying it's from Mom, no issues at all. Noya thought this in her mind. Leon took a throat lozenge to soothe his throat and started checking Noya's test paper simultaneously. Well done, the completion rate is very high, so our main task this morning is to reinforce yesterday's topics. Shall we start now? Noya obediently nodded, okay. Vol 1ch, 30. In the evening, Leon placed a few chili peppers and the box of throat lozenges that Noya gave him during the day on the side. Then, he began preparing for tomorrow's review content and plan. Noya's understanding and talent were truly exceptional. Leon had to keep running ahead of his eldest daughter without stopping. Only then could he ensure she wouldn't be held back in her growth. Raising such an intelligent daughter was like nurturing a strong sapling. He had to continuously water, nurture, and provide her with a constant stream of nourishment for her to grow into a towering tree that could provide shade and shelter. Fortunately, Leon had mastered quite a few efficient learning methods during his time at the Dragon Slaying Academy and developed the habit of staying up late. Otherwise, his daughter and that stubborn mother dragon might have already despised him. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly paused. He realized that he seemed to care more and more about Rosvitha's opinion of him. If the family dinner a few days ago made Leon realize that Rosvitha didn't look down on him at all, in her eyes, Leon was no longer the formidable dragon slayer of the past. Therefore, he had a sudden illness after dinner and taught the queen a lesson. So, what happened afterwards, such as secretly arranging the dragon's strength for body nourishment and currently burning the midnight oil for lesson preparation, the determination to raise a good daughter was somewhat related to Leon caring about Rosvitha's opinion of him. Leon scratched his nose and chuckled. HMPH, it's all for my daughter. It has nothing to do with that mother dragon. This was the first time he said such a thing, but why did it sound familiar? On the day of the double dragon mark in the warehouse, Rosvitha also said something similar. Leon shook his head, refocused his thoughts, and started preparing his lessons earnestly. Until late at night, past 11, drowsiness surged, and Leon grabbed a chili pepper and took a bite. Still, it was as spicy as yesterday. After gulping down a sip of cold water, Leon placed the prepared tutoring materials aside and took out the herbs Anna had brought him during dinner. There were a dozen or so packages, but only 5 or 6 of them were the herbs needed to prepare the long Dolly medicine. Leon unpacked the corresponding herbs, a mix of various kinds. Some he had seen in the Empire, and others were Dragon Clan specialities. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the herbal manual and turned to the page detailing the long Dolly. All right, let's get started. Leon began his pharmaceutical process by mixing and crushing 2 types of herbs, then charring a specific herb to ashes and collecting the powder. He stored it in a bottle for later use. After cleaning the test tube, Leon continued reading. The next step is to mix these 3 herbs, then pour them into the upper clear liquid prepared by Tianlin wood, stir well, and then. Reading this sentence, Leon became fully focused and carefully studied. How to separate the active substances from the mixed powder of several herbs. The book provides 2 methods. One is high temperature separation, but this method has strict temperature requirements, and deviations, either high or low, are not allowed. The second is physical separation, using a high-speed rotation to shake out the necessary active substances. However, the efficiency of physical separation is particularly low. Leon looked at the quantity of his herbs. Using physical separation would definitely not be sufficient. And high-temperature separation also required the use of some professional equipment, such as an alcohol lamp equipped with a fire elemental run. But it was hard to find a test tube in Leon's room, so where would the alcohol lamp come from? In his moment of worry, Leon heard the door lock sound and quickly stuffed a pile of medicinal herbs haphazardly back into the drawer. Clack, clack. Listening to the sound of high heels, he knew it was Risvitha. Hi, the queen walked into the bedroom and greeted him proactively. Leon was shocked, raising an eyebrow. Well, good mood tonight, your majesty. You even said hi to me. Risvitha sat on the edge of the bed, lifted her legs, leaned back slightly, and gazed at Leon with beautiful eyes. My mood is indeed good. The reason is, Noya is happy, you know. When my daughter is happy, I'm happy too. Leon turned around, resting his arms on the back of the chair. How is she happy? Risvitha shrugged. She learned a lot of knowledge she hadn't encountered before. Even with some old knowledge, she gets a different perspective from you and thinks it's great. Leon was slightly surprised. He thought Noya always had a serious face and didn't expect her to express satisfaction privately, especially to Risvitha. He thought Noya was still unwilling to acknowledge him as her father, always with a serious expression, right? He didn't expect her to express satisfaction to Risvitha in private. Leon felt secretly pleased. His daughter was unexpectedly thoughtful, even if she appeared cold. After a pause, Risvitha added, You're doing well too, Leon. Upon hearing this, Leon grinned and was about to burst into laughter. Indeed, it was not easy to hear a dragon mother praise someone. But Risvitha quickly added, Of course, mainly because Noya is inherently intelligent. Leon gave her a sidelong glance, pursed his lips, and continued to try to take credit. That's a given. My daughter is definitely smart. If it weren't for half of your genes, she would definitely be even smarter, Risvitha retorted. Why not say that your half of the genes held her back? Leon countered without hesitation. Because dragons are perfect beings, humans are flawed all over. That's a stereotype. Humans have many virtues, you know. Besides, dragons are not perfect at all. Risvitha raised an eyebrow, tilted her head, and asked with interest, How are dragons not perfect? Dragon race, a dragon race. Inheriting power for thousands of years, the survival method of power made right. The ability to freely switch between human and dragon forms, the astonishing growth rate of dragonlings, and absolute loyalty to mates. Leon scratched his head, realizing that this species seemed to lack obvious flaws. HMPH can't come up with anything, huh? Risvitha said triumphantly. Leon's eyes flickered, and suddenly he blurted out, Your dragon clan has a strong sense of revenge, without specifying how he believed that this dragoness knew exactly what he meant. Risvitha was visibly shocked, clearly not expecting Leon to come up with such a statement. After a brief moment of astonishment, the queen chuckled, not denying it, and simply said, "Rest assured, Dragon Slayer, you'll become even stronger in the future." Really tempted to jump off that 18-meter-high silver dragon temple, Leon said in despair. Risvitha covered her mouth and chuckled, "All right, let's talk about our daughter." "As you wish." "Then you should understand that, in fact, Noya is a very good girl. The box of throat lozenges was her idea to give you, so she's not as cold and aloof as she may appear on the surface." At this point, Risvitha lowered her gaze, and the previously lifted corners of her mouth also settled back. She looked at the tip of her shoe and said quietly, "She's just too mature for her age. She should have the age to enjoy her parents' life peacefully, like Muin, but she has her independent thoughts and needs." Leon seriously pondered the words spoken by Risvitha. Her needs are. "That's something you'll have to figure out slowly. Anyway, one thing you said is correct, Leon. She is your daughter and very intelligent, just like you." Risvitha stood up. It seemed like she was about to end tonight's conversation. But before leaving, Risvitha sniffed and then frowned slightly. "Why is there a medicinal smell?" Leon panicked and quickly stood up, feigning composure. I was a bit tired just now, had a bottle of nutritional supplement, so there's a medicinal smell. This mother dragon must not discover arranging the dragon's strength. Otherwise, she would definitely make a big deal out of it. By then, the little bit of family status Leon had managed to secure would all be gone. Risvitha nodded without further questioning. "All right, I'll have Anna send you more nutritional supplements tomorrow. Take good care of yourself." Leon always felt that the phrase, "take good care of yourself," sounded strange. This mother dragon was definitely hinting at something again. 31. Vol 1ch, 31. Leon stood on the balcony, gazing solemnly at the distant dark clouds. "It's going to rain," he muttered. Today, Noya didn't come for tutoring. According to Risvitha, Noya had a physical training session, so the tutoring was postponed to tomorrow. Perfect timing. It granted Leon a day of personal time. In the morning, he attempted to concoct the dragon's strength following the instructions in the medicinal book, but it ended in complete failure. Leon had anticipated this and analyzed the reasons behind it. As the book stated, the difficulty was extremely high, whether it was high temperature or physical separation. The slightest mistake could lead to complete failure. If the temperature was too high, it caused all the nutrients in the medicinal residue became inactive. It was impossible to refine enough medicinal residue if it was too low. Physical separation required specialized instruments, and Leon's attempts without them proved futile. The distant dark clouds were getting closer, and a suppressed atmosphere came with them. Leon closed the window, returned to the bedroom, and sat in front of the desk, contemplating. "How can I effectively separate the final medicinal residue?" he pondered. Leon sat cross-legged on the chair, absent-mindedly picking up a pen from the table and biting its tip. This was his habit when thinking, effective for increasing concentration. Biting the pen, Leon blinked. Noya seems to like biting pen tips while doing problems too. He chuckled softly, "Truly my daughter." Cracking a small joke, Leon refocused on his contemplation. In a moment of distraction, Leon recalled his old mentor's words. Many years ago, unable to master a magic type, the mentor advised, "If one path doesn't work, explore other paths, kid." Leon whispered, "If one path doesn't work, explore other paths." While contemplating, a strong light suddenly appeared outside the window, followed by a thunderous explosion. Rumbling as if trying to punch a hole through the sky. Leon tilted his head, looking at the lightning that pierced through the distant dark clouds. Lightning, thunder. Leon muttered, "Perhaps I can try using the lightning element, which was never mentioned in the book." If high temperature and rotation cannot separate the medicinal residue, Leon thought of trying a different approach with the thunder element. Coincidentally, his expertise lay in lightning magic. Without hesitation, he held a test tube in one hand and emitted a faint blue light with the other. Despite his weakened state, a small-scale lightning spell was within his capabilities. Leon, skilled in the delicate control of lightning, gained admiration for it. Lightning elemental magic was primarily used for offense, but proper control could be used for more delicate tasks. The powdered medicinal ingredients inside promptly showed a reaction. Leon's eyes lit up. It really works. He wanted to increase the infusion of magical energy, but realized his frail body could only achieve this level for now. The magic, originally intended to torment enemies, might be mistaken for mere itching if used at this intensity against an opponent. Leon sighed quietly, realizing that he could only proceed slowly. After about 40 minutes, the powdered medicinal ingredients in the test tube were distinctly separated into 2 layers. Crafting this small pill with the lowest cost and a basic alchemical setup, Leon marveled at the makeshift process. Leon held the pill between his index finger and thumb, examining it carefully. Medicine for the dragon race, it's quite simple to make. As he marveled, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Leon stashed the long dolly medicine in a drawer and opened the door. It was Muen. "Dad," she exclaimed happily, raising both hands as if asking to be held. Leon bent down, scooping her into his arms. "Good morning, Muen. What brings you to Daddy?" "My sister said she's going for physical training today, and Daddy, you should have free time, so Muen came to find Daddy." Oh. No wonder Muen had been absent during the day, these past few days except for dinner. Seemed like she didn't want to disrupt Leon's teaching schedule, who said only the elder daughter was sensible. This little daughter was still her old father's little comforter. Leon carried Muen into the room, and the father and daughter chatted about interesting things that happened these past days. As they chatted, Muen sniffed. "Daddy, why is there a smell of medicine in your room?" Leon was speechless. "Wait, were the noses of your dragon kind so sensitive?" Yesterday, Risvitha also smelled the medicine. Today, she smelled it too. "There's no medicine smell, Muen. You must have smelled it wrong," Leon said. But Muen stubbornly shook her head. "No, it's not wrong. There's definitely a smell of medicine." Muen jumped down from Leon's lap, followed the scent to the drawer, and pulled it open. Leon wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Muen took out the dragon strength that Leon had just crafted, tilted her head, and asked, "Daddy, what's this? Is it a chocolate candy?" Seeing his little dragon daughter's excitement, Leon quickly walked over and gently held her small hand. This isn't chocolate candy." "Then what is it?" Leon's brain worked quickly as he tried to come up with a reasonable explanation. After a moment of hesitation, Leon spoke seriously. "This is medicine I made for Mom." Muen was momentarily stunned, immediately putting aside his playful demeanor, and asked with concern, "Medicine for Mom? What happened to Mom? Is she sick?" "No, Mommy isn't sick. She's been feeling unwell lately, probably from overworking. So Daddy made this medicine for her to help her relax. I'll give it to her tonight." Muen nodded as if she understood. "Daddy, you must take good care of Mommy, okay?" "Yes, Daddy will." The father and daughter chatted a bit more, and then Muen skipped away. She mentioned that Daddy has been busy with sister's school entrance tests, so she didn't want to disturb him. This time, she only came because Daddy hadn't spent much time with Muen lately, and she missed him a lot. Darn it! This little dragon daughter really knew how to tug at her old father's heartstrings. She was even more heartwarming than the Black Gold War Machine. "Black Gold War Machine, I will burn your dreams, Cosmod." In the evening, after a busy day, Risvitha arrived at the sisters' room where Muen and Noya were. Noya was still in the practice arena of the temple, undergoing physical training. Although it was already somewhat late, Risvitha understood her eldest daughter's temperament. Unless she were tired to the point of being unable to get up, she wouldn't stop. In the sisters' room, only Muen was present. She was sitting on the carpet, playing with her large tail and looking bored. Various small toys had been tossed aside. Upon seeing her mom, Muen immediately stood up and approached. "Mom Tilda." Her address to Risvitha had changed from Mother Supreme to Mom. Just as Leon said, she preferred such an affectionate address. Muen ran to the hem of Risvitha's skirt, hugging her legs and looking up. "Mom, is your body feeling better?" Risvitha blinked, puzzled, then crouched, asking, "Mom's body has always been fine. Why would you ask that?" Muin was shocked. "Dad said you've been working hard lately, and your health hasn't been great. He even specially prepared medicine to help you." Risvitha raised an eyebrow. "He prepared medicine for me? What kind?" It's dark brown, like chocolate candy, very shiny." Dark brown, chocolate candy, body supplement. Risvitha pondered these keywords, then somewhat incredulously muttered, "That guy can prepare a medicine that even alchemists can't handle in a nursery." "Mom." "Oh, nothing." Risvitha paused, recalling a few days ago when she mentioned, "Your body is not as strong as before." She probably guessed the reason behind Leon concocting the medicine for enhanced strength. The mischief inside the queen's belly started to stir, and she told Muin, "Mom is doing well. It's Dad who isn't feeling great." "Is it Dad?" "Yeah, Dad is a man, and men must support the family, so they can't admit to being sick. Therefore, let's not expose Dad but care more about him, okay?" Muin suddenly understood and nodded her little head. "Muin understands. Muin will care more about Dad." Risvitha smiled and pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks. "Muin is really good. Mom will go check on Dad now. You be a good girl and wait for your sister to return, okay?" "Okay, Mom, you must take good care of Dad." Risvitha stood up, gently smiling. "Don't worry, Muin, I will definitely take good care of your dad." "32. Vol 1ch, 32. The rain intensified steadily. Leon lay at the head of the bed, one hand behind his head, the other tossing and catching a small transparent box containing long dolly. Even though the medicine was prepared, he still had some reservations. That was... Leon looked at the several chili peppers on the table. Most of the dragon race's unique foods are beyond humans' physiological tolerance. Leon, since childhood, has been trained like a diamond by his master, and only after growing up did his body become so robust. Eating a few dragon peppers was just a minor matter. But this dragon race nutritional supplement, after consuming it, could the effect be too strong, to the point that Leon's body couldn't handle it, leading to some adverse effects. It might backfire, and instead of recovering, his body could worsen. Leon was tangled, he sighed, tilting his head back and gazing at the ceiling. During his inner turmoil, he heard someone pushing the door open. With closed eyes, he hid the long dolly under the pillow. Without looking, he knew who had come. "Hi, Your Majesty," Leon said lazily. Risvitha sat at the edge of the bed and said, "You took the initiative to greet me tonight." "Yesterday was your initiative. Today it's mine, quite reasonable," Leon said. Risvitha chuckled softly, no longer intending to beat around the bush, and said, "I heard from Muin that you made a special medicine for me, like chocolate candies, to regulate my body. But I know it's actually for yourself, right?" Upon hearing this, Leon immediately dropped his nonchalant demeanor, sat straight, and looked serious. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'm just surprised you could concoct such a rare medicine in a simple environment. I've never seen that kind of medicine. Can you show it to me?" Risvitha smiled, her tone sincere. She genuinely approached Leon with a discussion attitude. In fact, after learning about Long Dolly, she could have used force to take it from Leon. Leon hesitated for a moment, but eventually took out Long Dolly from under the pillow. Risvitha took it, placed it in her palm, and carefully examined it. Upon seeing the real and effective Long Dolly, she acknowledged Leon's talent. Naturally, Leon felt a bit pleased. As Risvitha observed Leon reveling in his satisfaction, she chuckled inwardly. "Indeed, manipulating the mind of a little fool like you is too easy. Just a few compliments, and you're all confused, Tilda." Of course, Risvitha's praise just now was genuinely heartfelt. Leon was momentarily stunned. She didn't make fun of me. He rubbed his nose, a bit unaccustomed to Risvitha's generous praise. But upon seeing the real and effective Long Dolly, she acknowledged Leon's talent. However, Risvitha changed the topic. "But you can't take this medicine, or rather, it's not suitable for you." Leon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why?" "As a complementary medicine for the dragon race, Its medicinal effects are too intense for the human body, and you won't be able to withstand them, replied Risvitha, her tone serious. Risvitha's tone was quite serious. If you want to restore your body's functions as quickly as possible, I can have Anna and the others prepare a different type of nutritional supplement for you. As for this dragon vigor, the frail human body truly cannot bear the power of a dragon. There has never been a precedent for humans taking dragon clan medicine. She is kindly reminding Leon, although it sounds strange to remind an archenemy, with good intentions in mind kindly, Risvitha overlooked one thing. How can Leon, as a dragon slayer, easily admit defeat in front of a dragon? I'm not harming you, Leon. You can keep this medicine, but your human body surely won't be able to endure it. Risvitha, Leon interrupted. Yes. You promised me that you wouldn't let me die, right? Leon said. Risvitha widened her eyes slightly. Leon. Actually, I was still hesitating whether to take this medicine. After hearing what you said, I've decided not to dwell on it anymore. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed outside. Leon lowered his head, and his black bangs covered his eyes, making it difficult for Risvitha to see his expression. He stared intently at the pill in his hand and said in a low voice, "What about the power of the dragon? I've defeated countless dragon kings. A small pill is nothing I can't handle. Risvitha, don't underestimate me. Courage is the anthem of humanity." He seemed to care more about Risvitha's opinion of him. Leon, you. Click. He placed the pill in his mouth, then, without hesitation, he bit it and swallowed. The pill slid down his throat into his stomach. Silence for 2 seconds, and Leon immediately felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Plopped. He clutched his stomach, half kneeling, the burning sensation instantly spreading throughout his entire body. A powerful force surged through his body as if intending to shatter every vein and bone. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, not making a sound. Risvitha hurriedly ran to his side, half crouching down, placing her hand on his shoulder. In an instant, gentle magical energy flowed from Risvitha's palm into Leon's body, attempting to help him break down the potent effects of the pill. This was the first time the Silver Dragon Queen used healing magic, and she was doing so to assist her archenemy. Risvitha furrowed her brow, trying to make her voice sound less shaky. Leon. She gently shook Leon's shoulder, but he kept his eyes closed, his expression contorted in pain. Since awakening, Leon has displayed self-destructive tendencies. If not for his daughters keeping him company, he might have found ways to end his life long ago. Seeing that her healing magic was ineffective, Risvitha hastily stood up, intending to find a dragon healer to treat Leon. However, he grabbed her wrist before she could leave Leon's side. Risvitha turned around, and Leon remained kneeling there, one hand gripping her wrist, the other covering his stomach. Watch closely, Silver Dragon Queen. This is the courage and determination of humans. Click, click. The hand covering his stomach suddenly emitted a faint blue electric light, and Leon's body trembled slightly. Risvitha's pupils shook. Are you using lightning magic on your own body? You really are insane, Leon. Despite her words, she squatted beside Leon, supporting his shoulders and providing as much comfort as possible. At the same time, she used her magical energy to help him disperse the surging force within his body. Unconsciously, she hugged Leon tightly, feeling his pain and trembling. After a moment, Leon ceased trembling, and the electric light from the lightning magic on his body gradually dissipated. He took a brief rest and then tried clenching his fist. It's the familiar power. Seeing this scene, Risvitha also breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't offer congratulations or express any joy for Leon. Risvitha wiped the sweat off her forehead and suddenly realized their embrace might have seemed intimate. Hastily, she stood up and took a couple of steps back. Seeing that Leon was fine, Risvitha was about to turn and leave. But as soon as she turned, she felt like someone had grabbed her tail. With a dark expression, she turned back, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let go, you jerk." Leon, with a somewhat dizzy smile, had a vacant gaze, and his face was slightly flushed as if he had consumed too much alcohol. It was as if he had fallen under some illusionary magic. In Leon's eyes at that moment, Rosvitha was no longer the noble and aloof Silver Dragon Queen. She sat beside him with a sweet and cute smile and a gentle tone like water, unmistakably portraying the image of a long-married couple. And then his next words were even more explosive. "Where are you going, my wife?" 33. Vol 1ch, 33. Rosvitha's mouth twitched slightly. Who is your wife? Let go of me quickly." Trying to retrieve her tail from Leon's hands, Rosvitha spoke. But Leon directly embraced her entire tail in his arms. Rosvitha's waist softened, but she also reached out, pulling at the base of her tail, attempting to snatch it back forcefully. However, Leon, for some unknown reason, not only held onto her tail, but also rubbed his face against it. "Enough already, you jerk. Give me back my tail." Seeing Leon's usual stubborn attitude, Rosvitha found it a bit unusual. What should this behavior be called? Acting drunk? Being cute? Whatever. In any case, give back my tail. Rosvitha pulled on the base of her tail while raising her foot against Leon's chest, using it as a leverage point, starting a tug-of-war with Leon. "Hey, wife." The way he called wife was with proper intonation. It seemed like he was about to enlist. Rosvitha, feeling tired, stood by the bed, hands on her hips, and said, "Believe me, Dragon Slayer, if your future wife really goes back to her parents' home for 2 years, there's only one reason: you've offended your current wife. Wife, please don't be mad at me, Tilda. I won't disappoint you again in the future." Rosvitha scratched her nose. She noticed that even though Leon was currently acting a bit crazy, the way he spoke seemed oddly familiar. After some thought, Rosvitha suddenly realized. Mewin. Truly, he was the real deal. Even Rosvitha couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. But what could be the cause of his current craziness? Rosvitha rubbed her chin, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Long Dolly should only have the effect of strengthening the body. After consuming it, one shouldn't experience this, unclear consciousness, and even hallucinations. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, holding Rosvitha's tail as if cradling a precious object, swaying back and forth. Rosvitha watched him, then raised her hand to her chest, trying to sense the dragon pattern. No response. It seems like he's genuinely just having a fit. Rosvitha had never encountered such symptoms before and didn't know how long they would last. Since the dragon pattern showed no response and her daughters were probably asleep, she wasn't hurrying to leave. Rosvitha sighed with relief and sat down beside Leon. She let him keep holding the tail for now. She didn't plan to snatch it back immediately, but Leon was still a bit restless. "Wife." Rosvitha didn't want to pay him any attention. Wife Tilda. "Go away and die." Wife. Okay, I'm here, what's up, speak." Rosvitha couldn't resist a lunatic who was high on medication. But even though she complained, a deeper blush spread across Rosvitha's face. She didn't even realize it herself, but when Leon called her wife, there was a tiny bit of happiness in her heart. "I want a second child, wife," Leon said seriously. "You haven't properly taken care of the two from the first child, and you're already thinking about a second. Be realistic." "I want a second child. Let's have a second child tomorrow." Rosvitha silently covered her face. This sensation of adult male having a fit version of Mewin was too strong. Could it be that deep down in the heart of this great dragon slayer, there was truly such an abstract side? Okay, we want a second child, not only a second, but also a third and fourth." Rosvitha began to play along. "Anyway, our dragon race doesn't have family planning." "Great, wife, you're amazing." "Moo tilde. Leon pouted and leaned in for a kiss. Rosvitha quickly raised her hand to cover his face. "Don't take advantage of the situation, idiot." "Mooyua." In the end, he gave a kiss on Rosvitha's tail. This was the most speechless night for Rosvitha in the past 200 years. Unfortunately, this might just be the beginning of tonight. "Wife," his tone suddenly changed, becoming deep and intense. "What's wrong now?" Thud. Leon suddenly leaned against Rosvitha's shoulder. Rosvitha shivered but didn't push him away, allowing him to lean against her. Mom and Dad miss you a lot too. He was referring to his master and mistress, right? Risvitha turned her head, her chin inadvertently brushing against his hair. She lifted her hand, gently patting his cheek, and spoke softly. We'll go back once we've settled down. Wife? Yes, really. Wife, you're really great. And with a smooch, he gave a kiss on Risvitha's tail. But this time, the queen didn't disdain or reject. Perhaps he wasn't the fearless empire's dragon slayer at this very moment. He was just a normal young man. Yet, fate being what it was, going back wasn't an option. So, taking advantage of his dizzy mind, she allowed him to indulge in a moment of comfort. Wife. Leon's voice interrupted Risvitha's thoughts, and she instinctively responded. Why did she respond so naturally? As if she was really Leon's wife. Risvitha shook her head, telling herself that she was just going along with the act of a foolish man having a fit. I feel a bit unwell. Risvitha turned to look at him. Where does it hurt? I can't pinpoint where. Leon scratched his chest. It's like my whole body is hot and my chest is itchy. Risvitha's eyes flickered, and she seemed to realize something suddenly in the next second. She pulled open Leon's collar and looked at the dragon pattern on his chest. This is bad. The dragon pattern shimmered with a faint light, and the glow intensified. And the discomfort Leon mentioned earlier also began to manifest in Risvitha. Help me, wife, I feel really uncomfortable. He moved closer, pressing his entire body against Risvitha. He tried to hold her chin and sought a kiss. But Risvitha, maintaining some semblance of composure, turned her head away and pushed away Leon's hand. Don't do this, Leon. But I really feel uncomfortable, wife. Can you help me, please? I know, Without warning, Leon pressed down on Risvitha's shoulders, pinning her to the bed. Leon, you jerk, what are you doing? Risvitha tried to break free, but Leon was no longer in his previous state. He was full of strength. Leon took Risvitha's tail tip into his mouth, freeing up his hands for more meaningful activities. He tore open the front of his shirt, revealing the uncontrollable dragon pattern. This time, the dragon pattern showed some changes. In addition to the faint glow, there were also sparks of electricity. Is that the element of thunder? Risvitha slightly widened her eyes, then noticed another thing. She looked at the tail tip Leon held in his mouth and said helplessly, My tail drags on the ground all day, and you don't mind putting it in your mouth. With his tail in his mouth, Leon mumbled, Wife's tail is fragrant and clean. Well, that's not allowed. Release it from your mouth. Risvitha directly pulled her tail back from Leon's mouth. Meanwhile, the dragon pattern on his chest reacted even more intensely. She didn't know what specific effects the interplay of lightning elements in the dragon pattern's reaction would have, but the immediate sensation from her body was a stronger desire for procreation than in any previous instance. She clutched the sheets beneath her, biting her lower lip, attempting one last resistance before the reason for both was extinguished. No, Leon, don't do this. Leon just lifted his hand, placing his index finger on Risvitha's lips. This silencing gesture alone revealed a different state from moments ago. Within that mocking and frivolous attitude, a mixture of madness and fierceness made refusal unthinkable. All right then, only for tonight. The queen relaxed her tense body ever so slightly. A blush spread across her delicate cheeks, and her consciousness gradually aligned with the delightful sensations brought by the dragon pattern. Boom! A thunderous sound fell, like the signal for battle. Inside the room, there was a melodic rhythm, passionate and unrestrained. Outside, a storm raged, with the sound of thunder rolling. The torrential rain and lightning wove together, each thunderclap with a more powerful downpour. Raindrops fiercely splattered against the windows, creating crisp sounds. The howling wind rushed through the cracks, transforming into an ambiguous, sweet warmth. This was an incessant and continuous rain. It seemed that it wouldn't stop until tomorrow morning. "34. Vol 1ch, 34. Leon woke up from extreme fatigue. Warm sunlight poured in from outside the window, with no signs of last night's storm. Beneath him was a soft but disheveled large bed. Disheveled was an understatement for this bed. Disarray should be used to describe it. He raised his hand to rub his sore temple, but even such a simple movement made his arm joints creak. Immediately following was a burst of explosive pain. Leon groaned in pain, then tried to recall last night's events. He remembered that before losing consciousness, Risvitha came to him asking about Long Dolly. Then that dragoness said that the human body couldn't handle the medicine of the dragon clan. Leon, in a daze, took the medicine. And then, there was no then. His memory had gaps. Rustling sounds of fabric rubbing against the skin came, and Leon turned his head towards the source of the sound. In front of the table was an elegant and demure figure. Silver hair cascaded casually behind her, and the thin straps of her nightgown dangled on her fragrant shoulders. "You're awake," the silver-haired beauty spoke softly with her back turned. Leon pursed his lips, cautiously asking, "Did you just arrive this morning, or did you never leave since last night?" "Not at all." "All right." Then Leon probably knew why the bed was in such disarray. "There's no way to leave even if you wanted to." Risvitha turned around leisurely, propped up on one arm, lazily gazing at Leon with her legs crossed. Leon frowned. "This is your temple. Aren't you supposed to go wherever you want? Why can't you leave?" "You don't remember anything at all." She was slightly surprised, but reacted more as expected. "Remember what?" Risvitha smiled and took a plate of pastries from the table, placing it near Leon's bedside table. "Anna brought them over this morning. Have some." "What is this?" "Cream puffs. Ever tried them?" "Tried them, just didn't know that your dragon kind also eats these things." "HMPH, I don't usually eat them. These pastries might awaken some memories from last night." Leon blinked, puzzled. How could a few cream puffs trigger any memories? Was that stubborn dragoness up to something again? Thinking about this, Leon shook his head. "I'm not hungry. I also don't want to remember what happened last night." "It's not so easy to forget, Dragon Slayer." With that, Risvitha picked up a cream puff and took a bite. Thick and creamy custard oozed out, unintentionally flowing down the corner of Risvitha's mouth. She raised her hand to wipe it away gently, but it wasn't completely wiped away. The remaining custard slid along her perfect jawline, eventually dropping, drop by drop, onto the dragon tattoo on her chest. Leon stared in bewilderment at this scene. "What was this? What were you up to with this early morning act?" "HMPH. Childish." 2 seconds later. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, several images flashed in Leon's mind. They were like fragments of memories, numerous but not continuous. Risvitha with custard at the corner of her mouth and on her chest, her struggling resistance, the culmination of the human-dragon fusion amidst the increasingly fierce storm. And the exhaustion overwhelmed Risvitha, with Leon gently holding her when she wanted to stop, coaxing her to do it again and again and again. "Oh." Leon raised his hands in despair, his 10 fingers tangled in his hair. Before he could finish his exclamation, Risvitha stuffed the cream puff she had just bitten into his mouth. The creamy aroma still carried a hint of Risvitha's lip scent. "I didn't even scream. What are you yelling for?" Risvitha said disdainfully. Leon took a couple of bites from the cream puff, then placed it back on the plate, hastily asking, What did we do last night?" "We did everything we needed to." "Oh, and you begged me to do it with you." After a pause, Risvitha corrected herself. "No, wait, you coaxing me to do it with you." "Ah, no, that's not it." She furrowed her brow, hand on her chin, contemplating the appropriate wording. After a moment, Risvitha suddenly realized. "Oh, tilde, I should say, a mix of coaxing and deceiving." Leon blinked, puzzled. How could a few cream puffs trigger any memories? Was that stubborn dragoness up to something again? Thinking about this, Leon adjusted his mindset and said somewhat smugly, "I admit I might have gone a bit overboard last night. I hope I didn't hurt you too much." Risvitha crossed her arms, looking at his arrogant expression, immediately seeing through his thoughts. "It's fine," Risvitha replied casually. "Oh, come on, how could it be okay with things like this? Miss Risvitha Melkvi, I sincerely apologize. I accidentally unleashed my true power. Leon pretended to look remorseful, but his attitude suddenly changed. Well, now you should be well aware of how good my body is, right? He continued to revel in his satisfaction. Risvitha narrowed her eyes, lowered her arms, and approached him. Leon dropped his smile and slightly leaned back. But Risvitha still grabbed his chin, making him lift his head and meet her gaze. I was pleased with your performance last night, Dragon Slayer. I hope you can maintain this state in the future. Leon. Wait, how did I end up in the romance last night? "35. Vol 1ch, 35. Leon realized he had reached a dead end. You're not as healthy as before, Risvitha commented. You really pleased me with your performance last night. Keep it up, she said. His defenses crumbled in front of Risvitha like paper. Once spoken, they shattered. Leon would rather engage in a 300-round battle with this dragoness on a bloody battlefield than endure her mental attacks in bed all day. Damn. There was a resisting pressure, class at the Dragon Slayer Academy. Risvitha patted Leon's head. All right, tidy up. We still have to give Noya some extra lessons later. Leon moved his almost lifeless arms and legs. My body feels like it's gone back to square one overnight. Let's take a day off before the extra lessons. Risvitha nodded, not forcing him. All right. So easygoing. It seemed she was truly satisfied last night. Leon sighed inwardly again. The divine potion he had painstakingly crafted, and all its effects were used. Could she not be satisfied? Even if she was made of iron, she should be satisfied. Risvitha put away her playful demeanor and silently cleaned the chaotic room. Leon tapped his fingers, hesitated momentarily, and finally said to Risvitha, do you remember the bet we made before? Letting the daughters call you Mom to see if they would be happier. Risvitha temporarily paused her household chores, turned around, and said, Yeah, I remember. Have you figured out what you want to ask for? Well, I've figured it out. Can you send someone to the Empire to check on my master and master's wife? I know the dragon race sends undercover agents to human countries, and you've specifically trained individuals for such tasks, right? Risvitha's thoughts shifted slightly, and she replied, Infiltration missions are not our Silver Dragon clan's strong suit. They are typically undertaken by dragons skilled in disguise. However, if it's just to check on your master and master's wife, it shouldn't be a problem. Leon's eyes lit up. Really? Then, thank you so much. Risvitha chuckled. It's rare to hear thank you from an archenemy, huh? Leon turned his eyes away and didn't say anything more. Risvitha continued her household chores in silence. Soon, the room would be cleaned up. At that moment, Leon heard the sound of the door lock. A few seconds later, two small figures entered the bedroom, one after the other. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Mom. Morning, Noya Vuent. The two little ones looked towards Leon on the bed, ready to greet him, but noticed that Dad's expression didn't seem right. Muin recalled the incident with the chocolate candy from yesterday. Dad said it was medicine prepared for Mom, but Mom said actually it was because Dad wasn't feeling well, but he couldn't say it, so they had to pretend it was for her. Looking at it this way, Mom was right after all. Muin quickly ran to the bedside, her little face filled with concern. Dad, are you not feeling well? Leon looked at his little daughter in confusion. No, I'm fine, just a bit tired. I already know, Dad, don't push yourself. Leon was shocked. What do you know? Saying that, he looked at Risvitha. It couldn't be that this dragon mother told the children, right? Hey, have you lost your mind? How can you talk to a child about such things? Can a dad have some dignity? He thought. Upon hearing this, Noya's cold expression crossed her little face with a hint of worry. However, Noya didn't show it as prominently as Muin did. She just stood quietly on the side. Dad, yesterday you said Mom was sick, but it's you, right? Muin pinched Leon's sleeve, her voice slightly teary. Muin knows, Dad, men can't admit they're sick, but your face looks even worse now. Muin is really worried about you. Don't cry, Dad is fine. Leon quickly reached out, wanting to hug Muin in his arms, but his body was too weak. Even hugging a little dragon daughter was challenging. Ultimately, Noya supported her sister's bottom from the side, allowing her to sit on Leon's lap. After helping out, Noya still stood indifferently to the side. "Daddy, you're lying to me. You're sick and you're not feeling well." Mewin sniffled. "Oh, right, didn't you prepare a pill yesterday? Did you take it?" "Yes, I took it." "If you took the medicine, why aren't you feeling better, Daddy?" Leon raised his hand to wipe away the teardrops from Mewin's eyes, smiling as he said, "Daddy is really fine. If something were wrong, I couldn't lie down and chat with you like this, right?" He thought making a little joke would cheer up his little daughter as it did before, but Mewin still wore a worried expression on her face. "No, if Daddy's time is short, Mewin wants to stay with Daddy all the time." "Come down, Mewin. I'll play with you, and we can come back to check on him later in the evening." "No, if Daddy's time is short, Mewin wants to stay with Daddy all the time." "What short time? Don't use idioms randomly. Come down quickly. He's doing well. I promise he'll be lively and energetic when we have dinner together tonight." Mewin blinked her beautiful big eyes. "Really, sister? Don't lie to Mewin." "Yeah, I didn't lie to you." "Okay then, Daddy, rest well. We'll have dinner together tonight." Leon's face was full of black lines. Who understands family, right? "36. Vol 1ch, 36. Fortunately, thanks to the master's training during childhood, Leon's overall physical condition was still quite good. Even if he felt tired and drained, rest could bring him back to normal health. Although he couldn't engage in too much strenuous physical activity, taking a stroll outside and spending time with the kids while reading was no problem. On this sunny day, Noya went for physical training, and Leon could take some time to accompany his little daughter. If Leon didn't brush up on his presence with Mewin, his obedient daughter might genuinely think her old father had gone on a permanent vacation. He carried Mewin and arrived at the backyard of the temple. "Daddy, let's continue playing Dragon Knight." "Sure." With that, Leon was about to lift Mewin to let her ride on his shoulders. But halfway through the process, Mewin suddenly shook her tail and said, "Wait, Daddy." "What's wrong?" "Mom said your body hasn't fully recovered, so Mewin can't play Dragon Knight with Daddy. It might affect Daddy's recovery." Leon was momentarily surprised. His little dragon daughter was still so considerate. He smiled. "It's okay, Mewin isn't that heavy." "But that's not allowed." Mewin stubbornly insisted, kicking her legs, indicating Leon should put her down. He couldn't resist his daughter's insistence, so he had to follow her request. After putting Mewin down, Leon squatted in front of her, patiently asking, "So, what game do you want to play?" Mewin pouted, thought for a while, but couldn't come up with any fun game that didn't require much physical effort. Seeing Mewin struggling to come up with an idea, Leon suggested, "Since Mewin can't think of a good game, how about Daddy making you a toy?" The little dragon's daughter's eyes lit up. "Toy? Memo. What kind of toy?" "You'll know when it's done. Come on, let's go to the storage room and find some materials." "Okay." Father and daughter returned to the garden, finding a clear spot to sit on the ground. Leon arranged the collected parts on the ground. After collecting everything, Leon weighed the materials and checked the quantity of the parts. After some thought, he grabbed a few more parts. Finally, he grabbed some paints of different colors, ensuring everything was ready. "All set, let's go." Memo. Leon took Mewin to the storage room in the temple, gathering some parts and tools. After collecting everything, Leon examined the object in his hands. It was a black cube, with each face divided into 9 small squares. No, one final step remaining. Leon systematically assembled the various parts. Some parts could be directly attached, while others required cutting, polishing, or more intricate and detailed secondary operations. He worked with great seriousness. Mewin, on the side, was watching attentively. She already thought Daddy was very handsome. But for some reason, when Daddy got his hands busy with these intricate parts, gears fitting seamlessly in his hands, various linkage devices effortlessly manipulated, his appearance of scrutiny made him look even more handsome. Mewin didn't quite grasp concepts like aura or charm. She just felt that compared to other male dragons, her old dad was way more handsome. Almost there. Leon examined the object in his hands. It was a black cube, with each face divided into 9 small squares. Huh, Muen can do it. Of course, come on, give it a try. Thank you, Daddy. Leon had Muen sit on his lap, then gently held her wrist from behind, guiding her in coloring the cube. Although some areas were not perfectly colored, Leon didn't say anything and patiently helped Muen touch up those spots. In the end, with the collaboration of father and daughter, a cube with 6 colors was successfully made. Muen held it in her hands, not quite sure what this thing was, but anything made by Daddy must be cool. This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it freely. Give it a try. Oh, okay. Muen tried turning it a few times, and indeed, the differently colored small cubes shifted and ended up in different positions. The Rubik's Cube game is to restore all 6 colors to their original positions. It might be a bit challenging at first, but as you play, you'll find some tricks, Leon explained patiently. Leon enjoyed studying these types of toys when he was in school. He remembered the first alchemical mechanics class when the teacher assigned them to create a simple mechanical linkage device as homework. What Leon submitted was a simplified version of the Rubik's Cube. The teacher was quite satisfied with it and teased Leon, saying that even if he didn't go on to slay dragons after graduation, he could open a toy store to amuse children. He would surely excel at that too. It turned out the alchemical mechanics class teacher's words were prophetic. Leon was indeed now taking care of a child. And what's more, he was doing it quite well. Muen listened to Leon's explanations while studying the Rubik's Cube in her hands. Leon patiently explained tips and formulas to her. As he spoke, Leon suddenly raised his head, looking around vigilantly. Dragon slayers were very sensitive to gaze, especially the gaze of a dragon. Leon thought it might be Risvitha peeking at them from the balcony, but there was no sign of the mother dragon on the balcony. Leon discreetly observed his surroundings. Clearly, the eyes secretly watching them were coming from behind. Leon didn't turn around, but carefully recalled the layout of the Silver Dragon Temple. Now their position's rear seemed to be a training ground. Thinking of this, Leon smiled knowingly. That child certainly wouldn't actively join him and Muen. Leon stood up, took Noya's hand, and left the garden. After walking a certain distance, Leon sneakily half-turned to look back. He saw a tiny figure emerging from the bushes behind the garden. Leon smiled and turned his gaze away. Noya quietly approached the spot where Leon and Muen had been sitting. An unpainted Rubik's Cube and several cans of paint were on the bench nearby. Noya walked up, picked up the brush and paint, imitating what Leon had done, and started coloring the Rubik's Cube. Soon, a not-so-pretty but playable Rubik's Cube was successfully completed. She tried twisting it several times, feeling the distinct mechanical clicks under her fingertips. Noya was slightly surprised. Seems quite interesting. Then, following the method she had eavesdropped on earlier, Noya scrambled each side of the Rubik's Cube and began solving it step by step. Her understanding and learning abilities were quick. In less than 10 minutes, she had solved most of it. Just as Noya was about to continue solving, she heard someone shout from a distance. "Princess Noya, rest time is over. We should continue with physical training." Noya hastily put the Rubik's Cube into her pocket, ran towards the training ground, and responded, "Oh, I'm coming." In the evening, in the sisters' room, Muen knelt on the bed, still playing with the Rubik's Cube her dad had made for her during the day. She had been studying it but couldn't successfully solve it. After a few unsuccessful attempts, Muen threw the Rubik's Cube aside and, dissatisfied, gave it a flick with her tail. "I don't want to play anymore. Muen is so dumb, can't even solve one side." Noya, who was preparing for tomorrow's lessons on the side, saw her sister getting frustrated and put down her textbooks. She went over and said, "I'll teach you." Sister, can you do it too?" Noya didn't respond. Instead, she picked up the Rubik's Cube and explained the principles to her sister. To solve it, you shouldn't try to solve one side at a time, but rather layer by layer like this. Watching Noya's skilled movements, Muen was a bit dumbfounded. "Sister, how are you so good at this?" Oh, no, not really, just okay. How could I? I have zero interest in toys for kids. There, you learned it, right? Take it back. Muin took the fully solved Rubik's Cube, happily hugged it, and crawled under the covers. Before long, the rhythmic sound of Muin's breathing could be heard. Muin, Noya called out to her sister. Seeing no response, Noya quietly got out of bed. Then, she took out her small wooden box from under the bed and opened it. Inside was a piece of black metal fragment and a piece of paper with her name written. She removed her little Rubik's Cube from her pocket and carefully placed it in the wooden box. "37. Vol 1ch, 37. The day of Noya's entrance exam was approaching. Apart from the entrance exam, they also needed to prepare some other things in advance. For instance, a family photo. St. Hai's Academy was a prestigious institution among dragon clans, with strict admission standards. While most dragon families consist of single dragons reproducing asexually, there were cases like Risvitha's involving normal reproduction. Whether it was a single or two-parent family, family introduction was a crucial part of the assessment criteria. Only a harmonious and loving family that adhered to dragon ideals could nurture qualified dragon offspring. The Dragonling department of St. Hai's Academy only admitted students from such families. Unfortunately, Leon's family had nothing to do with the words harmonious and loving. Not related, even if it's unrelated, you must pretend it is, Risvitha said. Risvitha continued, Noya values this entrance test a lot, and you've both worked hard for a month, so no matter what, we must pass this test. Leon scratched his head. So, are we going to take a family photo? Of course, I booked a photo studio with a message dragon a few days ago. Get ready, we'll go there later, Risvitha replied. After a pause, she added, by the way, let's also take a family portrait. Leon frowned, family portrait. He recalled that not long ago, when Risvitha's sister, Queen Isabella, the Red Dragon, came to visit, Muin mentioned that she had long wanted to take a family portrait. Since his daughter had such a wish, and it was on the way, Leon naturally wouldn't refuse. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed to get dressed. Wait, there's one more thing, Risvitha said. What? I want to attach a tail to you. What, attach a tail? Yes, Risvitha nodded. You can use the excuse, don't like to show my tail at home to fool others, but outside, a male dragon without a tail is very strange. Leon drooped his face and asked expressionlessly, without a tail, would other dragons beat me up? Risvitha shook her head. Then what am I afraid of? If it's strange, let it be strange. All right, if you don't want to, then don't. But remember, don't act stubborn like this when we're outside, okay? Yeah. I'll go get Noya and Muin. You go wait for us in the front courtyard of the temple. Leon nodded silently, hands tucked in his jacket pockets, and walked out of the room. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Risvitha sighed helplessly. The whole family is stubborn. There's really no way. Muttering to herself, she quickly went to the sisters' room. Because she had already briefed her daughters last night, when Risvitha arrived at their room, the two little ones were already dressed and ready. Risvitha led them downstairs. Muin, calling for Daddy, took small steps and ran towards Leon. He also crouched down with a smile, securely picking up Muin in his arms. Where are we going to take the photos? Leon asked. Sky City, a city exclusively belonging to the dragon race. Leon nodded thoughtfully. He had seen records about Sky City in the historical documents of humans. Legend had it that it was far from the worldly clamor, a realm entirely belonging to dragons. For millions of years, countless heroes had tried to enter the dragon's Sky City to explore, but without exception, all failed. So, many years ago, humans and various other races had stopped exploring Sky City. Honestly, Leon couldn't help but feel a bit excited, because he might very well become the first human in history to enter Sky City. Mom, how do we get there? This was also the first time the daughters had left the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, so Sky City was unfamiliar to them. Sky City, of course, we fly up there, said Risvitha. Risvitha spread the dragon wings behind her as the words fell, enveloping her whole body. After a brief pause, a majestic silver dragon appeared before everyone when the dragon wings opened again. Wow, Mom looks so cool. Muin also wants to become a dragon. Noya tugged at her sister's tail. Wait until you can grow wings before saying that. HMPH, Muin will become a dragon sooner or later. Muin turned her gaze to her old father again, then asked with an expectant look, Daddy, why don't you transform? Dad, transform quickly tilde Dad, transform quickly tilde Muin wants to see what Dad looks like as a dragon. The little dragon girl clapped her hands excitedly. Even Noya was standing there with eager anticipation, and Leon felt like he wanted to die. Good daughter, your dragon-slaying dad is quite capable, but as for transforming into a dragon, let's not talk about it, okay? Leon swallowed hard, chuckled, responded to Muin, and then cast a pleading look at Risvitha. Can you look over here? Helped, come on, helped. Seeing that Leon hadn't made any moves, Noya squinted her eyes and said with a hint of sarcasm, You wouldn't be unable to transform, right? Well, you see. Dad's body hasn't fully recovered yet, so he can't transform into a dragon for now. Risvitha finally extended a helping hand. When Dad's body is fully healed, he'll transform for you to see. Okay, tilde Dad, you must get better quickly. Dad, do your best. All right, let's chat later. Come up for now. Risvitha gently bit Noya's tail with her mouth, placing her on her back. Then, she took Muin from Leon's arms and placed her next to Noya. Finally, she looked at Leon. You come up too. Tusk, going up the dragon, isn't it simple? But Risvitha seemed to deliberately make it difficult for him, not lowering herself enough to give him sufficient height to climb. Leon scratched his cheek and could only take a step back for now. Risvitha, could you lower yourself a bit? I can't get up. What's the matter? Come up and accompany our daughters. But if they continued like this, the daughters would get impatient. Leon sat cross-legged, and Muin crawled over, skillfully settling on his lap with her tail by her side and her back against Leon's chest. Leon patted Muin's little head and then looked at Noya. The ice-gold little dragoness was also looking at him, contemplating something important. "38. Vol 1ch, 38. The city lived up to its name. The Dragon Clan's Sky City was located on the distant horizon of the clouds, and only creatures with powerful flying abilities could reach it. After several hours of flying, Leon's family finally arrived at the outskirts of Sky City. Due to the massive size of the dragons, the space outside the city was vast enough for many dragons to land simultaneously. Risvitha chose a relatively open space to land. Leon jumped down with his daughters in his arms, and Risvitha retracted her wings, transforming into human form. All right, let's go inside. The family of 4 headed to the photography studio. Upon entering the photography studio, various styles of artistic photos adorned one wall. The photographer was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. No, she should be called a middle-aged dragoness. With a gentle appearance, simple attire, and a smiling face, she walked up and shook hands with Risvitha. It's an honor for the shop to photograph the family portrait of the Silver Dragon Queen. Oh, don't be modest. Everyone says that Professor Selina's photography skills are top-notch among dragons. Being able to book you successfully is also our family's luck. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Come, let's try the clothes first. Leon, carrying Muin, followed closely behind. As they followed Selina to the fitting room, Leon leaned in and whispered to Risvitha, You're already the Dragon Queen. Can't you order her to provide door-to-door service? Dragon Kings can only command their kind from the same group. The dragons of the Sky City don't belong to any specific group. Your queen status seems a bit low, Leon teased. Risvitha glared at him. Well, it's higher than yours anyway. The 4 of them followed Selina into the fitting room. Selina picked out a suit and was about to introduce it to Leon when she noticed, Your Majesty, your husband's tail. Oh, my husband doesn't like to expose his tail. Could you please pick a suit without a tail for him? Of course, Your Majesty. She prepared a regular tailless suit for Leon, and he obediently put it on. Wow, Daddy looks so handsome in a suit. Standing at around 1.8 meters, Leon had a typical inverted triangle body shape. He looked slim in clothes, but had a muscular build when undressed. He had only worn a suit once in his over 20 years, and that was at the Dragon Slayer Academy graduation ceremony. He personally didn't think there was anything particularly handsome about it. But on that day, junior sisters lined up to ask him out for a meal after the ceremony. And Leon, at that time, earnestly replied, "I still need to go back and help my master with the donkey's hooves. Next time for sure." After hearing this, the master, embracing the old donkey at home, smoked all night and still couldn't understand what the boy was thinking. He snapped back to reality. Leon looked at himself in the mirror. Indeed, he looked much more mature and steady than in previous years. Muin excitedly wagged her little tail, looking at her handsome old man, praising him incessantly. Leon rubbed Muin's head, then turned to his, not good with words, eldest daughter. Noya hesitated, avoided eye contact, and mumbled, yeah, quite handsome." A suit was the best cosmetic surgery for men, enhancing their temperament and showcasing their physique. Since the eldest daughter said it looked handsome, it must be quite handsome. Leon looked proudly at Risvitha. The queen carefully examined him, nodded finally, and gave her evaluation. "It does feel a bit strange without the tail. Mother of dragons, I'll never wear a tail my entire life." After picking out clothes for Leon, Selena also selected a formal gown for Risvitha. The gown had an off-the-shoulder style, predominantly black, with dark red accents at the waist and skirt, adding a touch of mystery and elegance to the solemnity. However, due to the off-the-shoulder style, the neckline was a bit low, revealing a small pattern of dragon scales. Risvitha shyly covered her chest. "Professor Selena, please choose one with a slightly higher neckline." "Of course, Your Majesty," Selena smiled as if to say, "young people nowadays are really picky." Leon shrugged and didn't say anything further. In the end, Selena chose another well-fitting gown for Risvitha, and the two daughters naturally won't be left behind. Choosing their clothes was easy. One satisfied, the other surely pleased. After more than half an hour of preparation, the family of 4 was finally ready for the photo shoot. The first set was a family portrait. Leon held Muin, while Risvitha held Noya, the two standing side by side. In the camera's viewfinder, the poses and positions were standard. However, it didn't quite look like a typical family portrait. Selena put down the camera and politely asked, "Your Majesty, could you and your husband please strike a loving pose?" The unfortunate couple looked at each other, both feeling awkward. Risvitha, affectionate. Leon, posture. Selena smiled. Yes, it must be super affectionate. The two looked at each other, then simultaneously turned their heads. Risvitha cleared her throat twice. "Selena, do you have any recommended poses?" Selena thought for a moment and replied, "Generally speaking, the two spouses should be affectionate, but it shouldn't be vulgar. So, try hugging, touching noses, and having deep, affectionate eye contact." "Come on, Selena, spare us from the teasing," Risvitha said. Seeing the two feeling a bit embarrassed, Selena was also puzzled. "You've already got dragon patterns. What's wrong with getting closer for a photo?" "I don't understand you, young people," Selena said. "Well, since none of those seem suitable, how about you two compare hearts with your tails?" "Tails comparing hearts?" "Yeah, that's right. It's very cute and playful." Risvitha glanced at Leon. It was too late to give this guy a tail now. But after thinking about it, it seemed like comparing hearts was the only gesture they could accept. "Hiss. What should they do?" "Can I use my hand, Selena?" Leon said, "My wife uses her tail and I use my hand. We should be able to compare hearts, right?" Selena raised an eyebrow and praised, "Good idea, it's a pose we've never tried. Come on, you two, get ready and let's take the photo like this." "39. Vol 1ch, 39. Leon's suggestion was quite a compromise. It allowed them to present a harmonious family image in front of others, without compromising their preferences by putting on an awkward display. Risvitha felt speechless about it, but there wasn't a better solution given the current situation. She slowly lifted her tail, bending the tip into a half-heart shape, bringing it to the middle of the two. Leon also extended his hand, fingers slightly bent, forming half of a heart shape with his thumb. The hand gestures and the tail pose were well done, but both hesitated, seeming shy about making physical contact with each other. Well, come to think of it, that was quite normal. Both of them had no experience in love. Putting aside all the unnecessary details, they just accidentally held hands once. It was very pure Tilda. "Your Majesty, are you not feeling well yet?" Selena urged. I'm fine, I'll be okay soon." Risvitha responded and glared at Leon, lowering her voice. "Be serious, don't mess around." "I didn't mess around, it's your tail that's not behaving." "My tail is agile, unlike you, always so timid." Leon was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He then used his other hand to pinch Risvitha's tail and aimed at his hand, making a heart shape. Only then did they manage to get this pose right. Risvitha secretly twisted Leon's thigh from below and said through gritted teeth, "Don't touch my tail." Good, Tilda, this is the pose. Don't move, Tilda." Selena raised her camera, aimed at the group of four. "Smile, the couple smile, that's right, Tilda, little princesses. You can also pose in your favorite way. Well done, Tilda." Click, click. The white light flashed continuously for a few moments. Selena took many photos, preparing to choose the most suitable one later. "All right, thank you all for your cooperation. Now, we will take Princess Noya's school enrollment photos." Muen, being sensible, jumped off the seat when he heard they were taking his sister's school photos. She ran to the side and patiently waited. Selena also made Noya change into a more formal dragon-themed dress. Family portraits could be warm, but school enrollment photos should be more serious. After changing into the new clothes, Noya stood between Leon and Risvitha, ready for the photo. Since his academy had strict assessment standards for families, so besides the enrolled student, the student's parents needed to be in the enrollment photo. The unfortunate couple and the icy bird dragon all stood up straight, not daring to breathe too heavily. 3 pairs of eyes stared straight at the camera, their faces devoid of expression. Selena looked at the 3 faces in the lens and felt something was off. Serious, indeed, but it seems too serious. It didn't look like a school enrollment photo. If their faces were individually cropped and converted to black and white, they could be hung directly at a funeral 100 years later. 3 of you, seriousness is fine, but try to relax. Otherwise, it looks too unnatural, Selena suggested. Risvitha breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to look at Muen beside her, wanting to call her little daughter to leave together. But when she looked at Muen, the little dragon girl sat obediently there, looking at this side with envy. Risvitha's heart trembled. Just as she was about to speak and ask Muen to join the photo, she heard Leon and said, "Muen, do you want to take a photo with Mom and Dad too?" Muen's eyes lit up, yes. Risvitha glanced at Leon, wanting to say something, but in the end, she chose to look away. Muen stood between the couple. This time, it wasn't a family portrait or a school enrollment photo, so all 3 of them looked very relaxed. Leon directly lifted Muen, who actively extended a little tail, imitating her mother's earlier gesture, wanting to make a heart sign with Leon. Naturally, Leon didn't refuse. Following that, Noya also came over and took several heartwarming photos. Without any formalities, they posed freely. "Sister, do you want to make a heart sign with Dad? It's so much fun, Tilda." Noya hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and refused. "No." "PFFT, Tilda, sister, you're really something. Then, I'll make a heart sign with Sister Tilda." Noya agreed at last, okay. The 2 little dragon girls also took many individual photos. Selena's subsequent work became much easier. Leon and Risvitha sat down on the side, not chatting, just silently watching their daughters taking pictures. Risvitha shared Leon's sentiment. She sat with her legs crossed, one hand supporting her chin, silently wearing a faintly content smile as she watched her 2 daughters. So, a rather peculiar scene unfolded during the photo session. It was lively and cheerful on the side where the photos were being taken. The 2 dragon daughters posed in various ways, and Selena also enjoyed the photo session. On the resting side, the sweet couple who had just made heart signs with their tails and hands didn't exchange words. It didn't look like they came to take photos. They were at the Civil Affairs Bureau filing for divorce. Seemingly aware that such an atmosphere wasn't conducive to family harmony, Risvitha gazed ahead and said in a casual tone, "Why don't you bring up a topic to pass the time? Noya and the others are taking photos for quite a while. What topic do we have to discuss? Otherwise, let's just go outside and have a fight. Once it's over, they'll finish taking photos." Anyway, every time they engaged in small talk, within 3 sentences, they would start bickering. After bickering for about half an hour, Noya and Muin had taken enough photos. "So, with this many photos, I might only be able to develop them by tonight. Would you prefer to stay longer in Sky City and pick them up, or would you rather come back tomorrow?" "We'll come in the evening to pick them up. Thank you for your hard work, Selena." "No problem. I wish His Majesty, the Prince, and the 2 little princesses a joyful time in Sky City." After expressing their gratitude, the family of 4 left the photography studio. Selena watched their receding figures until they disappeared around the corner of the street before turning her gaze away. She lowered her head, looking at a photo just taken with the camera. It wasn't a family portrait or a photo of the 2 little dragon sisters. But it was. Though their bodies leaned in different directions, their gazes were intertwined in the embrace of the silver-haired beauty and the young man. The bright sunlight streamed through the window of the photography studio, generously casting its light on their shoulders. Specks of dust danced like elves in the radiance, lingering around the 2. Their eyes met, the gaze tender and eloquent. It wasn't as romantic or ambiguous nor held excessive tenderness. However, in their eyes, that beautiful and innocent affection seemed like water in a cup on the verge of overflowing. "Indeed, they do look like a couple," Selena commented. 40. Vol 1ch, 40. After leaving Selena's photography studio, the family of 4 went to find a quiet, small restaurant. As soon as they entered, large lizards with various styles of tails walked around Leon. He stood at the doorway, stunned, looking at the room full of Dragon Clan customers. Leon's legs couldn't help but tremble again. First-class honors, so many first-class honors," Leon muttered in a daze. Risvitha gave him a disdainful look. "What's so exciting? Don't forget, you're the extraordinary person who had 2 little first-class honors with a first-class honor." No, your level is not just first-class honors." "What is it then?" "First-class honors, where the king personally crowns and honors me." Risvitha chuckled and ignored the guy. They sat at a window table and ordered a few simple dishes. The restaurant was quiet, and everyone was talking in low voices. Leon and Risvitha also tacitly avoided striking up a conversation with each other. The 2 little ones were especially well-behaved and began eating quietly once the dishes were served. After lunch, it would be about 4 to 5 hours before their photos were ready. Fortunately, the Sky City had plenty of entertainment options to pass the time. Of course, the main focus was on making the daughters happy. Leon and Risvitha were indifferent to where they went. Although they couldn't get along in their daily interactions, they couldn't expect a pair of archenemies to greet each other with smiles every day. But this seemingly mismatched couple surprisingly had a deep understanding when caring for the kids. They strolled and arrived at a young dragon amusement park. The 2 little dragon girls ran together, while Leon and Risvitha followed not far behind, maintaining a certain distance. In the young dragon amusement park, there were many parents with children. However, most were individuals taking care of their kids. Couples like Leon and Risvitha were few and far between. It seemed that the Dragon Clan was indeed enthusiastic about asexual reproduction. Selena explained, "Yes, but only in the Sky City. It's a very inclusive city, often extracting interesting things or cultures from the societies of other races. As for the various dragon clans outside, most are proud and disdainful of learning or accepting things from other races." "Oh, I see." Leon raised his arm, hands behind his head, paused, and casually said, "I feel like you're quite receptive to advice." Risvitha glanced at him. "Why?" "Do you remember the last time I suggested that you have your daughters call you Mom instead of Mother? Did you talk to them about it that same night?" Risvitha didn't avoid the topic and admitted it openly. Yeah, I must admit, your humans have more refined parenting ideas than the Dragon clan. Exactly. If you were left to handle the kids alone, the consequences might be unimaginable, Leon chuckled smugly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed from the balloon-popping booth. Leon and Risvitha exchanged glances and headed towards the booth without saying a word. While they walked over, Noya raised the gun again and fired 2 shots in succession. Leon just noticed that the Dragon clan's toy guns shot bullets formed by concentrated magical energy. No wonder Muin didn't join in. Compared to her sister's advanced development, she wasn't yet at the age to use magic. However, Noya missed again with these shots. Snap! Somewhat displeased, she put the gun back on the table, biting her lip with eyes full of reluctance. Mom Muin, let's play somewhere else. Noya adjusted her mood, but still looked slightly sulky. Although most of the time, she was mature and sensible, there was still a bit of childishness in her. When she encountered something that really bothered her, her emotions were clearly visible on her face. Leon didn't encourage her to try again or anything like that. It was evident that the booth owner had tampered with the toy gun. Otherwise, with Noya's skill, she wouldn't have missed a shot. Leon figured out this kind of business secret as a child. He didn't expect that they could still make loads of money from kids in the Dragon City in the sky. He walked forward and lifted Noya from the chair. The family of 4 was about to leave. However, the booth owner seemed to notice that this family was well-dressed, like a wealthy family, and he wanted to continue squeezing some profits from them. Didn't expect that not a single toy reward was taken today. These parents don't know what their kids want. The owner wiped the toy gun while implying something in his words. Leon suddenly stopped, looked down at Noya and asked, "Do you want those teddy bears?" Noya bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head. "No, I don't want them." The owner's words hinted at something more. There might be other options. Leon looked at Muin. "Muin, do you want them?" Muin also doesn't want them. All right, that meant she wanted them. Leon took Muin's hand, turned, and walked towards the booth. Noya was momentarily surprised. Then she looked up at Risvitha. Risvitha smiled and nodded at her. With her mom's approval, Noya ran over. "Let's go for 10 more rounds, boss." Leon returned to the booth. 10 rounds? Isn't 10 a bit too few, sir? This game looks simple, but it's challenging. Your daughter didn't hit a single target just now, the owner coaxingly said, obviously trying to get Leon to spend more coins. But Leon repeated calmly, "Just 10 rounds." All right, 10 rounds it is." The owner handed over the same toy gun as before. Noya took a few coins from her pocket and gave them to the owner. "Thank you," Leon said. "Yeah," Noya nodded. Leon lifted the toy gun, and magical energy flowed from his fingertips into the magazine of the toy gun. In addition to aiming, the Dragon clan's version of balloon popping also required precise manipulation of magical energy. The first shot. The bullet went off track. All right, it's okay, keep going." Muin tugged at Leon's clothes and said, looking up, "Daddy, maybe we don't have to keep playing. Muin doesn't need that teddy bear. It's okay." Even though the family wasn't short of money for a few rounds of shooting, they could afford to buy the teddy bear at a high price. But the misfortune for the owner was that this family was quite stubborn, especially the one holding the gun right now. Leon patted Muin's little head. "It's okay, Daddy can do it." "Yeah, sir, you can definitely do it. How about adding more money and shooting a few more?" The owner's joy was premature. Leon missed the first shot because he was testing how much the gun had been tampered with. Now that Leon had tested it, he could recalibrate the gun. He then fired a few shots in a row. After using up all 10 shooting chances, Leon hit the target 9 times in total. The prize was 2 large-sized teddy bears. "Thank you, boss. See, I told you 10 times was enough." Leon handed over the 2 teddy bears to his 2 daughters. The owner was speechless, on the verge of tears. Where did this skilled person come from? Even with a misaligned sight, they could still hit accurately. "Get out of my booth quickly." Leon turned around, satisfied, and looked up at Risvitha. The mother dragon was empty-handed, while the 2 daughters returned with a full load. "Thought about it." Leon turned back. Boss, 10 more rounds. "41. Vol 1CH, 41. Leon raised the gun and fired. Each bullet hit the balloons, but it felt more like they were hitting the owner's heart. After running the booth for so long, tampering with the gun in various ways, the owner had never seen someone so accurate. The owner glared at Leon, watching it happen and harboring resentment. However, another person present had a completely opposite attitude from the owner. In her eyes, the man in front of her was focused and serious. Although a bit stubborn, it didn't have a significant impact. With each pull of the trigger, a balloon burst, and he would reveal a confident and triumphant smile. "Daddy is so cool, so handsome," Muin cheered on the side, praising her dad. Noya also looked at Leon with a face full of anticipation and admiration as he focused on shooting. They all shared this feeling, from little Muin and Noya to the bigger Risvitha. And when Risvitha snapped out of it, a large teddy bear had already been stuffed into her arms. It was soft, warm, and furry. Although in a dragon's impression, bears were considered inedible even when starving, turning them into toy pillows, they seemed cute. He could tell by the daughter's reactions. This was a parenting philosophy that Risvitha couldn't grasp in the short term. There was nothing wrong with it. She fully supported Leon doing this for the sake of their daughters. Risvitha lowered her eyelids, holding a giant teddy bear in her arms, and gently rested her chin on its head. When Leon handed it to her just now, she said she didn't want it. Leon suggested throwing it away since they had spent the money. Risvitha objected, saying that wasn't acceptable. And so, as a family of 4, the mother and her 2 daughters each held a giant teddy bear, attracting the attention of passing dragons. The man with empty hands and an empty tail would naturally catch the attention of passers-by. Everyone could see that this bountiful harvest came from the hands of the male dragon who preferred to keep his tail hidden. Of course, the onlookers' gazes would eventually focus on the teddy bears. Feeling the gaze of the surrounding dragons, Risvitha couldn't help burying her face in the soft head of the teddy bear. "Be careful not to suffocate from holding your breath," Leon unexpectedly quipped. "Is it so difficult to hear something nice from your mouth?" "Why should I say nice things to you? This teddy bear has said 100 nice things to me. Suppose I talk to you 20 times a day, and one of those times is nice, then I can go without saying something nice to you for over 3 months. I see you've recovered well. Even your mouth is handy now, right?" Leon raised his hand in surrender, then made a zip-it-up motion near his mouth, indicating he would keep quiet. They had a great time playing in the young dragon's amusement park for the afternoon. A few dragons recognized Risvitha's identity as the Silver Dragon Queen, probably from other groups of nobles or leaders. Risvitha engaged in polite conversation with them out of courtesy. They returned to Selina's photography studio as evening approached to collect the morning's photos. The family portrait was larger, while the school enrollment photos and various sister portraits were smaller. Selina had packaged them separately. On the journey back, the father and daughters sat on the back of Risvitha in her massive dragon form. Muin was eager to unwrap the family portrait, but Leon stopped her. "Let's open it at home, Muin." "Okay, listening to Dad." After a few hours of flight, they returned to the Silver Dragon Temple around 10 o'clock in the evening. Headmaid Anna had prepared a late-night snack for them. After a simple meal, the 4 of them went to the nursery where Leon usually slept, ready to unwrap the packaged photos. The first to be unwrapped was the family portrait, revealing a delicate depiction of the 4 of them, tails forming a heart shape, joyfully posed together. Indeed, it met Risvitha's standard for this family, harmony. In addition to the original-sized family portrait, Selina included 4 smaller versions, convenient for placing on bedside tables or desks. Risvitha took out Noya's family photo for enrollment, handed it to her eldest daughter, and instructed, "Take good care of it, Noya." "Yes, Mom." "And this is a photo of Muin with Mom and Dad. Muin, take care of it yourself." Risvitha handed another photo to Muin. Muin took it with both hands. "I know, Mom." "Well, the rest are sister photos of you two. Take them back to your room and slowly unpack." Okay. Just as the two were about to leave, Noya suddenly stopped. She pointed to a separately wrapped package and asked, "What photos are inside this package?" Leon saw it too, held it in his hands, and weighed it. "It seems there's only one photo inside." "Dad, let's open it and see," Muin suggested. Okay. Leon opened the separate package, and the first thing that slid out was a light golden card. Risvitha took the card, and on it was written in elegant handwriting, "May the silver radiance forever shine in the eyes of the loved ones." Risvitha frowned slightly. What does this mean? At that moment, Leon also took out the photo inside. After looking at it, Leon fell silent. Muin, standing beside, pressed against Leon's arm and tiptoed to see. But when she saw the photo, her reaction was completely different from Leon's. Little Dragon maiden happily wagged her tail, and the fluff on her head swayed along. "Mom and Dad are so well-matched." Risvitha raised an eyebrow. "Well-matched? What's in the photo, Leon?" Leon pursed his lips and handed over the photo. Risvitha took the photo. In the photo, there were no carefully arranged background lights or expensive, luxurious evening gowns or suits. It was just her and Leon casually sitting in chairs, smiling at each other. Clearly, this was a moment captured by Selena. And in that brief moment, the look exchanged between her and Leon had none of the enmity between archenemies or petty quarrels and annoyances. At that moment, in their eyes, there seemed to be only room for each other. Suddenly, Risvitha also understood the meaning of the phrase on the card, "May the silver radiance forever shine in the eyes of the loved ones." Before the couple could react to when this photo was taken, Muin, excitedly wagging her tail, said from the side, "Mom and Dad, come to think of it, it seems you don't have wedding photos." Leon looked up at Risvitha and found she was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, a moment of silence passing between them. Leon, wedding what photos? Muin, wedding gown photos. Risvitha, what gown photos? Muin, wedding gown photos. Leon and Risvitha, what wedding gown? Muin, wedding gown photos. Ah. Wedding photos. Taking them was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. "42. Vol 1ch, 42. After the enrollment photo session, a few more days passed, and the day for Noya's entrance exam was approaching. In just a month, Leon had gone through the key points of the entrance exam questions for the past few years at St. High's Academy with Noya. Noya's comprehension was excellent. She could quickly grasp almost everything Leon taught her. In these final days, he planned to let his daughter relax and not stress herself too much. A combination of work and rest. In the evening, Leon was alone in the nursery, having dinner. Risvitha had been quiet and gentle these days, not bothering Leon unless necessary. Leon had thought that the incident with Long Dolly wouldn't be easily forgotten. Surprisingly, all these days had passed, and the dragoness hadn't brought it up once. Perhaps on that night, with the influence of Long Dolly, Leon had managed to satisfy Risvitha, so she hadn't mentioned it again. Leon contemplated this while finishing his dinner. After a brief rest, he resumed the most basic physical training, push-ups, sit-ups, and squat jumps. Although he was panting heavily, he felt better than the previous days. The door lock made a sound, and Risvitha entered the room. She hadn't come for 2 days. Why did she suddenly come tonight? "Hey, exercising," she said. Risvitha walked over and stood beside him. Taking advantage of the moment when he lay back from a sit-up, she stepped on his chest. Leon ignored her, lying back on the floor, and resumed doing sit-ups. Seeing that Leon was ignoring her, Risvitha walked up and stood beside him. Taking advantage of the moment when he lay back from a sit-up, she stepped on his chest. Leon glanced at her, then tilted his head slightly, looking at her delicate ankle, and said, "Either move your foot or let me take another bite." "I need to talk to you." Risvitha moved her foot. "I'm not going," Leon tried to refuse. "Not going? Then you better think about the consequences." "I'll go," Leon compromised. Going, enduring an uncomfortable night. Not going, enduring an uncomfortable week at the very least. Leon closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, enduring it until it passed. After that dragoness left, Leon sighed helplessly. He should have known that Risvitha's vengeful nature was strong. How could the incident with Long Dolly just be left in the past? When would this difficult period come to an end? He looked up at the wall clock. Half an hour. He needed to do something to pass the time. After some thought, Leon decided to take a shower. Risvitha had mentioned he smelled of sweat earlier and didn't want that dragoness complaining about him. 30 minutes later, Leon finished his shower, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to Risvitha's room. He arrived at the door of Risvitha's room and knocked. "Come in, the door isn't locked." Risvitha's voice immediately came from inside the room. Leon hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open and entered. If he remembered correctly, this was his first time entering Risvitha's private room. Upon entering, he took in the layout of the entire living room. It was simple and plain, with no extravagant decorations, following a minimalist style. Walking further inside, he passed by the kitchen, living room, and master bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was open, but Risvitha wasn't inside. Leon's peripheral vision caught sight of the bed in Risvitha's bedroom. On the bed was the teddy bear he had gotten for her a few days ago when they went to the Sky City. Leon was slightly shocked. He remembered that Risvitha had clearly stated she wasn't interested in such toys. Yet, now she placed it by her bedside. "I can't understand what women are thinking," Leon muttered, walking to the living room and sitting on the sofa. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, indicating that Risvitha was probably taking a shower. This further confirmed Leon's suspicions. "If I don't lose 100 grams tonight, I probably won't be able to get out of this door." Leon took deep breaths repeatedly, trying to relax. After about 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened, and Risvitha walked out. She was wearing a simple strap nightgown, and the dragon pattern on her chest was faintly visible. Her damp silver hair hung over her shoulders, and a faint mist emanated from her evenly toned legs. Risvitha, barefoot, walked past Leon while drying her hair. "You're quite punctual. Oh, you've showered too," she remarked. Leon looked at the line of wet footprints she left on the floor, blinked, and said nothing. Risvitha poured a glass of water and handed it to Leon. "Have some water first. I'll dry my hair," she said. Leon silently took the glass of water and took a sip. After a moment, Risvitha dried her hair and returned to the living room. She stood in front of Leon, hands on her waist. "All right, shall we begin? Where do you want to do it? In the living room or on the balcony?" Leon was shocked. "On the balcony, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "Gee, what's so embarrassing about it? Then let's do it in the living room. It's the same anywhere," she retorted. With that, Risvitha walked around the coffee table and sat beside Leon. Leon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and reclined on the sofa. In fact, he wanted to punch himself again so that when he opened his eyes, Risvitha would have taken care of it herself. However, after waiting a while, Leon realized nothing had happened. He heard Risvitha said in a soft voice beside him, "What are you doing?" Leon opened his eyes and sat up again. "Ah, you don't need that thing." Risvitha chuckled, looking at Leon with a playful expression. Which one is that?" Leon awkwardly swallowed and was momentarily at a loss for words. Then, Risvitha took out a thick set of test papers from under the coffee table. St. High's Academy is very strict in assessing family members and has equipped corresponding test papers for understanding each other better. We should take advantage of these days before school starts to familiarize ourselves. Otherwise, we might be unable to answer during Noya's entrance assessment. She glanced at Leon, tapping the cover of the test papers with her index finger, and looked at Leon with a satisfied appreciation for his bewildered and embarrassed expression. "Risvitha, you really..." This dragon intentionally tried to make him misunderstand, all for this awkward moment. Risvitha squinted slightly, speaking with a tone of disdain and mockery. "Mr. Casmode, you seem quite frustrated, Tilda, but tonight is not suitable, perhaps another day." "43. Vol 1ch, 43. Risvitha didn't mock Leon too much. After all, the immediate priority was to enhance their understanding of each other. Of course, not the level of understanding in bed. St. High's Academy didn't assess that. Regarding the family assessment, the rules are quite simple. Risvitha explained the assessment method to Leon. The Academy will prepare 2 sets of answer sheets, with questions related to each other's habits, personalities, experiences, etc. One person will write answers based on their situation, and the other will fill in the answer sheet. Finally, the answers will be compared, and the higher the score, the more we understand each other. Leon blinked, sprawled on the sofa, flipping through various test questions in his hands. It sounds like a boring couples compatibility game. I find it boring too, because I have absolutely no interest in your life experiences, hobbies, or habits, Risvitha replied. Thank you, same here. Risvitha tossed a pen to Leon. But the family's compatibility is a crucial part of the assessment, and the Academy judges whether a family is harmonious based on this. To ensure Noya's successful enrollment, we must deeply understand each other these days. Leon bit the end of the pen. Is it not somewhat hasty to judge the harmony of a family through compatibility? Risvitha shrugged. The tests prepared by the Academy are not like simple couple quizzes. These questions involve professional psychological knowledge and can accurately analyze your personality flaws. The Academy believes that only families who understand each other's flaws but still live together are truly harmonious. Leon glanced at the test questions in his hand and asked, "So, is the question, what is your partner's favorite color?" Also considered a psychological test question. How is your brain not rotating? Even basic compatibility tests need to include that. Risvitha covered her face in silent exasperation. Leon nodded, silent for a moment, then asked, "So, what is your favorite color?" "Black." Risvitha blurted out, then quickly asked, "And you?" "Silver," Leon replied. And in the next moment, in unison, "Coincidence." And in the next moment, also in unison, "Darn it." The wronged couple both turned away, automatically skipping this topic. Leon flipped through several more sets of test questions, and indeed found some related to psychology and personality. Psychology was Leon's strong suit, and when it came to dragon psychology, he was even more at a loss. He only knew the psychology of dragons when they were about to die. After all, he was quite skilled at dragon slaying. After studying for a while, the couple, Risvitha, began holding a blank answer sheet and started writing on another piece of paper. After a moment, she handed the answer sheet to Leon, saying, "All right, give it a try. See how many questions related to me you can answer correctly." Leon took the test paper and began trying to answer the questions. The first question, what is a phrase your partner often says? Leon picked up the pen and wrote, "No need to think, of course, it's you idiot." Risvitha silently facepalmed, "You idiot, you don't have to say it out loud." The second question, has your partner ever been particularly disappointed in you about something? Leon furrowed his brow slightly, muttering quietly as he wrote the answer, "Yes." "No," Risvitha suddenly spoke. Leon was shocked, glancing at her. Risvitha hung her eyes, lowering her head to fiddle with the tip of her tail. She knew Leon was looking at her, but she still didn't lift her head, just softly repeating, "I haven't disappointed you in anything, Leon." "Is it because there's no need to be disappointed in me?" Risvitha's tail-fiddling paused, then she shook her head, not giving a direct answer. Instead, she said, "It has nothing to do with this question. Continue answering." Leon's thoughts shifted slightly, and he didn't press further. He didn't mutter the answers for the next dozen or so questions, but silently wrote them down. After finishing, he handed the test paper to Risvitha. "How many points?" Leon asked. 45. "You didn't pass," Risvitha said with a serious expression. Leon lowered his head, fingers twisting the pencil, silent for a moment. Then he murmured, "Sorry." "No need to apologize. Who knows, if I took the test, the score might be even lower," Risvitha replied. She handed Leon another test paper and a blank sheet. "Give it a try. Write your answers on the blank sheet." Leon nodded and started writing on the blank sheet. While Leon was writing his answers, Risvitha carefully reviewed the answers he had just written. She noticed that all the questions Leon answered correctly were related to her habits, like catchphrases, preferred hand, and how to position her tail for comfort. Those he got wrong were basically similar to the ones he just answered, like, "Have you ever been disappointed?" These were questions that Leon could only understand if Hrisvitha spoke them out loud. Leon looked at the table covered with test papers, pondered for a moment, and said, "We've spent too little time together, and our interactions are not normal, so it's unlikely we'll score high in a short time. But there's no other choice. For Noya, let's both make an effort," Hrisvitha said, her demeanor changing when their daughter was mentioned. Leon knew very well that she also deeply loved their daughters. Before the next round of testing began, Leon couldn't help but ask, "Hrisvitha." "Yeah." "The question about disappointment just now, was that your real answer?" Hrisvitha turned her head to look at Leon, met his gaze, and replied with strength and determination, "Yes." "But—" "There's no but, Leon. I have no reason to lie to you. Our grievances have nothing to do with disappointment or not." Hrisvitha paused, realizing that Leon believed in himself and liked to nitpick. So, no matter how she explained it, he probably wouldn't believe her. Thinking of this, Hrisvitha didn't continue with any profound statements. Instead, she joked, "If I were to say there's something that disappoints me more, it would be." "It would be." She looked at Leon, a smile playing on her lips. "You train your dragon strength too little. How come you've only trained one?" "I'll consider dragon strength my daily meal from now on. Don't regret it." 44. Vol 1ch, 44. The couple stayed up for several nights, finally understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses. The average score on the test questions also surpassed 80. If they performed normally, their family assessment shouldn't have any issues. In truth, Hrisvitha didn't stay up late often. Once it passed midnight, her biological clock would prompt her to go to bed. However, the reason she stayed up late for exam preparation, apart from for the daughters, no matter how tough or tiring, it's worth it, was also. Listening to Leon's past, dark history was just too stimulating. A human's short 20-year life could be both fascinating and abstract. However, looking back at herself, in her over 200 years of dragon life, except for childhood, almost every day was dull and monotonous. This monotony permeated her life, especially after becoming the Silver Dragon Queen. However, a bit of joy entered her monotonous life at some point. Did it start with the birth of her daughters? Or was it from Leon waking up? Well, it had nothing to do with tomorrow's exam. Hrisvitha shook her head, choosing not to dwell on these thoughts. After working overtime for several nights, they finally reviewed all the family assessment test questions from the past few years. Their understanding of each other had deepened a bit. On the evening before departing for the academy, the couple sat at opposite ends of the couch. Leon looked completely drained, while Hrisvitha wore a solemn expression. The room was quiet, with only the repetitive mechanical sound of a grandfather clock. Moonlight streamed in through the window, accompanied by a faint cool breeze. Leon couldn't help but wrap his clothes around himself. Rubbing his slightly cold nose, he glanced at Hrisvitha. She sat quietly on the couch, one hand supporting her forehead with a slight frown. Besides fatigue, there was some significant pressure on her. Having pressure was normal. After all, this was a significant matter related to whether Noya could successfully enroll in St. High's academy. Leon opened his mouth, wanting to express some concern for her, but the words stopped at his lips and were swallowed back. After sitting for a while, Leon said, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back." But before he could get up, Hrisvitha said, "Wait." "What's wrong?" Hrisvitha closed her eyes and asked gently, "You've worked hard these past few days." "Well, it's okay. I'm used to it." "Are you tired?" Leon shrugged slightly, a bit. Hrisvitha made a soft sound of agreement and then raised her hand, pointing to the bathroom in her room. "Go take a shower and relax." Leon blinked. "Shower in your room?" "Yeah." "No, I don't want to. I'm not used to taking showers in other people's rooms. Especially in your dragon mother's room." Hrisvitha rested her head on one hand, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. There was impatience in her tone as she urged, "Hurry up. After you're done, you can go back." Leon got up reluctantly and then tiptoed into the bathroom. He undressed, turned on the hot water, and warm water sprayed, flowing gently down from the top of his head. Leon propped himself up with one hand against the cold tiles, unable to understand why the dragoness was acting so strangely. She insisted on making him shower here for no apparent reason. He couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort and lack of security. Click. As the voice fell, the light in the bathroom instantly went out. Leon's heart skipped a beat and quickly turned off the hot water. Immediately after, in the dark bathroom, a faint purple glow flickered. Dragon pattern, hiss bad. She was indeed the big mother dragon scratching at the door. No good intentions. Leon quickly felt around in the dark and found his clothes, but the bathroom door suddenly swung open before he could put them on. The light from the living room poured in, casting the silhouette of a tall figure. The figure was slender and graceful, with a delicate and charming demeanor. And her chest also shimmered with a purple light. The figure slowly stepped in, and her fair jade-like feet touched the bathroom tiles. Risvitha. Click. She closed the bathroom door, and the light was instantly cut off. Leon could only roughly determine her position through the faint light of the dragon pattern and the sound of footsteps. The glow approached closer and finally stopped in front of him. Once the dragon pattern resonates, you can't escape, Risvitha whispered in the darkness. Leon swallowed nervously. So, what's the reason this time? Reason? I haven't thought of one yet. I'll figure it out after we're done. With that, she didn't allow Leon to ask further questions, reaching out her arms and embracing Leon's neck. Her dragon pattern gently adhered to Leon's scalding chest, and her long, flexible tail unconsciously entwined around Leon's waist. In the darkness, the sound of water gradually surged, and the skin rubbing against the tiles produced a distinct sound. It was unclear how much time passed. Leon lay in the bathtub, his already weakened body once again drained. Risvitha lay opposite him, staring blankly at the water's surface. After a long silence, the mother dragon spoke faintly. I understand. Leon tilted his head back, gazing at the bathroom ceiling, despairingly saying, You understand nothing. I understand the reason for this time. Your Majesty, I'm all ears. I'm under too much pressure. Splash. Leon suddenly sat up. If you're under pressure, then be under pressure. Why put it on me? Risvitha gathered her scattered thoughts, returning to her usual indifferent expression. There are two main ways to deal with pressure. One is to transfer it, and the other is to release it. Now that I've transferred the pressure to you, I get the release. It's perfect. Besides, the queen slowly lifted her slender lotus arm, causing ripples in the water. You told me before about winning some championships. Now, add one more for handling pressure. What's the problem? You. Didn't you come over with this attitude a few days ago? Leon gritted his teeth. I need a word harsher than frustrating to describe you, Mother Dragon. I'll give you two, moderate relaxation and a balance of work and rest, Risvitha said, stretching her exquisite body. Anyway, I feel comfortable. Thank you, Leon. After the rain, the air was refreshing, and the pressure of preparation these days had been temporarily relieved. So, dear Dragon Slayer, are you staying to continue helping me relieve stress or wiping yourself off and going back to sleep? The answer to her question was the sound of water fleeing in a hurry, along with the words, You wait for me, Mother Dragon. The next morning, in front of the temple courtyard. Mama, why does he look like he hasn't closed his eyes all night? Noya looked at Leon, who seemed as if, no, not as if, but indeed emptied, and asked. Risvitha was clear-headed and refreshed, her face rosy. Greedily, she took a breath of the fresh morning air and lazily stretched. Mama doesn't know either, Leon. Did you not sleep well last night? Did you ing not keep track of whether I slept well or not in your heart? Leon muttered through gritted teeth. Risvitha waved her hand. All right, pull yourself together. Today we're going to take the test with Noya. Risvitha spread her wings and transformed into a giant dragon. Leon also slapped his face, forcing himself to wake up a bit. Father and daughter climbed onto Risvitha's back one after the other. The silver dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. When they went for the test this time, they didn't bring Muin along since it wasn't for leisure. Muin obediently agreed to stay home, waiting for Dad, Mom, and sister to return. The three of them proceeded to St. High's Academy without worries. The academy was located in the heart of the dragon territory, a very safe place. Even if all the races joined forces to flatten a dragon city in a day, it would take a year and a half to reach the gates of St. Hai's academy. Although the dragon race split into hundreds of small tribes a long time ago, when it came to places like the Sky City and St. Hai's academy, they would still unite to defend against external threats. It would take a few hours of flight from the Silver Dragon Temple to the academy. After some time of departure, Leon recovered from his seemingly emptied state. He looked up at Noya sitting in front. Her face was as icy as usual, but there was a clear hint of worry and anxiety. Leon chose his words carefully, intending to do some final mental preparation for his eldest daughter. He understood Noya's character, ambitious, with high self-demands and standards. So, he placed himself and Risvitha on the same starting line as Noya. What he expressed was, Mom and Dad are your strongest shield, but rather, Mom and Dad will strive alongside you. This sense of recognition was what Noya needed, and Noya's reaction also proved that Leon's mental work was done well. A brief expression of surprise and joy flashed on her cold little face. Although fleeting, her inner self was moved by Leon's words. The father and daughter sat cross-legged, facing each other. Leon raised his right hand, forming a fist gently. I don't know if you can understand this cheering gesture, but Dad wants to try it. Saying that, Leon extended his arm, holding the fist suspended between him and Noya. Noya blinked, looked at Leon's gesture, and then glanced down at her small hand. Hesitating momentarily, she clenched her right hand, mimicking Leon's movements, extending her arm. Two fists, one large and one small, gently bumped together. Leon squinted and smiled. You can definitely do it, Noya. Perhaps even Noya didn't notice, but her tail swayed unconsciously twice behind her. She lowered her head slightly, lowering her voice. Thank you. Noya seemed to want to add something after the thank you, might be a title or a name. But in the end, she didn't add anything. Only this sentence, thank you. Leon didn't insist on his daughter saying anything more. That was the best as long as she could take his words to heart. Lowering his arms, Leon stretched lazily, then leaned back and lay down on the back of Risvitha, who was in her massive dragon form. After letting her pressure him last night, it was time for him to enjoy a long, deep sleep. "45. Vol 1ch, 45. A few hours later, a family of 3 arrived at St. Hai's Academy. It was strategically positioned for defense in the central part of the mountain range with the same name. Similar to the Sky City, only races with the ability to fly could reach it. Upon landing at the Academy's gate, Risvitha returned to her humanoid form, holding Noya's hand. Many other dragon families accompanied them, but families with both parents present, like Noya's, were rare. Let's go inside, Risvitha said, leading the way towards the academy gate, with Leon following closely, hands in pockets. They encountered a campus with an ancient design, spacious pathways, and a massive dragon-shaped stone sculpture inside the gate. Perhaps crafted to commemorate a dragon hero, Leon. Crossing the pathways, they reached the enrollment office for the young dragon section. Since it was a noble academy within the dragon community, they didn't have to wait long before being personally received by the academy staff. The staff led them to an office where they filled out basic information. Name, Noya K. Melkvi, Silver Dragon, age 1 year and 3 months. The staff read, looking slightly surprised at Noya's age. Risvitha, anticipating the question, responded, Well, about the age issue, my husband and I have considered it. We don't believe it will have any impact, and our daughter has no objections. The staff turned their attention to Noya, who sat quietly between her parents, her calm demeanor unusual for a dragon of her age. Your daughter meets the basic requirements to participate in our school's entrance test. Please take this testing card and proceed to the 4th floor to await the test, the staff said, handing a card to Noya. Noya took the card and exclaimed, I'm going now, Mom. Good, best of luck, Risvitha replied, and Noya hurriedly left the office. The staff then addressed Risvitha and Leon, curious about her age, but since she insists, we'll proceed. Please follow me to the 3rd floor to assess viviparous families. Leon and Risvitha exchanged glances and nodded subtly, confident in their ability to handle assessments. The staff led them to the third floor, where two families were ahead in the queue. "I'll go inside and register for you. There are two families ahead. Please be patient," the staff said, and Leon responded, "Yes, thank you." They settled in, prepared for a short wait. Leon and Risvitha took a seat on the corridor bench. She lowered her head, her tail involuntarily curling up, hands on her knees, nervously pressing and rubbing her nails. She seemed a bit anxious. Leon leaned back on the chair, glancing sideways at Risvitha. Since last night, she talked about feeling nervous and under pressure, even lecturing Leon about it in her classic way. Afterwards, she even explained something she had never done before. Surely, she must genuinely value this entrance test. It was a significant matter concerning Noya. Leon pursed his lips, lifted his hand, and looked at the fair back of Risvitha's hand. After a moment of hesitation, his hand ultimately landed on Risvitha's shoulder. "What's wrong? Did the stress relief from last night wear off so quickly?" Leon teased. Risvitha chuckled, giving him a playful glare. She could tell Leon was trying to make a joke to ease her tension. "Your words aren't providing any comfort at all." Leon shrugged. "Well, how would you like me to comfort you? Should I do it more often?" "Go to hell." Risvitha laughed, playfully scolding him, then shifted her shoulder, shaking off Leon's hand. But this little joke did help alleviate her recent nervousness and anxiety. Risvitha tilted her head back, took a deep breath, and waited quietly for the test to begin. After about an hour, the two families ahead of them had completed their assessments. The staff member who had accompanied Leon and Risvitha led them into the office. The office was more spacious, and the interior was more luxurious. In the office, three elderly dragons with white hair sat side by side behind a long table. The two on either side sat with serious expressions, upright and meticulous. The one seated in the center wore a friendly smile adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, presenting a cultured and gentle appearance. The staff member instructed Leon and Risvitha to wait at the door while approaching the three elderly dragons for a calm conversation. Taking advantage of the moment, Risvitha leaned towards Leon, lowering her voice. "With your experience, do you think these three are easy to handle?" Leon carefully assessed the three dragons and concluded, "Easy kills." Risvitha was shocked. "Easy kills." He nodded. "Yeah, the me before being captured by you could undoubtedly take their heads in 50 rounds. Risvitha helplessly supported her forehead. "I wasn't asking about whether it's easy to deal with or not. I'm talking about the assessment later. Will they give us some difficult questions? Okay." Leon shrugged. "Don't worry, we've prepared well for the written assessment. We won't make mistakes." About 5 minutes later, the staff came over with 2 answer sheets. "Both of you, please come here for the assessment. There is no time limit, but you cannot talk during the assessment. Thank you for your cooperation." The staff led Leon and Risvitha to a table, asking them to sit on either side of the table. A non-transparent board was placed in the middle of the table. The assessment officially began. Leon looked at the questions on the paper, most of which they had discussed during the nights they spent together. In those short few nights, their understanding of each other had already surpassed that of couples married for many years. So, answering questions like these in the test wasn't stumbling for them. It went quite smoothly. Half an hour later, they each handed in their answer sheets. The staff handed the answer sheets to the dean on the left for approval. "Please come over and have a seat, both of you." The couple looked at each other. They both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Hadn't the assessment ended? Why did they need to talk to the school leaders? With a sense of puzzlement, they walked over. After taking their seats, the white-haired elder in the middle introduced himself gently. "Hello, both of you. I am Walter Wilson, the vice principal of St. High's Academy. I am pleased to be in charge of your assessment." "Hello, principal. I am Risvitha Melkvi, the leader of the Silver Dragon clan, and this is my husband, Leon Casmode. We are fortunate to participate in the assessment at your esteemed school." Principal Wilson nodded. "Let's skip the small talk and proceed to the second part of the assessment, the interview." "Interview." Principal Wilson smiled with narrowed eyes. "Yes, this is a new assessment stage we've introduced at St. High's Academy this year. are both of you ready? The couple's expressions turned serious. Ready for what? 46. Vol 1ch, 46. A couple sat upright with serious expressions, their backs straight, and hands placed on their knees, resembling elementary school students attentively listening in class. However, despite appearing ready for the interview on the surface, their hearts were panicking. While Principal Wilson lowered his head to discuss with the dean beside him, Leon looked ahead, slightly leaning towards Risvitha, and whispered, "Should we just kill them? The suggestion you made is not bad, Dragon Slayer, but let's not bring it up again." "What do we do now? We haven't prepared anything for the interview." Risvitha closed her eyes, took a slow breath, and exhaled. "Let's adapt on the fly." Cough, cough. Principal Wilson cleared his throat twice. "All right, gentlemen, let's officially begin the interview process now." Risvitha managed a polite smile. "Certainly, Principal." "Oh, please don't be nervous. This is our first time trying interviews at our school, so it won't be too strict. Just relax, both of you." The couple exchanged a glance and remained silent. Principal Wilson picked up a stack of papers in front of him and leisurely asked, "Do both of you still remember your wedding anniversary?" As if thunderstruck, the couple froze on the spot. Unexpectedly, the principal's first question almost killed the competition. But to pass the interview smoothly, Risvitha quickly responded after a brief brain freeze, "Ah, I remember, of course. How could I forget such an important day?" Leon cast a glance at her. "Oh, lady, we have a child before marriage. Where does the wedding anniversary come from?" Leon thought. Risvitha happened to look at him, secretly signaling him with her eyes. Leon was flustered, but he could still tell that this look hinted at something. Although they didn't have a specific wedding anniversary, a day from 2 years ago held more significance than their wedding. "Risvitha, it's in the year 1733 of the Genesis calendar." They both said in unison, "May 25th. In 1733 of the Genesis calendar, on May 22nd, the Imperial dragon-slaying army's Leon squad launched an attack against the Silver Dragon clan. However, Leon was betrayed, defeated, and captured during the battle. 3 days later, on May 25th, Leon used the blood pact to unite with the Silver Dragon Queen, leading to her pregnancy." Seeing the couple so synchronized, Principal Wilson was slightly surprised. "Just married for 2 years, and your child is starting school quite early." "Yes, Principal." Risvitha tidied her hair, taking the opportunity to sigh with relief. "So, in these 2 years of marriage, have there been any habits or behaviors of the other person that you couldn't tolerate?" "No," Risvitha responded instantly. Wilson nodded, then looked at Leon. Leon furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Risvitha became a bit flustered. What was this jerk up to? He could have just said no to skip this question. But Principal Wilson didn't know the underlying reason behind Leon's words. He simply nodded approvingly after hearing it. "How did you two get married initially? Was it a love match, or did elders in the clan introduce you?" the principal asked. "Oh, it was love at first sight, then we dated freely and then." Risvitha looked to Leon for help. Leon quickly took over, "Then we eloped. Eloped? Flash pregnancy." The vice principal was slightly surprised. "Eloped? Making such a quick decision, it must be a special fate that has kept you two together until now, right?" The couple smiling with narrowed eyes. "Principal, you're really perceptive." "Miss Risvitha, what do you find most attractive about your husband?" "The shining point on this guy." Risvitha glanced at Leon beside her, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Focused, serious, intelligent, not oily, responsible, likes children, and rarely gets angry with anyone." After a pause, she added, "On a more superficial note, he's handsome with a good physique, but..." "Principal, just that." "So, my husband is good at alchemy and uses various medicines to maintain his health, right?" Leon's mouth twitched slightly. He thought that Risvitha was finally going to praise him wholeheartedly, but unexpectedly, she added another twist at the end. "So, I also want to take this opportunity during the interview to say something to my husband." Saying this, Risvitha reached out and gently placed her hand on Leon's shoulder. Then, looking at Leon affectionately, she softly said, "Don't push yourself too hard, I understand." "You understand a thing." Principal Wilson chuckled with his hand covering his mouth, finding this couple interesting. All right, you two are quite lively in your daily life. Now, the next question, what are your plans for the future?" The couple regained their composure. "Plans for the future? Could you be more specific, Principal?" Rizvitha asked. For example, any plans for a second child?" Leon silently covered his face and waved his hand, indicating that Rizvitha should answer this question. Rizvitha awkwardly smiled. "Well, we haven't considered that yet. Actually, we already have 2 children at the moment, Noya and her twin sister. So, in terms of planning, we'll focus on raising these 2 kids before considering a second child. What do you think, Leon?" "Principal, it's already a family of 4, very happy indeed." "Thank you, Principal." Next, the principal asked some more questions. Leon and Rizvitha adeptly handled the questions, providing answers that were a mix of truth and fiction. As the interview approached its conclusion, Principal Wilson spoke. "So, at the end of the interview, let's play a little game of truth or dare. Now, you can ask each other a question to which you want to know the answer. If you choose to answer, please give your honest thoughts. We won't force you if you don't want to answer." The couple looked at each other. To avoid potential pitfalls, Rizvitha replied directly, "I don't have any questions for my husband. I know everything about him." "All right, Mr. Leon, do you have any questions you'd like to ask your wife?" Leon leaned back in his chair, his hand on his chin, with a slight furrow on his brow. Rizvitha looked at him, wondering what question he would ask. Was he implying that she could be more lenient with him in the future, or was he subtly expressing his desire to return to the Empire? It was related to one of these aspects. After a brief pause, Leon looked at Rizvitha, meeting her silver eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you actually like the teddy bear I gave you?" Rizvitha was shocked. She didn't expect Leon to ask such a question completely unrelated to their positions and any grievances. Rizvitha's pupils trembled slightly. She pursed her lips, adjusted a strand of hair behind her ear, lowered her gaze, and nodded. "Yes, I really like the teddy bear you gave me." Perhaps even Rizvitha didn't notice Leon asking, "Do you like it?" But her response wasn't a simple like. It was more like, really like. Sound of a clap. Leon clapped his hands. "Okay, I'm fine now." Principal Wilson stood up. "So, the interview concludes here. I hope both of you have a happy future. The assessment results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Temple by the Dragon of Trust tomorrow. Thank you again for your cooperation." 47. Vol 1ch, 47. In the early morning, Mewen got up, his little brain not fully operational yet, mumbling unclearly from his mouth. "Sister, what should we have for breakfast?" No response. "Sister." Mewen slowly opened his eyes and noticed that Noya had already gotten up. With a start, he jumped off the bed and ran to the bathroom, study, and hallway, but there was no sign of Noya. Finally, Mewen went to the balcony, looked down at the courtyard, and found Noya. At this moment, not only was Noya in the courtyard, but Leon and Rizvitha stood on either side of her. The 3 of them, like scarecrows, lifted their heads, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, unmoving. Mewen blinked her pretty eyes, and then, in order, hopped in front of Leon and asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" "Waiting for the dragon courier." "Hi." "Mewen." She finally hopped in front of Rizvitha. "Sister, what are you doing again?" "Waiting for the dragon courier." "Mewen." She finally hopped in front of Rizvitha. "Mom, you're not also." "Waiting for the dragon courier." Mewen raised her hand, little palms holding her cheeks. "You're all waiting for the dragon courier, who will make breakfast for Mewen." 30 minutes later, in the baby room, the family of 4 was having breakfast at the dining table. "Speaking of which, even if the exam results are out, the dragon courier shouldn't be flying over this early," Leon said. "The efficiency of the academy has always been quite fast. When I was in school, I received my results early the next morning," Rizvitha added. Hearing this, Leon looked across at Risvitha. You also graduated from St. High's Academy. Of course. So, in the future, Noya, should I call you mom or senior sister? Eat your meal. Muin sat at the dining table, holding a set of utensils specially designed for baby dragons. She looked at her mom and then at her dad before saying softly, "Why, after mom and dad went to the academy, does it seem like your relationship has got even better?" The couple paused in their eating, simultaneously looking at each other. Leon pursed his lips. Is that so? Muin vigorously nodded. Yes, yes, you never used to joke around during meals. We usually don't talk during meals or bedtime and only occasionally make jokes. Besides, your dad and I have always had a good relationship. Hurry and eat, Muin, Risvitha said. I'll go with you. Watching dad and sister rush off, Muin exclaimed, they're so enthusiastic. Risvitha patiently cut the bread on the plate into small pieces, spread the strawberry jam evenly, and then handed it to Muin. Dad and sister are both very dedicated to their studies. Besides, Dad used to be a top student, Risvitha explained. All that talk about enrolling at 10, graduating at 15, and being the dragon-slaying champion. Leon might as well put up a banner outside Risvitha's door. Muin poked at the bread on her plate covered in strawberry jam with a fork, thoughtfully asking, when will Dad be able to teach Muin to study? Risvitha smiled, indulgently looking at Muin. She reached out and gently touched the little head. Very soon. When Muin gets a bit older, you can start learning from Dad. Really? The little dragoness's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, really. Great. To grow up quickly, Muin, you need to eat well. Finish your breakfast first. Okay. Muin immediately dove into her meal. Risvitha smiled contentedly, thinking that Leon's care for children was unexpectedly effective. After breakfast, Risvitha led Muin to the courtyard. Leon and Noya were still looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the dragon courier. Indeed, this was the persistence of top students regarding their results. Their determination was impressive. Risvitha waved her hand and instructed the maids to prepare some tea and pastries. The family of 4 ate and waited together. Until the evening, there was still no sign of the dragon courier. Risvitha sighed softly, I'll go make dinner. Let's eat first and then come back to wait. But before she took a few steps, she heard Leon shout from behind, Dragon courier. The dragon courier is here. Noya excitedly echoed, really, it's really the dragon courier. Risvitha turned around. Sure enough, they saw a dragon courier slowly flying towards the temple and eventually landing in the courtyard. The 4 of them hurriedly ran towards it. A bamboo tube was tied to the dragon courier's back. Leon took the bamboo tube, opened it, and poured an envelope. The envelope was meticulously crafted, with a navy blue base and the family name, Melkvi, written in gold foil. It was sealed with red wax at the opening, and the emblem of St. High's Academy was imprinted at the end. She passed, she passed, she passed. Sister is amazing. Mom and Dad are amazing too. Muin joyfully spun around while hugging Noya. Leon handed the letter to Risvitha. After reading the letter twice, she also revealed a relieved smile. She put down the letter, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Then, she looked at Leon from the corner of her eye. Thank you. Leon stretched his arm. Thank me for what? It's mainly thanks to Noya herself. She's very smart. Can you drink? Risvitha suddenly asked. It's me. Nodded. Not really. I'm not a heavy drinker, but I can try it. Okay, let's celebrate tonight. I'll go cook. Yeah. Risvitha carefully stored the envelope and then walked towards the temple. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked, Do you want to come help? So you won't say there's no sense of your presence in this house again. Mother Dragon, I find that you have a narrow mind. Leon complained while eagerly following her. After about an hour, dinner was ready. Risvitha also opened a bottle of aged wine, saying it was stored when she ascended to the Silver Dragon Queen 50 years ago. She poured some for Leon, asking, Is this okay? Leon nodded. Dinner was quite abundant. Risvitha enthusiastically planned Noya's future school life. No boys are allowed to be brought home, not even girls. She insisted on learning magic well and, after graduation, protecting Muin. Noya listened attentively, remembering every word. After 3 rounds of drinks, the 2 little ones returned to their room early, starting their exclusive sisterly confidences. Risvitha sat in the chair, her gaze slightly hazy, her cheeks flushed. She had drunk quite a bit. It had been a long time since she had been this happy. Taking a brief pause, Risvitha reached out to pour herself another glass, but Leon stopped her hand from grabbing the bottle. "You've had enough to drink, Risvitha." "Why are you concerned about me?" Risvitha said in a daze. "Who cares about you? Who will take Noya to the academy tomorrow morning if you drink too much?" "Why worry? Even if I drink a lot, I can still fly." Leon sighed. "In the Empire, if we drink too much, we can't even ride a horse." "That's for you humans. We, the dragon race, aren't afraid." Leon stood up, supporting Risvitha's arm. "I'll take you to the balcony for fresh air, sobering up." "Don't stop me, just one more sip." "Wait until we've taken Noya to the academy tomorrow, before you drink again." With coaxing and trickery, Leon dragged her to the balcony. Leaning against the balcony railing, Risvitha felt the cool breeze on her face. Her long hair danced in the night, resembling silver sands. Leon stood by her side, hands in his pockets, thinking of waiting until she sobered up before taking her back to the bedroom. The two remained silent, only the sound of the night wind filling the air. After a while, Risvitha tilted her head back and spoke slowly. "I'm so worried about her." "Noya." "Yeah, despite being mature and sensible for her age, she's still just a child. She's never left home and lived on her own before." She closed her eyes and continued. "Will she remember to do the laundry? Will she be picky with food? Will she have breakfast on time? And in her studies, what if the teachers at the academy are not as good as you? Will she feel discouraged and not pay attention in class? What if she falls ill? Can she go to the doctor by herself?" "Leon, I'm so worried about her. I'm so worried about her." The wind drowned out the last syllable sound. She was drunk. Her body tilted slightly, leaning on Leon's shoulder. Leon pursed his lips, exerted some force, and freed his wrist from Risvitha's grasp. "Go to sleep, Mother Dragon." "HMPH, I'll come just because you call. Do I have no pride left?" Only seeking revenge while she was awake would leave a lasting impression. He closed the bedroom's lights and door, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded. As the night deepened, Risvitha was engulfed by drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the quiet bedroom was filled with her rhythmic breathing. By the way, if this family of wronged individuals knew what would happen at the school opening ceremony 3 days later, there was a specific term in academia to describe their actions tonight: popping champagne. "48. Vol 1ch, 48. 3 days later, the entrance ceremony for St. High's Academy unfolded. The young dragons who successfully navigated the Academy's rigorous tests, accompanied by their guardians, dragons, gathered in the auditorium, creating a lively atmosphere. Laughter resonated both inside and outside the hall. However, could anyone guess which 3 unfortunate souls couldn't muster a laugh? Leon, Noya, and Risvitha found themselves on the stage, facing the scrutiny of at least 100 pairs of dragon eyes. Leon, who had always thought being roasted over a fire was an exaggerated way to describe embarrassment, now believed that being roasted might be preferable. A few days earlier, Principal Wilson, who had overseen their interviews, took the stage, enthusiastically introducing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down, quiet down. Let me proudly present these 3, the Melkvi family, who excelled in this assessment. Now, let's hear how they built such a harmonious family in just 2 years." Leon shot a fierce glare at the principal, muttering through gritted teeth, "Old dragon, you've really overstepped." Now, let's rewind an hour. The family of 4 arrived at the academy for Noya's entrance ceremony with Muin in tow. While settling into the lounge before the ceremony, Vice Principal Wilson unexpectedly knocked on their door. "Congratulations to both of you and to young Noya for passing the academy's assessment," Vice Principal Wilson said politely upon entering. After a few modest exchanges, the vice principal continued, Noya scored almost perfectly in the test 3 days ago. The average score for our entrance exams has been around 80 in recent years. I'm genuinely pleased for both of you to have such an outstanding daughter. The Academy hasn't recruited such a talented student in many years. Speaking of which, Noya is just over a year old, right? She should have just acquired the ability to learn. Besides her innate talent, her tutor must be excellent. What is her tutor? Risvitha and Noya looked silently at Leon. Leon licked his lips, adjusted his posture, and said, "No, there's no tutor or anything. I just taught her some basic knowledge, and my daughter is very diligent." "Mr. Leon, you have an extraordinary demeanor, but it seems you don't belong to the Silver Dragon clan. May I ask which clan you come from?" the vice principal asked. "My husband comes from a small tribe, and the people of the tribe were incorporated into the major dragon tribe under their command a long time ago." Risvitha quickly covered for Leon. "I see," the vice principal nodded. "Besides Noya, I think the two of you probably don't know yet. In the family assessment, you also achieved first place." Upon hearing this, Leon and Risvitha exchanged glances, sitting up straight involuntarily. "Is it true, Principal? Did we also get first place?" Leon asked with excitement. "Yes, Mr. Leon. You and your wife not only performed well in the written test, but also impressed us with your interview." The principal spared no praise. "Your understanding of family and your daily interactions made us feel the true essence of what a family should be." Upon hearing this, the couple was stunned. "A real family. Principal, you truly have a discerning eye. Oh no, you have keen insight to recognize that we are a genuine family." Yes, you're absolutely right. We are a real, harmonious, and loving family," he thought. The other families in the interviews, their answers and performances were too idealized, giving a sense of artificiality. The principal sighed, then looked at Leon and Risvitha. "But you're different, Mr. Leon, Miss Risvitha. Your love is very solid, firm, and sincere. You must be an incredibly affectionate couple in your daily life, right?" "A couple incredibly affectionate." The principal said they were an affectionate couple. This was truly blinding our dragon eyes. Did I say something wrong, you two? Why do you both look so uncomfortable?" "Oh no, haha tilde principal, we." Risvitha turned and took Leon's arm, smiling with a raised eyebrow. "We are indeed very affectionate, right, Leon?" "Yes." "So," the principal stood up and excitedly said, "Could you please, as representatives of the incoming students, come on stage and give a speech?" Leon and Risvitha. And so, the scene from the beginning unfolded again. "Old pushy dragon, you really know how to impose." Risvitha quickly and discreetly pinched his wrist. His professional habits might become uncontrollable if he didn't tone it down a bit more, looking at Noya again. The eldest daughter also stood between them with an expression of lifelessness. She just wanted to enter school quietly, study magic, and then quietly graduate. Why make a family representative go on stage to speak? Why not let someone else do this socially dead thing? The only one who probably escaped this torture was Muin. After all, she stayed below the stage. But Muin was not idle either. She cheered from below, feeling even more excited than the vice principal on the stage. Seeing that this family of 3 was not good at speaking, the vice principal had to smooth things over. "Noya, you are the youngest examinee in this test, yet you achieved an outstanding full score. This must be closely related to your family education, right?" Noya nodded with a cold expression. "Do you have anything you'd like to tell your family?" Noya thought for a moment and said, "During the period when I was reviewing and preparing for exams, I'm very grateful for Mom's encouragement and my sister's companionship." Upon hearing this, Leon's heart tightened slightly. It seemed like it was going to be the same as the first dinner, not your portion, it seemed. But it didn't matter. The old father was content with hidden merits and fame as long as the daughter could successfully enroll. "And also, the one I want to thank the most is my father. He gave me a lot of help, so thank him. That's about it." After finishing, Noya turned and glanced at Leon. The old father was on the verge of tears, if not already shedding tears. The vice principal clapped his hands. "Well, it seems Mr. Leon's guidance is commendable. Mr. Leon, your daughter is thanking you so much. don't you want to express something? Leon held back his tears and asked in confusion, how do I express it? Of course, give her a hug and a kiss. Your excellent daughter deserves it, the vice principal said. Cheek kiss is fine, Noya suddenly whispered. Hurry up, kiss her, and quickly end this socially awkward ceremony. Leon quickly hugged his elder daughter amid cheers from the crowd, surprised looks from Risvitha, and excited applause from Muin, gently kissing Noya's cheek. Very lightly, very gently, Noya could clearly feel Leon's cautious restraint. But Leon was also content with it. After all, just a month ago, Noya wouldn't even allow him to touch her. Risvitha, watching this scene, also breathed a sigh of relief. Father-daughter relationship is finally showing some signs of thawing. Moreover, she was relieved that what was said earlier was kiss me. Risvitha secretly celebrated. Now that you've kissed your daughter, how can you forget your wife, Mr. Leon? (49) Vol 1ch, 49. Perhaps slaying the old dragon in the interview 3 days ago was a good choice for Leon. Risvitha stood on the podium, observing the hundreds of onlookers below, eagerly anticipating witnessing the husband of the happiest family of the year kiss his wife. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Risvitha had nowhere to escape. Sigh. In a dilemma, Leon sighed as if helpless. Risvitha squinted at him, suspecting he was about to do something unexpected. Many of you may not know, but my wife and I are both reserved and introverted daily. Even in front of our people, we rarely show affection. However, to live up to the honor bestowed upon our family by the Academy, I will make a bold and rebellious decision today. Leon turned to the almost petrified Risvitha and extended his arm to her. So, in front of all our dragon's kin, I will kiss my wife. As soon as these words were spoken, the cheers and whistles from the audience below were endless. Subconsciously, Risvitha took a half step back, subtly shaking her head. In a voice audible only to the two of them, she said, "You're not really going to kiss me in front of hundreds of dragons, are you?" Although she and Leon had been intimate, they seemed to have never kissed each other, except for that passionate day 2 years ago. And now, not only did it involve a kiss, but it had to be in front of these hundreds of dragons. This was really embarrassing. While Leon approached, Risvitha's cheeks grew even redder. She could have firmly refused, using the excuse of the kids are around, it's not appropriate to brush it off, avoiding an awkward situation. But the next moment, the light in front of Risvitha was obscured, and then a kiss, a warm sensation touched her left cheek, but it lasted only for a brief moment. Although Risvitha was somewhat startled, she could clearly feel that her heartbeat had skyrocketed to an unprecedented speed in that brief moment just now. The shadow in front receded, and the hall lights shone on her face again. Leon took her cold little hand and smiled at the dragons below. This is the only extent, everyone. If you want to see more, I'll kill you all. Wow, Daddy kissed Mommy Tilda, Muin clapped and cheered. As for some other single-parent families, witnessing this affectionate scene couldn't help but stir something inside them. However, even though they spoke this way, the young dragons from these single-parent families immediately felt their little hands tightly squeezed. So, it turned out adults asked kids not to interrupt when they spoke to preserve the adults' faces. Considering the uproar, Leon looked ahead, smiled, and whispered, "Yeah, it feels comfortable, relieved. Thank you, Risvitha." The vice principal stepped forward to wrap things up. "Thank you very much to the exemplary families of this year for bringing us laughter and joy. Everyone, please go down and rest." Leon nodded, leading the still-dazed Risvitha down from the podium, with Noya following closely. The entrance ceremony proceeded as planned. After about an hour, the ceremony concluded. The family of 4 bid farewell at the college gate. Muin said a lot to her sister, but the main theme was always think of Muin. Noya was about to embark on her college life. The second farewell was with Risvitha. She wasn't very good at expressing herself, just patting Noya's head. "Take care of yourself, Noya." "Yeah, I will, Mom." After saying that, Risvitha pinched Noya's cheek with a bit of reluctance and then turned away. But he was facing away from them. Finally, it was Leon's turn. He walked up to Noya, crouched down, aligning his eyes with hers. I might have a lot to say. Do you want to listen? Noya nodded without expression but with seriousness. I want to listen. Remember to regularly take your dirty clothes to the aunties at the dormitory services. They will help you with the laundry. Eat breakfast on time. It's okay to wake up a bit earlier. Otherwise, you'll be hungry during the morning classes. Don't be picky about food. You are growing right now, and all nutrients are essential. If you encounter classmates with a bad attitude, don't provoke them. Try to stay away. And also, regarding studying and classes, if you encounter a teacher you don't like or dislike the teaching style of a particular teacher, try to be patient and listen. If you don't understand, you can ask me when you come home during the holidays. The most important thing is to go to the college clinic if you get sick. Never force yourself. He did have a lot to say, but Noya listened carefully and remembered every word. However, she couldn't help but glance at Rizvitha's back. Compared to Leon, it seemed like Mom's advice was a bit too little. Leon noticed Noya's subtle gesture and smiled, reaching out to pat her head. All of these were things your mom told me a few days ago when she had a bit too much to drink. She felt awkward saying them, so I'm doing it for her. Noya, try to understand your mom. She really isn't good at expressing her feelings. At these words, a rare trace of emotion appeared on Noya's cold and indifferent face. She bit her lip and made a determined, sound. All right, what your old man wants to say to you is much simpler. Just be happy, don't stress. Of course. Leon looked left and right, then mysteriously leaned close to Noya's ear and whispered, If anyone dares to bully you, don't worry about calling parents or deducting credits. Just hit back, and your old man has got your back. Noya held back the corners of her mouth from lifting and asked, Was it like this when you were in school back then? Yeah, but every time after played the first half at school, my teacher, your grandfather, would take me home to play the second half. Leon smiled and said, But don't worry, when I'm with you, there's only the first half, no second half. Noya nodded. I remember, I will take care of myself. Yeah, take care. We'll be going now and we'll pick you up next weekend. Goodbye, big sister. Don't forget about Mew and Tilda. Yeah, I'll miss you. Be good at home, don't cause trouble. I know, Sister Tilda. As the conversation ended, the silver dragon spread its wings, and Leon climbed onto its back, holding Mewin. Before taking off, Rizvitha turned one last time to look at Noya. Noya waved her little arms vigorously. Be careful on the way, Mom. The giant dragon nodded slightly, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A few days after the entrance ceremony, on a certain night, Rizvitha was bent over her desk, studying the complete guide to blood magic. Blood enchantment, a charm magic that can only be used once in a lifetime. After use, the caster will fall into extreme weakness and exhaustion. Rizvitha's thoughts stirred slightly as she murmured, So, Leon was in a coma for 2 years, not just due to severe injuries on the brink of death. The blood enchantment also caused his body to be excessively overdrawn. Just as Rizvitha was about to recall the details of that fateful night, she heard a faint sound coming from the balcony of her room. She set aside the magic book and walked over to investigate. It was her trusted handmaiden, Sherry. Welcome back, Sherry, Rizvitha said. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm incompetent. I haven't found any information related to Tega, or rather, I didn't even find the existence of such a person. Rizvitha frowned. He's just a farmer and has some hunting skills. In the Empire, he's considered an ordinary person. How could he not exist? If the investigation couldn't find anything about the royal nobility, that would be understandable. But, as Leon said, his master is just an ordinary old man. Because of this, Rizvitha dared to send her own people to investigate and visit. But how come we couldn't find out anything? Continue the investigation as long as you can ensure your safety. Once there is any news, notify me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Sherry's figure flashed as the words fell, disappearing into the dark night. "50. Vol 1ch, 50. The next day, accompanied by the maid team, Rizvitha returned from the border of the Silver Dragon clan's territory. With more than 2 hours left until dinner, she wanted to spend this time with Muin. But when she arrived at Muin's room, she found her little daughter was not there. Rosvitha went to Leon's room again, but that guy was not there either. It seemed like the father and daughter were playing hide and seek. Rosvitha came to the room's balcony, looked towards the training ground in the temple's backyard, and found Leon playing some night game with Muin. They were using the wooden sticks in their hands as sacred swords, vigorously slashing the air. After watching for a while, Rosvitha noticed Muin wildly waving the wooden stick without any particular technique. But Leon seemed genuinely practicing something with precise moves and focused expressions. Seeing this, Rosvitha chuckled. "Your recovery seems good, Dragon Slayer." With that, she turned and left the room, walking out of the temple towards the training ground. Mama. When the little dragon girl saw her mom, who had been out all day, she immediately dropped the wooden stick in her hand and ran towards Rosvitha, wagging her tail and the fluffy hair on top of her head. Rosvitha bent down slightly, rubbing Muin's little head. "Did you listen to Daddy at home today?" "Yes, Tilda. Muin is obedient. Now Tilda Daddy even taught Muin how to hold a sword. Tilda. Muin is amazing. How about we make your favorite pan-fried steak for dinner?" "Okay. Yeah, go play." Muin picked up the small wooden stick, joyfully ran to the side, and started playing independently. Rosvitha watched momentarily, then withdrew her gaze and looked towards Leon. He seemed he hadn't noticed her, practicing his slashing moves. Rosvitha took a step forward, and just when she was less than 2 meters away from Leon, there was a buzz. A branch split the air, drawing an arc in the sky, and finally landed steadily in front of her nose. Rosvitha didn't flinch or evade, not even showing a startled reaction. Her gaze calmly ignored the branch close to her, and she looked composedly at Leon. "Do you know how disrespectful it is to point a weapon at me in the Silver Dragon Temple? Since when do you consider a branch a weapon? Oh, weren't you once the strongest dragon slayer? Don't tell me even a leaf in your hands is a deadly weapon. Mother Dragon, if you want to praise, do it properly. What's with the sarcastic tone?" Leon put down the branch and walked to a nearby bench, sitting down. Rosvitha walked over and sat next to Leon. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow and asked, why would she feel pressured? "I told her that when Dad was in school, he was a top student. You can see it from the way he teaches you. He used to be very good at studying, won many scholarships, and various first places or championships." Rosvitha said, "Noya has a typical dragon mentality, admiring and aspiring to strong individuals. And in her heart, you are just such a strong one." Leon scratched his cheek. "I thought she saw her old man as a weak nerd." Rosvitha chuckled, covering her mouth. "No, not at all. She admires you." Snap. Rosvitha took off her high heels, curled her slender legs, wrapped her arms around her knees, and lightly placed her feet on the edge of the bench. "Do you remember those first few days when you woke up, and Noya kept avoiding you, refusing to see you?" Leon nodded. "At that time, I didn't really understand what she was thinking, but what I do know is that during your coma, she would often sneak into the nursery to see you. Occasionally, when I caught her, she would make up excuses, saying she was looking for Muin." Leon clicked his tongue and commented, "Stubbornness and a sharp tongue, that's quite like you." "A sharp tongue, that's more like you, isn't it?" "Well, I've never had a sharp tongue." "Yeah, me neither." Rosvitha lowered her eyelids and continued, "But speaking of it, blood relations, it's sometimes quite magical." "Oh, what do you mean?" "It was during those 2 years when you were in a coma. I was alone taking care of both of them. Sometimes I couldn't handle it, and handing them over to Anna didn't help either. They just kept crying, and no matter how I tried to soothe them, it didn't work. But you know what? No matter how much they cried or fussed, they would immediately calm down when I put them next to you." Leon's heart lifted with hope as he asked, "Is that true?" "Really? Back then, they didn't seem to understand anything, but it felt like they had complete security as long as they were close to you." Rosvitha played with her fingers, took a deep breath, and asked, "Daughters are all very cute, aren't they?" For the first time, Leon agreed so wholeheartedly with Rosvitha, nodding vigorously. Blood relations were like that. Even before they knew it, they were already closely connected. That was a crucial period for children. If a child didn't feel their parents' intense love during that time, even if life became affluent later on, they would always feel like something was missing. That was probably why Leon now spared no effort in loving his daughters. They were the price he paid for a desperate struggle in the past, a cost he willingly bore. Risvitha smiled. All right, when Noya comes home on break in a few days, let's prepare a big meal for her. No problem. The last ray of sunlight disappeared on the distant horizon, and night fell. Risvitha stretched lazily. All right, let's go back. Oh, wait a moment. What's up? Risvitha pointed to the high heels she had just worn on the ground. Help me put on my shoes. What's the matter? Not willing? I haven't asked you about the kiss you gave to me during the entrance ceremony. Now you can't even help me put on my shoes. All right, I'll help you put them on. Leon squatted down, lifting Risvitha's fair and delicate foot with one hand and holding the high heel with the other, attempting to help her put it on. You're quite skilled at this, Risvitha said. Of course, putting shoes on you is much easier than nailing horseshoes onto a donkey. Risvitha kicked her foot up, landing a blow on Leon's face. Leon, dodge.